Point 6 refers to the denial made by the General Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Victor Nicolini del Castillo, the General Commander of the Air Force, Lieutenant General FAP Luis Abram Cavallerino, and the General Commander of the Army General Guillermo Monzon Arantegui, on the assertion that the government had just learned about the facts on June 21 from the report by the Joint Command of the Armed Forces. He was informed of everything since he gave the terms of the order a bloody and atrocious operation. He gave the terms of the order a bloody and atrocious operation. He ordered to re-establish order in the prisons with the maximum energy allowed by law, preserving if possible the lives of the hostages and rescuing the principle of authority, Act of the Council of Ministers June 18, 1986. It says that General Monzon specified, this military action is a combat action inserted in the counterinsurgency strategy, subtracted from the humanitarian right in war and, contrary to the Geneva Convention, it is legitimate violent reprisal with genocidal intent, extrajudicial executions, and the disallowance of the human rights by the subversives and presumed subversives. Point 7 mentions the articles violated, and indicates that conclusion 22 of the opinion of the majority of the Commission is a mask of the crime committed, disallowing the sacred bounds of the human person, of the public ministry and the judiciary. Point 8 identifies the names of those responsible for the genocide ordered by Garcia, for instance Abel Salinas, Luis González Posada, Jorge Flores Torres, Minister of War, Julio Daniel Pacheco, Minister of the Navy, Jose Guerrero Lorenzetti, Minister of Aeronautics. Here too, it is defined as execrable genocide. Chapter 4 established two forms of reasoning. Here we can expose that charge of preterintentional offense, destroy it. Chapter V sets legal responsibilities and that the conduct of Garcia can be specified as of an author of a crime against human life and health, guilty of the crime of violence and resistance to authority, Article 321 of the Penal Code, aggravated by the second paragraph, which increases the punishment because he was a public official. But we saw before how Peru has subscribed an international pact which mentions genocide, and we must apply besides of the violations of Articles 332, 337, etc., of the Peruvian Constitution. For example, the motion at the end speaks only about a massacre. The third document, on the Special Commission finding a constitutional accusation, formed on September 25, 1990 by Pedro Alvaro Calderón, P. Cateriano, E. Camel del Solar, from the movement Libertad. Here it states that Garcia attended to make his defense. The wording is, already the Ames Commission addressed it and was rejected by Parliament. He acknowledged a crime was committed but not his but of the Republican Guard. Garcia claimed that violence was not applied, but the first thing tried was persuasion when the Peace Commission and the nation's Attorney General before the armed forces acted. But this is contradicted by Cabezas himself, who presided over the Peace Commission, who said they went to 2 of the 3 prisons on their own, and the Attorney General said, it looks like there was a battle here. Besides, Garcia had already been instigating the genocide. The military themselves denounced that he insisted and insisted, called repeatedly to find out if it had been put down, but Garcia recognizes that he gave the order. He invokes that Lima was under a state of emergency. About the sudden burial of the prisoners of war by the armed forces, before dawn, in several cemeteries in the department of Lima, he replied that it was necessary for the public order and security, for public health reasons. However, Luis Alberto Sanchez himself told foreign reporters the bodies would be handed over to their families and would be given a Christian burial. Garcia also adduces that the prisons were restricted areas, but there is no such legal term. It is very interesting to see how in his speech he blames everybody trying to save himself. It is useful to learn about the character of this individual, and how he is capable of anything as long as he saves his skin. Salinas too made his own plea of innocence, he must be unmasked. Zimmerman says that it was a planned and premeditated crime. Mantilla claims he knows nothing. Cabezas says Mantillo made an exhortation at El Fronton, and that they were not allowed in Lurigancho. Furthermore, they went to this prison and to the women's prison and they went on their own. Clearly we see how the peace commission was used by Garcia, but the useful fools allowed themselves to be used. Therefore, they consented to the genocide. Did any of them condemn the premeditated plan? Did they demand that Garcia revoke that order? Or did they move heaven and earth trying to save the lives of the prisoners? They cannot be acquitted, but they must be differentiated in degree of responsibility from Garcia Perez, the Council of Ministers, and the armed forces. Document 3 details what Garcia used to say at presidential breakfasts and lunches, and what would happen if we get rid of all the Senderistas in prison? Nothing, we would say they were a demonic organization. If that's what he thought, then what persuasion is he talking about? A crude farce to cover himself up. We must show the intent he had. For instance, he used to say that the prisons were free territories and that no one knew what Sendero Luminoso was doing there. The armed force commanders state that it was not in their competence to act, but that of the police. The document also says, and it is very useful, that the motive the mutineers had was to enforce compliance with the consent agreement the mutineers had was to enforce compliance with the consent agreement they reached with the prison authorities in June, but this date is wrong. The actual consent agreement was by both parties, the government and the prisoners, on July 16, 1985. The chief directors of the Republican Guard, Martinez Lira, says that he and his troops presented themselves at Lurigancho following a request by General Monzon, with whom he had communicated through a phone call he received from the president himself. He says that his presence had the purpose of substituting the lack of a written order demanded by Colonel Narciso Azabac. But in no way, it was his attribution to give orders because General Rabanal was present there. Therefore, due to his situation he was there merely as an administrative and not an operative officer. He couldn't understand the acts of Colonel Cabezas, who worked as commander of the Organic Counterinsurgency Regiment, a permanent reserve unit of the Supreme Command serving the requirements in emergency zones. Martinez Lira says that when he learned about the execution of 124 prisoners in Lurigancho, he reported about it to General Monzon, and the latter congratulated him in his name and in the name of the President of the Republic. Then, he said that Salinas, Minister of Interior, called him to remind him, "Leave for us a few prisoners alive." His opinion is also important. The bloodshed could well have been avoided if other means had been tried, such as cutting off drinking water supply, electricity, etc., which was not done. He denounces that on June 13, 1985, there was a surprise emergency meeting at the government palace to brainwash them, and they were told about subversion, how bad the problem was looking, the need to finish off terrorism, and that President Garcia didn't want any more prisoners in the jails, that Vice Minister Mantilla, the Joint Command of the Armed Forces, the Supreme Directors of the Investigative Police, PIP, and of the Civil Guard, the Chiefs of the National Intelligence Service, SIN, and Army Intelligence Service, SIE, among others, were there, that it was Garcia who spoke and also a PIP commander spoke. We must transcribe and analyze the military texts about subversion, doctrine, guerrilla warfare, urban warfare. There is where they describe what steps, and what weapons they can use to fight disturbances, and then compare each of these elements with what happened during the genocide. Also, read the magazine Oiga of that date, June 13, 1986. Garcia attended the commission a second time, and said he had not said what Zimmerman claimed he had said. We can quote Zimmerman and ask him who else was at that breakfast. The Minister of Justice, González Posada, may had been one of them. There's also Minister of Justice, González Posada, may had been one of them. There's also the matter of res judicata, tried matter, and they destroyed it? Well, for us, use it and go deeper. Garcia knows, as the lawyer he is, that there is no room for res judicata. He is a demagogue. He steps over the rights of others, and violates blatantly the Constitution. We insist that in penal law, the qualifications of the individual, character, etc., are very important. It is very important to define the main crime, genocide. No need to get ourselves entangled in various offenses since that hides the main one. Prior to the events, Garcia said there was a more acute environment of violence, as the papers reported. See Expresso, for example. He said that the Senderista leadership was concentrated in El Fronton, and that it was liberated territory. He twisted the facts in the Council of Ministers itself. It is important to show how, in the opinion of those present, Garcia wanted to brainwash them. Later on, show that what we did was a complete success, a victory product of a plan for a specific demand, the compliance of 10 points we were demanding. We demanded that the condition of special prisoners we wrested away, as a step in the struggle to be recognized as political prisoners and then as prisoners of war, be complied with. This document records it and was an act ratified by the APRA government on October 31, 1985, signed by APRistas in the government such as Aquisalo, Aurea Signs, and on October 4, 1985, there had already been an APRista annihilation of 30 Lurigancho political prisoners. This proves that the genocide was planned and premeditated, and we so denounced it. We even filed actions of protection, and Judge Paz de la Vera had just signed it on the day the events took place. It says that prisoners were unhappy because that act was not complied with by the prison authorities. On the other hand, see our actions from the transfers of prisoners from their points of origin to Lima, their concentration in El Fronton, in British Pavilion, the January 15 struggle, death of Comrade Mauricia, the July 13, 1985 joint struggle to wrest away the consent agreement, El Acta, which was finalized, their willful non-compliance, up to the denouncement of the genocide, the series of judicial petitions we filed in court, such as the action for protection 3 months before the facts. Signed by Judge Paz de la Vera on the same day of the events. The attitude of judicial authorities and of the public ministry until the genocide was consummated. Let it be clear that our denunciations were not being heard because there was prejudice. Since the times of Belaunde, we were given the label of terrorists. The words of Vice Admiral G. Caffarata speak for itself, they are subhuman, insert the source and date. G. Caffarata speak for itself, they are subhuman, insert the source and date. In addition, we must transcribe the petitions and motions filed before the judges on behalf of the prisoners. Other matters. In order to acquit themselves from the genocide, the military blames everything on Garcia, and has no choice to release issues that are useful to us. Nicolini says the purpose was to do us propaganda, Flores Torres says it was for publicity, but then there is no connection between these answers and the facts. Abram Cavallerino says he didn't know that there was a civil war in the country, etc. As Garcia said, the national order is disturbed. We must go to a law dictionary, such as the one of Cabanillas, to define whether it is public order or national order. The fact is that the prisoners did not compromise the national security, and therefore, there was no justification to hand the matter over to the armed forces, for their annihilation. Analyze Articles 21 and 22 of Law Decree, DL, 217, Article 4 Section J of DL 117, Article 23 of DL 330. Who can determine that the armed forces enter a prison? That should have been handled as an internal order problem. Show how in Peru the state of emergency is the routine, and not an exception. Use what we studied at the second plenum, the international documents, the meeting with Siracusa. Unmask and denounce Garcia's petition to lift his own immunity, which was just another one of his poses, of his show-offs, of his demagoguery. Let's denounce those who did not attend the vote, in Congress, because they acted as accomplices trying to cover up the genocidal demagogue, and of the execrable and vile genocide itself, committed against communists, fighters, and revolutionary masses led by and identified with the Communist Party of Peru. There are rumors that these cowards were bribed. Investigate and prove. Gerardo Lopez, of Cambio 90, did not attend. State the facts and document the evidence. Besides, Let's show the collusion between opera with this government, Fujimori. In general, base the denunciations with solid and incriminating evidence based on law and facts. 1. Clear facts. 2. Published documents. And 3. Political situation of yesterday and today, both seek to annihilate the people's war. The process of the denunciation we filed, which they did not accept here, go through the motions in Costa Rica, take into account the parliamentary accusation, it must be shown clearly that here there is no chance to litigate in Peru, and appeal to the Commission of Human Rights in Costa Rica is necessary. Spread the information in the United States and in Europe, the necessary. Spread the information in the United States and in Europe, the political situations there provide some margin to do this, but not security. We should not be certain they will admit it either, but even if they reject the denunciation, we must use it to denounce the genocide before the people in our country and abroad. How to carry out the campaign in Peru? Our focus is the people's war, and aim for a great celebration of the day of heroism. The campaign here will last an entire year. Mention rights of the people, denounce the rotten nature of the old order, its old democracy, its old state and its human rights. Support the struggles for economic demands by the masses in function of conquering power, link it with the great process of people's war and explosiveness of the masses. Denounce how the Fujimori regime spread hunger on the proletariat and workers in general, it takes the lands of the peasants away, and all who protest are persecuted, repressed, jailed, murdered. Denounce the genocide perpetrated in the shining trenches of combat on June 1986, as part of the genocide against the entire people committed by Belaunde, Garcia, and now Fujimori. That is because the people's war is a continuation of the political struggles of the masses by other means. Mobilize the masses as much as possible for the campaign, linking it to their daily struggles, use clear and concise slogans. Plan the beginning of the campaign, special political situation in May, June, and July. Unmask and fight their human rights. Raise the subject of the rights of the people, let there be ideological and political struggles. Let our denunciation and acts be stunning ideologically and politically developed and useful to unite the people, aimed at building the united front of the revolution. Develop the campaign at all levels, party, people's army, new power, masses. Appeal to international organizations, jurists, Amnesty International, Red Cross, etc., provide them documentation. To develop and implement the plan, all organisms working in that front must develop and submit documents. What is reaction up to? Be alert, in May, June, July their situation will be difficult, and they need to hit us and hit the people. They need to show successes in their first year in government. They will seek to contain the explosiveness of the masses and as usual boasting on their final blow on the people's war. They will enhance their intelligence, but they need to hit us since in reality they have no new strategy. We must prevent and frustrate the blow they seek, so they cannot hit the people with impunity, and denounce them. Denounce also the genocide this government, Fujimori, is perpetrating, the most pro-imperialist yet, mercenary of Yankee imperialism, acting in collusion with revisionism and opportunism to contain the people's struggle, and annihilate the people's war, which today enters the strategic equilibrium. It is a genocide managed and led by Yankee imperialism, availed by the Fujimori regime, the armed forces and police, revisionism and all of reaction, so as to apply their plan, fetter the struggle of the masses, and annihilate the people's war. Actions must be well prepared, bold, and develop fully combat and resist, be ready to pay whatever quota, cost of war, is necessary, and toil so losses will be the minimum possible, developing adequately the plans. Another matter, it's almost 3 years since the death of Comrade Caesar and 5 years of Comrade Vasquez. Both of them were lawyers who tirelessly defended prisoners, and who give up their lives for a just cause. Let us remember them, and denounce the vile and sadist manner of the crime against the first one, and the disappearance of the other by police forces, Durkit. They are two heroes of the people. Denounce the rape of women, the students who were blown up, the mass slaughters of peasants, the armed forces policy of, steal everything, burn everything, and kill everybody. This regime, even less than the former ones, can claim to be defending or upholding human rights. The Fujimori regime is more discredited than the two prior ones, and has lost credibility in less time. It is our task to show the masses how they violate blatantly the rights and demo-bourgeois freedoms, and express openly fascist positions. Especially now, that mercenary of imperialism, mainly Yankee imperialism, the cunning and sneaky murderer Fujimori. May, 1991. PCP Central Committee. 1991, on the rectification campaign based on the study of the document Elections, No. People's War, Yes. Contents. 1. On the rectification campaign based on the study of the document Elections, No. People's War, Yes. 1.1i. How to study. Pay attention to analysis and synthesis. 1.22. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The celebration of its 25th anniversary. 1.33. The political situation. 1.44. The rectification campaign. 1.5b Conclusions. On the rectification campaign based on the study of the document Elections, No. People's War, Yes. Following is a speech given by PCP Chairman Gonzalo at an August 1991 meeting held in Peru in conjunction with the PCP's rectification campaign. AWTW. How to study. Pay attention to analysis and synthesis. Pay attention to analysis and to synthesis. They make up the two aspects of a contradiction, and of the two, synthesis is the principal aspect. Analysis allows us to separate things into their component elements in order to understand them better, but this is only one aspect, and the process of knowledge can never be reduced to analysis alone. It requires the other aspect, synthesis. Synthesis is what allows us to grasp the essence of knowledge. Without synthesis there can be no leap. Synthesis is principle, it is the aspect of a contradiction that leads to its resolution and allows us to grasp the objective law it embodies. This is an ideological question, part and parcel of the application of dialectical materialism, the Marxist theory of knowledge. In contrast, bourgeois idealist ideology isolates analysis from synthesis. According to the proletariat's ideology, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, these are two aspects of a single entity, and synthesis is principle because it gives rise to a higher level of knowledge, a qualitative change, a leap. There are two classic examples of this. One is the example of a clock. In order to understand how it works you have to dismantle it. That allows you to understand its components and their functions. But if you cannot put it together again, all you have is a pile of parts. Even if these parts were classified into groups you still would not have a clock. The other example is the development of natural science since the 15th century, which demonstrates in historical terms where the lack of synthesis leads. The tremendous development of sciences such as mathematics, astronomy, physics, etc., brought about an increased understanding of various aspects of nature, but this process also brought about the fracturing of science analytically, its division into different fields, and led to metaphysical theories. Even the 18th century, with its great scientific, materialist advances, produced metaphysical knowledge. Nevertheless, this process of fracturing and dividing knowledge into different fields laid the basis for a leap. It laid the foundation first for Hegel's idealist dialectics and later Marx's materialist dialectics. All this breaking apart of things meant there had to be a synthesis, a great condensation, and it prepared fertile ground for the development of dialectical materialism by Marx and Engels, principally Marx. The achievement. Dialectical materialism by Marx and Engels, principally Marx. The achievement of this historic milestone, the proletariat's world outlook, Marxist philosophy, dialectical materialism, was the result of a powerful process of synthesis. The same is true of the achievement represented by the recognition of contradiction as the essence of the proletariat's outlook, a leap of inexhaustible historical importance. Both examples show the need for synthesis, for a leap. So pay special attention to analysis and synthesis, principally synthesis. A problem has manifested itself in the course of the various contributions to the discussion. Taking things apart leads to a lot of talk about quotations, and in the discussion people talked about quotations from the document or reading quotations from Marx or grasping the quotations from the great proletarian cultural revolution. People fall into enumerating isolated quotations instead of applying them to current problems. Thus the failure to grasp the question of synthesis leads to another problem, a failure to grasp the proletariat's ideology as an integral whole, as Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. Even the way some people express themselves reveals this problem. One of the speeches only made 2 mentions of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, principally Maoism, whereas the document refers to Marxism-Leninism-Maoism again and again, from beginning to end. Another mentions humanities-only science, which is true, but this science has a name, Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, principally Maoism, and its creative application here, in this country, is Gonzalo thought. We have to get beyond merely grasping the facts. When a problem arises, we have to find out what causes it. This is an ideological question. In the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie as it presents itself in the ideological sphere, there is resistance, expressed as the predominance of bourgeois ideology over proletarian ideology at a particular moment in time. This phenomenon is part and parcel of the struggle between the two ideologies, a struggle which arises even more with new people who are still being trained. Hence bourgeois ideology must be destroyed in order to construct proletarian ideology. There can be no construction without destruction. The dead weight of tradition, old ideas, and ideological deviations is heavy. These things do not die out peacefully. Therefore transforming oneself requires enormous efforts. Human beings are practical, not contemplative, especially when they are striving to transform reality in the service of the proletariat and the people. This is why they can overcome that old, outworn ideology and take up the ideology of the proletariat, the only ideology that can enable them to understand and change the world in the interests of the class and the oppressed peoples. World in the interests of the class and the oppressed peoples. In study, the point is that there is a contradiction between analysis and synthesis, which gives rise to a leap in terms of knowledge. If this contradiction is not handled correctly, it will lead to problems in the overall handling of proletarian ideology. This is the root cause, in this sphere, of the failure to take the stand of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, principally Maoism, as the universal truth and outlook that unites the world's communists, and Gonzalo thought as specifically principle for communists here, for the Peruvian Revolution in particular. The stand that seeks to use isolated quotations to analyze the international situation, the political situation in the country, the party and its 3 magic weapons, or mass work, etc., is based on a failure to understand Marxism as an integral whole. In study, the failure to go beyond analysis and apply synthesis as the principal thing, the failure to make a leap, is a manifestation of bourgeois ideology. Our stand is that Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, principally Maoism, is the guide and center, the axis around which everything revolves. It is what allows us to understand things, deduce the laws that govern them, and thus transform nature, society, and ideas. The conclusion to be drawn is that remaining at the level of analysis leads to metaphysics. Synthesis leads to materialist dialectics. In the study of the document it brings us to Marxism, Marxism brings us to Leninism, and Leninism to Maoism. Of these 3, one is principle, Maoism. Moreover, Maoism leads us to Gonzalo thought, which is the universal truth specifically applied to the concrete reality of Peruvian society and the concrete conditions of today's class struggle. Synthesis allows us to understand the document and its Marxist character, to understand how the party evaluates Marxism today on the basis of the Marxist-Leninist-Maoist, Gonzalo thought thesis that Maoism is a new, third, and higher stage. All of us, communists, fighters and masses, must train ourselves in the ideology of the proletariat, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought. 2. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The celebration of its 25th anniversary. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution was Chairman Mao's greatest achievement and represents an enormous contribution to the world proletarian revolution. It resolved what had been a pending question regarding socialism, the continuation of the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat in its unstoppable march towards communism. The question has been definitively settled, and now we communists have the answer: we shall continue the revolution under the conditions of socialist society by means of proletarian cultural revolutions. The essence of the problem, seen in perspective, is to change people's souls, to transform their ideology, so that they personify Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, principally Maoism. Only in this way can we prevent the restoration of capitalism and march forward to communism. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution is a basic issue for Maoism. If we don't thoroughly grasp that Maoism is a new, third, and higher stage, we won't understand anything. It's that simple, because as we know very well, today to be a Marxist means being a Marxist-Leninist Maoist, principally Maoist. The theory of the Cultural Revolution is rooted in Marx himself, since it was he who pointed out that the transition from capitalism to communism would require permanent revolution throughout a period of proletarian dictatorship. He conceived of this indispensable and necessary revolution as a series of successive great leaps. It is also rooted in Lenin, who envisaged and encouraged a cultural revolution. But it was Chairman Mao who answered this great unresolved question of how to continue the revolution and carried it out in practice, who led it and developed it as the greatest political event humanity has ever seen. The problem was unresolved, though many great struggles took place, until 1966, when the Chinese proletariat and people found a way, under the personal leadership of Chairman Mao at the head of the glorious Communist Party of China. This was an earth-shaking event. For us this is even more vitally important today, since the so-called defeat of socialism that has been so loudly proclaimed is linked to the question of how socialism develops and how the dictatorship of the proletariat is defended. What has failed is revisionism, not socialism. Revisionism continued along the evil road of capitalist restoration until it sank so deep into the rot that it finally went under. From Khrushchev to the infamous Gorbachev in the USSR, and in China. Under. From Khrushchev to the infamous Gorbachev in the USSR, and in China, from the rise of Deng Xiaoping in 1976 until today, the revisionists usurped the dictatorship of the proletariat, restored capitalism, and destroyed socialism. Revisionism refers to the political leadership of capitalist restoration, to the negative aspect of the process of restoration and counter-restoration which the class must go through until it seizes power once and for all. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution represents the most encouraging and highest point in this worldwide process of struggle between revolution and counter-revolution, between restoration and counter-restoration, in the development of socialism. The fact that it lasted only until 1976, when Deng Xiaoping's counter-revolutionary revisionist coup d'état restored capitalism, in no way negates the Cultural Revolution nor its necessity. In fact, this restoration confirms what Chairman Mao himself said, that in the struggle between capitalism and socialism, in the life and death struggle between restoration and counter-restoration, the question of who will win out has not yet been decided, and that the class struggle will continue until final victory, until communism. Between 1966 and 1976 the Cultural Revolution was a practical, concrete reality. That is incontestable. The whole world saw it. So now proletarian cultural revolution is a settled question. In 1848 Marx said that political power must be seized by means of violence. Though he did not live to see it happen, nor did he carry it out in practice, he gave us the solution: the proletariat had to seize power through revolutionary violence and exercise the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the same way Chairman Mao provided the solution to continuing the socialist revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and furthermore, he did carry it out in practice. Because we have had this experience, we know what to do. Without underestimating the importance of the Paris Commune in 1871 as the first milestone in the process of the seizure of political power by the proletariat, we should recall that Marx himself foresaw that it was doomed to failure because there was no communist party to lead it. Nevertheless, he said it was impermissible to allow the morale of the proletariat to be undermined, no matter how many leaders might fall, and he supported and defended the Commune. Despite its importance as the first milestone, the Paris Commune cannot be compared to the carrying out of the Cultural Revolution, which is a milestone of a far higher quality. Furthermore, while the former lasted only about 2 months, the latter spanned more than 10 years, and under the leadership of Chairman Mao and the Communist Party of China it brought hundreds of millions of people into motion. Between these two milestones there is the October Revolution led by Lenin, the creator of the first dictatorship of the proletariat and the world's first socialist country, and the Chinese Democratic Revolution, also led by Chairman Mao, which achieved victory in 1949. Of these 4 great and glorious milestones in the seizure of political power and the building of socialism, in the establishment and defense of the dictatorship of the proletariat, under the class leadership of the international proletariat, the highest and most developed milestone to date is the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The general political line of our party, the Communist Party of Peru, holds that in its march to communism the Peruvian Revolution must pass through 3 revolutions, the Democratic Revolution, the Socialist Revolution, and not one but several cultural revolutions, and that all of these, from the first, constitute one single, uninterrupted march towards communism. We must thoroughly grasp this point exactly because today, 25 years after the Cultural Revolution, we can see in it our future, and even more so because it was in the course of the Cultural Revolution that Maoism lit up the world and became a new, third, and higher stage of Marxism, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism. Let us celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The document Elections, No. People's War, Yes. Examines the principles laid down by Chairman Mao for that glorious revolution, and thus places before us the central issues in celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The opinions that have been expressed here have referred to the Cultural Revolution and its essence, to transform people's souls, but we should understand it in terms of what's been laid out here. We should get in the habit of studying in order to apply, in order to draw practical conclusions regarding current political problems. This leads us to our third subject. 3. The political situation. The political practice of the proletariat is to take documents, political line, and party directives and apply them to the current political situation. We study with an eye to applying it, to resolving burning problems. Otherwise we would fall into bookishness and parroting, a bourgeois, idealist and metaphysical method. Thus we should analyze the current class struggle in light of the 4 sections of this document. We should take a look from every angle at the ideas that are before us now and that the Central Committee must settle. In the first part, Crucial Elections for the Reactionaries, what is the document getting at? It lays out the international and national context. Regarding the international class struggle, we hold that today we are witnessing a counter-revolutionary general offensive. Looking back at the party's positions, in 1985, when Gorbachev initiated his perestroika, we put forward that there was a new counter-revolutionary offensive headed principally by Gorbachev and Deng Xiaoping. Later, in May 1990, in the document we are presently studying, we referred to an offensive against Marxism which has been intensifying and converging with the offensive unleashed by the imperialists who are once again trumpeting the supposed obsolescence of Marxism. Thus there is both contention and collusion, and in this case principally collusion, in a sinister onslaught against Marxism-Leninism, Maoism. To summarize, a convergent offensive by imperialism and revisionism, in collusion and contention. Events since then have confirmed that this analysis was and continues to be correct. But wouldn't it be relevant to conclude that we are witnessing a counter-revolutionary general offensive? Why do we say this? Because everyone is attacking revolution, democratic revolution, and socialist revolution, attacking revolutionary violence, people's war, attacking the Communist Party, attacking socialism and the dictatorship of the proletariat, attacking the goal, communism. They claim that facts have demonstrated that socialism is no longer valid, that it no longer exists, that it has failed. But we must remind them that in the 1950s there was a socialist camp, that the victory of the Chinese Revolution brought about a shift in the correlation of forces in the world, and that never has any system been able to bring about such a rapid and profound transformation of a rotten capitalist and feudalist base as happened in the USSR and China. Socialism unfolded in the USSR under Lenin and Comrade Stalin until the revisionist Khrushchev usurped political power. The situation was similar in revisionist Khrushchev usurped political power. The situation was similar in China, where socialism lasted until 1976 when Deng unleashed a counter-revolutionary coup d'état following the death of Chairman Mao. If we count from 1848, when the fundamentals of socialism were first laid out by Marx and Engels, just two people, in the Immortal Communist Manifesto, or from 1917, when socialism was first realized in practice, we can see that socialism is still young, it has only existed for a short time. Today it continues to exist as an experience, it is alive in the world's communists and revolutionaries. It exists as an ideology, as a body of politics, as a theory and a practice, and it also lives in us, the communists and revolutionaries of Peru. Thus we are talking about a counter-revolutionary general offensive aimed at thwarting revolution as the main historical and political trend in today's world. Who is attacking revolution? Both the imperialists and the revisionists. But of the two, Yankee imperialism is principal. They are heading up this offensive, in an attempt to establish themselves as the sole hegemonic superpower in their contention with the other superpower, Russia, and the other imperialist powers. This offensive is being unfolded principally by Yankee imperialism, the principal hegemonistic power. It is a general offensive for two reasons, because it is being unleashed everywhere by the world's imperialists, revisionists, and reactionaries, and because it is occurring in every sphere, the ideological, political, and economic spheres, though it is centered on politics. We must grapple with this very seriously, analyze it and grasp it well, just as we should with every question. The point is to understand reality in order to ascertain the laws that govern it, and to use these laws to transform reality in the interests of the world's proletariat and peoples. Here we should note that this is not the final offensive. This is an important distinction. It is a counter-revolutionary general offensive. Generally speaking, a final offensive refers to the last part of the strategic offensive of a revolution. Revolution goes through three stages, in political and military terms, and of course politics guide military matters and is the principal of the two. These stages are the strategic defensive, strategic equilibrium, and the strategic offensive. We hold that we are witnessing the strategic offensive of the world revolution. We do not say that the final offensive is taking place today. Furthermore, we view the strategic offensive of the world revolution as a protracted process, not something brief, consisting of twists and turns and even setbacks. What we are referring to here is not revolution but counter-revolution, a counter-revolutionary general offensive aimed at thwarting the development of the world proletarian revolution. Another point that must be noted is that despite all their bombast, their economic assaults, their unfounded mudslinging and wild attacks, they are doomed to defeat. Since we know that revolution can run up against restoration and even be reversed, the fact that we are facing a counter-revolutionary general offensive should not surprise us. Instead we should analyze it so as to deal with it and defeat it. Attacks on Marxism have always heralded its further development and advance. Let us recall what we put forward in 1979, 15 billion years of matter in motion, the part of this process we know about, have given rise to the irresistible march to communism. This is the reality, so let us grasp this law and apply it. Our goal of communism is not some idea unrelated to this material process, it is a part of it. Communism arises from this process and constitutes its future, it is part and parcel of the unfolding of this material process and is an expression of matter's irrepressible motion. No other class has a future like the proletariat. The bourgeoisie was a revolutionary class once, but it became historically obsolete. It is lashing out wildly like any cornered beast, seeking to make its own inevitable destruction more costly. It knows it is finished, that it is an unburied corpse, but even at the foot of its open grave it resists burial at the hands of the proletariat. The final monster, imperialism, ill-begotten child of the bourgeoisie and oppressor of the world's peoples, must be swept off the face of the earth together with revisionism and world reaction. It falls to us, the proletariat and the people, to bury it. From the historical viewpoint, this task is necessary and it falls to us to carry it out. We must be absolutely convinced that we shall smash the bourgeoisie and bury imperialism along with all its partners and flunkies. In the first part of the document, where it takes up the political situation in Peru, it refers to the question of legitimization. In several meetings since the Congress we have analyzed this concept put forward by Yankee imperialism in the context of their thesis of low-intensity warfare. This is an important question for us and we need to ask what they have achieved. The answer is they have achieved nothing. Fujimori has not gained the slightest legitimacy from the elections, not only because of the reactionary and comical character of elections in Peru but also because he didn't get many votes. Instead, these elections put his legitimacy into question, since the number of people who abstained, 27%, was greater than the number who voted for him, 24.6%, in the first round and far below the 50% plus one required by the Constitution. In the second round, even with the help of the Opera Party, the United Left and the Socialist Left, the best. With the help of the Opera Party, the United Left and the Socialist Left, the best he could do was a plurality. His actions have hurt this legitimacy even more. Everything he has done has been directed against the people, which is natural since he is a representative of the big bourgeoisie, principally the compradors, and of the landlords as a whole, and is the most obsequiously pro-Yankee imperialist president the country has ever seen and the most rabid enemy of the People's War, in short, a genocidal national traitor. He has been delegitimized and thoroughly unmasked at a dizzying pace. The people feel that there is no right nor reason for so much evil, for so much oppression, and the People's War strengthens this understanding. The systematic violations of the people's human rights, Fujimori's genocidal policies following in the footsteps of Belaunde and Garcia, the facts cannot be covered up because the people have experienced them personally. The reappearance of mass graves, the slaughter of the sons and daughters of the people, the cowardly murder of the fighters and their families, with absolute impunity, the take-no-prisoners policy in this war, these things cannot be hidden from the people because it is the people who have endured them. The monstrous crimes committed against the families and the masses who marched on the 5th anniversary of the Day of Heroism in the public plazas and the shanty towns of Lima, armed only with banners and slogans, how can they cover up the massacre at San Gabriel? Can they deny that Fujimori offered his congratulations to the soldiers who committed it? The protests that occurred when a university student and two poor youth were killed for carrying knapsacks, can they be disregarded and the murderers once again be shielded? The genocide committed against tribal communities, the genocidal armed forces' use of peasants as cannon fodder, the free hand given to the paramilitary ronderos to commit all sorts of crimes, how can all this legitimize the Fujimori government? The brutal wage cuts, the total neglect of the people's education and health care by the cholera government, the systematic denial of the people's rights and the gains won by the proletariat and people, the continuous and growing repression against the masses, the introduction of land mortgages and usury and the current concentration of land ownership principally through expropriating the poor peasants, the starvation of millions of people cast into the starkest poverty, the profound economic recession that has reduced the income of the Peruvian masses to levels unseen for decades, the destruction of national resources and the wholesale auctioning off of the country to imperialism, etc., etc., can all this legitimize the Fujimori government? On the contrary, the Fujimori government has become utterly exposed in less than a year. In summation, in studying the first part of this document we should consider, 1. In summation, in studying the first part of this document we should consider, 1. The vicious counter-revolutionary general offensive. 2. The growing delegitimization of the Fujimori government and the rotten Peruvian state. In the second part, the political crisis deepens and the contradictions escalate, we should focus on the process of bureaucrat capitalism. Our party's thesis of bureaucrat capitalism is that it is the mode, the form, that capitalism assumes in backward semi-feudal and semi-colonial countries such as ours. This process is linked to the country's historical development. In 18th century Peru capitalism developed only in the most embryonic way. This process picked up speed in the mid-19th century, when the country was subjugated by British imperialism and suffered the consequences of the war with Chile. After 1895 bureaucrat capitalism underwent three periods, 1. From 1895 to 1945, centered in the 1920s. This is the period of the development of bureaucrat capitalism. 2. From 1945 to 1980, centered in the 1960s and 1970s, following the 1968 corporatist, fascist coup by Velasco. This is the period of the deepening of bureaucrat capitalism. The party put forward that the fascist coup was meant to fulfill three objectives: first, deepen bureaucrat capitalism; second, restructure Peruvian society; and third, prevent a revolution in Peru. Obviously they were not able to completely succeed in any of their objectives, although they laid a certain basis. The most devastating proof of their failure was the initiation of the armed struggle in 1980. Thus began the third period, the destruction of bureaucrat capital, which continues today. Bureaucrat capitalism was critically ill from birth. Today it has entered a general crisis and is approaching its doom. But if one examines the development of bureaucrat capitalism, one can see that within the various periods there are sub-periods. For example, within the first period there was a prologue, a preparatory phase. Then in the 1920s there was another phase, which laid the foundations for bureaucrat capitalism's development, only to be followed by a collapse. When the level of development that had been sought could not be achieved, that drove the country into crisis and led to a greater decline. Historical facts show this to be the case. During the second period, the period of the deepening of bureaucrat capitalism, once again there was a preparatory phase or prologue, a phase of building up the basis for development, and finally another crisis leading to an even worse collapse. In the third period, the destruction of bureaucrat capitalism, which began in 1980, yet again there has been a prologue, a long and muddled phase of 1980, yet again there has been a prologue, a long and muddled phase of preparing conditions, extending into the 90s. Today they are laying the foundations for carrying out neoliberal policies, and blabber about how they are carrying out a revolution, but just as in bureaucrat capitalism's two previous periods, this phase of building up foundations during the third period will inevitably lead to another crisis, which will in turn give rise to an even more disastrous collapse. In order to differentiate between the second and third periods, we should emphasize that the state served as the main economic lever during the second period, while today they seek to have non-state enterprises play this role. History shows that this building up of a foundation does bring some results, but that it also leads to deeper crisis. All this demonstrates that today, in its third period, bureaucrat capitalism is in the midst of a general crisis in the ideological, political, and economic spheres. This situation has been becoming increasingly critical since 1974, and there is no way they can overcome it. The state is falling apart politically. The president governs by decree, abusing the powers granted by Article 211, paragraph 20, of their constitution. The parliament cannot fulfill its assigned function as a legislative body, and the judiciary, ridiculed even by Fujimori and cut off from all funding, is increasingly at the mercy of the president's beck and call. Furthermore, the laws themselves, such as the recent new penal code, are becoming increasingly fascistic. Every day is witness to new signs of fascism and fascistic positions. In the ideological sphere, they, like their imperialist masters, are staggering under the burden of an increasingly rotten and futureless ideology. Their only remaining option is to raise the banner of the 18th and early 19th century, liberalism. That banner was already a tattered rag by the time of the First World War and today is long outmoded. These people are stubborn, but they have no future, while socialism has already proved that it has a brilliant future. Capitalism is a corpse, and like many corpses it needs burying. Thus, ideologically, politically, and economically they are sinking into a deeper and deeper general crisis and are being demolished by people's war day by day. The government faces an increasingly difficult situation, the most complicated and difficult situation Peru has ever known. They cannot handle it. Whatever measures they may adopt will lead to only the most fleeting improvement and complete bankruptcy. The main instrument of their destruction is the people's war based on the class struggle of the masses of people. It is important to indicate bureaucrat capitalism's three periods and the specific character of each, especially the last period. This is what permits us to understand that they can never succeed in carrying out the three tasks faced by. Understand that they can never succeed in carrying out the three tasks faced by the Peruvian reactionaries and their imperialist masters, principally Yankee imperialism, to kickstart bureaucrat capitalism, restructure the state and wipe out the people's war. These tasks are historically and politically impossible. Even the reactionaries in Peru are saying that the Fujimori government is accomplishing nothing, that it is simply stumbling from failure to failure. This is only a part of the truth, because the problems that it increasingly faces are inevitable. They are the concrete reality of the bureaucrat road of the exploiters, the big bourgeoisie and big landowners and imperialism. They are the embodiment of a law, the law that the development of bureaucrat capitalism ripens the conditions for revolution, and the revolution, with the development of people's war, accelerates and grows more powerful, bringing the countrywide seizure of political power closer. This second part of the document also takes up the special local elections. There has already been a lot of the usual prattle about them, as the kept hens of the press start their predictable clucking, but they cannot hide reality. Today the armed forces not only vote, they directly appoint local officials. As their Kang Alo document says, they will continue to do so. The truth is coming out. They used to brag about what they called the triumph of democracy, but today they have to admit that there are over 400 districts where there are no local officials whatsoever. So much for their democracy. Furthermore, even though they cannot provide protection for candidates standing for local office, they refuse to allow these candidates to withdraw. This is what happened with the United Left candidates in Ayacucho. In Junin, they have put forward the ringleaders of their paramilitary forces as candidates. Therefore, for this rotten system, elections are no more than a means to continue exploiting and oppressing the people. That is why the party's tactic of boycotting elections is good. It develops the tendency of the people to turn against elections and serves the people's war. The third part of the document, the boycott, develops the people's tendency to turn against elections and serves the development of the people's war, centers on the advances that refute the slanders hurled against us in 1989, and emphasizes the evaluation made by the Second Plenum of the Central Committee, that in 1989 the People's War won a big victory with the establishment of open people's committees, and in 1990 it achieved strategic equilibrium. All it took was a simple phrase, "Hail the strategic equilibrium." And the reactionaries and revisionists began to tremble and gnash their teeth. Almost all of them have shouted themselves hoarse trying to deny it. They have. Almost all of them have shouted themselves hoarse trying to deny it. They have even unleashed bloody and pointless military operations against us, venting their fury on the masses, as always, trying to prove that there is no strategic equilibrium. Why are they in such a mortal panic? Because the old order is about to die and be buried. The party has always made good on its word. We have always done what we said we would. We said we were going to initiate the armed struggle, and we did in 1980. Today we are embarking on the seizure of power countrywide. We have proclaimed strategic equilibrium and defined it concretely, and given it greater emphasis than ever before. Strategic equilibrium and the preparation of the counteroffensive means, for the enemy, striving to recapture their lost positions in order to save their system. For us it means preparing for the strategic offensive by organizing the seizure of state power. We have to grasp this well in order to deal with it increasingly well in practice. We have to thoroughly examine the question of strategic equilibrium, not only in terms of Chairman Mao's teachings but also in terms of the specific form it will take here in our country. Furthermore, we should see how the third campaign to advance in the development of base areas, a part of the overall great plan for developing base areas to seize political power, is a product of the whole process of 11 years of People's War. The importance of the third campaign is that it successfully concludes the plan to advance and is therefore the link to a new plan. In short, the completion of this third campaign in May, June, and July has been magnificent. Never before has the People's War, principally in the countryside and complementarily in the cities, penetrated so deeply nor risen to such heights. All of us, at all levels, should feel a great joy at having served wholeheartedly in such a far-reaching task. A few bricks and then a few more bricks all joined together make a solid wall. Let traitors try and negate it. If they do so, it is because of their class interests and in order to fill their own pockets, no matter how badly the Peruvian reactionaries and the imperialists pay them. We are very well acquainted with the reality we have personally experienced and created. So we in the party, the People's Guerrilla Army, the new political power and the masses understand the great achievements of this heroic People's War. Is the People's War having an impact? There is clear evidence that it is. For example, for the first time now there is debate in the U.S. Senate about the People's War in Peru. The reverberations of the People's War are reaching into the very lair of world reaction. This is not the main sign, but it is an important one. Meanwhile, in Peru, some people are building ultra-modern castles in the air. Meanwhile, in Peru, some people are building ultra-modern castles in the air. They include the genocidal national traitor Fujimori, the butchers General Malca, Minister of the Interior, and General Torres Asiego, Minister of Defense, dyed-in-the-wool pro-Yankee elements like Minister of Economics Bologna, groveling social climbers such as Bernals, Tapia, Gonzalez, etc. These people, all obsequious flunkies for imperialism and the exploiting classes, are begging for imperialist aid, mainly from the US, and imagine that it will lead to the defeat of the People's War. They try and use the very advances of the People's War as an argument for why the imperialists should readmit Peru into the world financial community and defend the ultra-reactionary Peruvian state. In the US, the opening moves for next year's elections are taking place, and Bush is going all out to be re-elected. In the Middle East he won some ragged success, a victory that was good enough though everyone knows that he did not fulfill his goals. We put it this way because committing a cowardly and bullying assault against a people cannot be considered much of an achievement, especially today when every struggle of the peoples of the world for their liberation is a component part of the world revolution. We are fully conscious of Saddam Hussein's class limitations. Still, this was Yankee imperialism's victory. Moreover, they embarked on the war in the Gulf in order to give their economy a boost, but it did not turn out as they expected and they are continuing to suffer serious economic difficulties in relation to the other imperialist powers. This does not, however, mean that they are no longer an imperialist superpower. Further, Bush declared a war on drugs, and here, again, he is running up against the people, because just as his attempts to deal with their economic problems by raising taxes and reducing spending on social programs have given rise to resistance by the people of the US, so also his war against drugs is bringing him up against the poorest and most exploited masses, especially the oppressed minorities, and again he has had little success. This war on drugs is closely linked to the fight against the People's War in Peru and the class struggle in the Andean region, and this has its repercussions in U.S. political affairs. Thus we must conclude that this matter will not be over in September, when in order for USA to be unfrozen the Peruvian government must comply with an anti-drug treaty stipulating, among other things, its respect for human rights, which this government systematically violates. The People's War in Peru has become an electoral issue, and we find it very interesting that its repercussions are being felt in their Congress. In addition, this is a contributing factor to the struggle being waged by our comrades of the Revolutionary Communist Party, USA, and the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, and unites us further, as does the carrying out of a common campaign against imperialism, principally Yankee. Carrying out of a common campaign against imperialism, principally Yankee imperialism, under the slogan Yankee Go Home. This is another example of the achievements and impact of the third campaign. The fourth part of the document, elections, no. People's War, yes, is the main one. Here we lay out our criteria for how to evaluate Marxism today. We examine the basic theses of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, principally Maoism, in 4 fields, and reaffirm our principles. There is even an exposition of how we understand it as an integral whole, taking up, in ascending order and proportionally, the contributions made by Marx, the greater contributions made by Lenin, and the much greater contributions made by Chairman Mao, which also shows the development of Maoism as a new, third, and higher stage. A first and most timely conclusion to be drawn, in order to develop the world proletarian revolution, demolish imperialism and international reaction, and smash revisionism, it is decisive to uphold, defend, and apply Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. This is the heart of the matter. In the 1960s, Maoism was called our most powerful weapon, our atomic bomb, an unbeatable weapon. Today we should be even more aware of Maoism's historic importance, its invincibility, that Marxism is all-powerful because it is true. This is the decisive factor, on which everything else depends and from which everything else flows. If we were to stray from Maoism, the revolution would suffer, but they would never be able to stop the revolution because Marxism, Leninism, Maoism would assert itself anew to take the lead. What we need principally is Maoism, and we need to raise its banner very high, higher and higher. This means that we have to defend it and not just uphold it. We raise banners to defend them, but the principal thing is to apply it. Why should we uphold, defend, and apply Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, principally Maoism? In order to advance the world proletarian revolution. Revolution is the main trend in the world today. There is no future for humanity without the complete and total victory of the revolution, in other words, communism. Therefore the question is how to advance the world revolution, and that means carrying it out, making revolution. As has been pointed out, the question is not how many of us there are but how determined we are to do it. In 1848 there was just Marx and Engels. Today, 143 years later, there are millions of us around the world. Then we had nothing, today we have 2 glorious and tremendously rich historical experiences that live on in the proletariat and peoples, in us, and once again we must emphasize that the restoration of capitalism does not negate the fact that revolution is the main trend. The reactionaries may dream of refuting this fact, but in vain, because the trend. The reactionaries may dream of refuting this fact, but in vain, because the world proletarian revolution is advancing and we are part of that advance. It is true that this advance comes at a price that must be paid in blood, but what does not? Without the blood shed by communists and revolutionaries around the world we would not be here. We need Maoism to demolish imperialism and international reaction and sweep them off the face of the earth. No matter how much rubbish they throw at us, in the end we will bury them and all their debris along with them. There is no way to stop this great historical house cleaning. We also need Maoism to smash revisionism. Imperialism and revisionism will go down the drain together, but you can't fight imperialism without fighting revisionism. We reaffirm Maoism's decisive importance. We are absolutely convinced, untroubled by the slightest doubt, much less paralyzed. We, the communists, the class, the revolutionaries, are optimists, and nothing can stop us. All this brings us to the slogan "Beat back the counter-revolutionary general offensive." This must be our watchword. We should also draw a second conclusion: we must concretize a task we have already agreed upon, create public opinion and unleash deep-going ideological work among the masses. Let's carry out this task resolutely and immediately. Marxism teaches the importance of agitation and propaganda. Marx's words have flowered all over the world, in almost every language. Lenin taught that no matter how much time may pass between the sowing and reaping, propaganda always bears magnificent fruit. Chairman Mao said that both sides, the reaction and the revolution, need to create public opinion. They need to create public opinion against revolution in order to perpetuate exploitation, while we need to create public opinion in order to use revolutionary violence to seize and defend political power. Without winning public opinion for the revolution, we cannot seize power. We have a glorious ideology, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, principally Maoism, the most powerful weapon in the world today. We have its creative application, Gonzalo thought. So let's arm minds, arm more and more minds, and do it more and more thoroughly. Win over people's minds and their hands will be armed. It is not for nothing that our party has always had a reputation for being strong on politics, because politics is nothing but the concrete application of ideology in politics, because politics is nothing but the concrete application of ideology in the struggle to seize political power. Today our ideology is under attack from all sides and in every sphere, and these attacks will mount. But they are afraid to confront us directly. In a straight-on ideological debate with Marxism they could only lose. The bourgeoisie's critique does not go beyond wild assertions and baseless epithets. What do they have to counterpose to Marxism, Leninism, Maoism? The new bourgeois ideologues are ephemeral. For example, Fukuyama, whose star seemed to shine so brightly for a little while and then flickered and went out like a match. He denied that there is any development in history and proclaimed the death of ideology. Actually, he especially proclaimed the death of the ideology of the proletariat and excluded the ideology of the bourgeoisie from this fate because imperialism had supposedly prevailed as an economic and political system. But history and ideology continue to do battle, driven by the class struggle. His ravings have smashed up against history and the battles have continued between the ideologies of different classes, whether it be Arab fundamentalists, with their religion, neoliberals, neo-positivists and fascists, with their various forms of bourgeois ideology, or us, the communists, including in the People's War led by the Communist Party of Peru, with our scientific ideology, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism. Thus once again the bourgeoisie's ranting and pseudo-theories blow away like smoke in the wind. Lately they have been going back to Joseph de Maistre, which is truly ludicrous. Even Usler Pietri, whose work was awarded a prize by the King of Spain, says de Maistre was the enemy of everything progressive, which of course he was, since he was a die-hard papist fanatic. By wrapping itself in the cloak of its most backward theoreticians, all the bourgeoisie is doing is reinfecting itself with its own pustulence. Lacking any fresh blood with which to reinvigorate their rotten corpse, the bourgeoisie and reaction in general can only fill their veins with more and more poisonous pus. How should we respond to their ideological attacks? We must thoroughly expose them, rip off their fraudulent and stinking cover, and confront them with Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, principally Maoism, applied to concrete reality. Marxism is the only scientifically true ideology. It can move mountains, change the world and set it right side up. Idealism can only stand reality on its head. Marx said that philosophy had been enchained, snatched away from the masses, entangled in words and cobwebs to hide it from the masses. We should liberate philosophy and give it back to the masses. We have to wield our philosophy by mobilizing the masses. Creating public opinion is a matter of mobilizing the masses. Let them be agitators and propagandists. Let's launch a mass movement. Masses, let them be agitators and propagandists. Let's launch a mass movement to educate the masses in Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, principally Maoism, and in Gonzalo thought. The necessity for this has been a basic Marxist teaching since the beginning, and the great proletarian cultural revolution was a living and glorious example of mobilizing the masses with Marxist-Leninist Maoist ideology in order to continue building socialism under the dictatorship of the proletariat, to persist in revolution and not allow its fruits to be snatched away, to defend the revolution. Mobilize the masses in an immense and profound theoretical, ideological movement, with the ideas of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought. Liberate them from this feudal, bourgeois, pro-imperialist muck that makes them see the world upside down. Let philosophy out of the desk drawer, liberate it from the hands of book worshippers and phony academic institutions and take it to the masses, to the day-to-day class struggle, to the people. They have been robbed of their soul, reclaim it and give it back to them so that they no longer let themselves be fooled. Philosophy and science do not belong to the erudite but to the masses. Today the masses are becoming increasingly dialectical, but this must be made conscious, so that they consciously employ the laws of dialectics and apply the law of contradiction with a full understanding of what it means and apply it to nature, society, and ideas. The masses are capable of this achievement because they are the makers of history and the creators of everything. Furthermore, all knowledge arises from practice. Above all, human beings change things, in their daily social practice, and it is through this process of changing things that they learn and understand. This understanding acquired in practice is again returned to practice, giving rise to further changes, to development, advance, and transformations, but since everything bears the stamp of one class or another, this practice, this knowledge, these transformations will also have a class character, for or against the proletariat and the people. The source of all knowledge is practice, the transforming historical action of the masses, of humanity. At any given time in history it is through social practice that the masses arm their minds with the ideas corresponding to that time and therefore arm their hands to realize the tasks assigned by history. Study is an indispensable complement to this process. People enter into action within a particular class context and in the interests of a particular class, and this gives rise to ideas, to ideology. Their organized action leads to social transformation, an advance for the majority of people. Engels teaches us to hammer home ideas with actions. We in the party have been applying this approach since the 1970s, and we should persist in it. How, then, can we arm the masses with the ideology and practice of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism? Gonzalo thought. The masses become ideologically armed. Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought. The masses become ideologically armed by dealing with the concrete problems they face in the ideological, political, and economic spheres, on the basis of our work of raising their level and of popularization. As part of evaluating the experience of the rectification campaign launched by the first plenum of the Central Committee, we should take up the question of raising standards and popularization. In this we should distinguish between leadership and cadre on the one hand and basic party members on the other, and among different levels of party organization, that is, the party's membership, the people's guerrilla army and the mass organizations generated by the party, as well as among the different mass organizations fighting alongside us. Among the advantages at its disposal, the reaction has many means of information. Its highly developed mass media system includes newspapers, magazines, radio and television stations, etc. We don't have all that, but we can count on an unbeatable resource, the fact that the masses are the makers of history. Knowledge arises from practice, and practice is what the masses do. We've said that the masses must be trained as agitators and propagandists. It is they who fight and resist. They know how to do all that because they have always done it, and therefore they can do this as well. What should be our method? The spoken word. The oral method is readily at hand, and it allows us to go lower and deeper among the masses. It allows a more flexible approach since it can be adapted to the particular audience: peasants, workers, students, intellectuals, soldiers, shopkeepers, etc. It is more flexible and tactical, within, of course, the context of an overall strategy. We should also employ the printed word, using clear and simple language, and fight with the pen as well as with the sword. We should use graphics, which are especially good, for example, for illiterate peasants. We should use all the modern methods we can get our hands on, without forgetting that the spoken word is the principal method because it is the most accessible to the masses of people. To reiterate, since we serve the masses and wield the spoken word, which doesn't cost a penny, we have all the tactical means we need. For example, we should encourage people to express their grievances. All you need is that a group of people recount their experiences with increasing oppression and exploitation. If just one person starts, another will follow, and soon they will all feel the explosive strength of their anger. This spurs people on and moves them to take action against the causes of exploitation and against the oppressors. We should encourage different groups of people in many different places to express their grievances so that their words join together like a raging hurricane. One person alone is weak, but many people join together make up a mighty force. Another alone is weak, but many people join together make up a mighty force. Another form of written mass propaganda is database. Chairman Mao taught that these wall writings are very effective for democracy. The masses don't even need paper, they can write on the walls with chalk, coal, or paint if they have any, using big letters to write simple phrases to say what their demands are, what forms of struggle to use, which experiences are positive and which are negative, how they evaluate their leaders. This is an expression of mass democracy. It is the complete opposite of phony bourgeois democracy, which is so highly touted but democratic only for the rulers and exploiters and not for the people. When the masses think and act, they have an inexhaustible strength and can make contributions in every field: politics, military affairs, economics, the arts, and sciences. Let's keep developing people's democracy. Let the masses discuss plans and evaluate their implementation as the soldiers do in the people's guerrilla army. This will lead to a better understanding, greater unity, and more powerful action. Let the masses show their abilities as agitators and propagandists in the midst of democracy. A great mass ideological movement needs the leadership of the party, because the party is the most conscious element, as long as it grasps, wields, and applies Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought, the laws that govern revolution and politics, in other words the laws of the class struggle for political power, of people's war as the principal form of struggle. Without the party the masses couldn't even be equipped with a plan, and it is indispensable that the party lead them with a good plan. We know that a plan is an ideological form, and the party's plan is an expression of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought. Once the plan is formulated, the party has to set the various organizations into motion, because a political line cannot become a material force without organizational forms to put it into concrete practice. These forms can be party organizations, the army, the organizations generated by the party, organs of political power, or organizations created by the lowest and deepest layers of the masses. Let the masses carry out this great ideological mobilization to uphold, defend, and apply Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, principally Maoism, as the universal truth, and Gonzalo thought, as specifically principle for us as its creative application to our conditions, and let armed actions drive these ideas home. Thus only the Communist Party can lead this great process of mass agitation and propaganda. As Chairman Mao taught, as long as there are masses and a party, all sorts of miracles can be accomplished. For the rectification campaign. At this meeting today we are implementing the decision of the second plenum of the Central Committee. Our duty was to carry forward the rectification campaign, and the duty of the lower organizations, party members, fighters, activists, and masses was to carry it out. Right now we are bringing this campaign to its culmination. We have studied elections, no. People's war, yes, individually and collectively, debated it and applied it. From what has been said so far, certain observations can be made regarding these discussions. The main problem is how to apply the study of this document to the current political situation. We communists learn to do study in order to apply it, otherwise we would be worshipping books instead of using Marxism to solve burning problems. Abstract study is metaphysical, idealist and bourgeois. We aren't pragmatists, either. We don't study for narrowly utilitarian reasons like the imperialists and vulgar materialists. We study theory in order to apply it in practice and transform reality, to change the world in the interests of the class and the people. So the question is how to apply it, on 3 levels. 1. To the world proletarian revolution. Here there is only one issue. The document lays out the burning questions of Marxism today: revolutionary violence, the class struggle, socialism and the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the struggle against revisionism. Of these 4, socialism and the dictatorship of the proletariat is principal. Here the point is that Maoism is a new, third, and higher stage, Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, principally Maoism, because it is with Maoism that we shall storm the heavens. In this lies the value of the document. It reaffirms Marxism and holds that to be a Marxist today means being Marxist-Leninist-Maoist, principally Maoist. It grasps that Maoism is a new, third, and higher stage, in force and valid throughout the world, for the communists, for the proletariat and peoples of the world. This is the decisive thing. Therefore, our first stand flows from this, from Maoism, and it has been agreed by our Congress. The principal element of Gonzalo thought is that it has defined Maoism as the new, third, and higher stage. 2. The Peruvian Revolution. Here the principal thing is that the document serves the building of the new state through people's war. This state is being built by the People's Guerrilla Army and under the leadership of the Communist Party, based on the masses of people. This document serves the countrywide seizure of power. It deals with extremely important points that should be applied in the new power. It deals with extremely important points that should be applied in the new state today. 3. How should we apply the document on the individual level? It is incumbent upon each of us to assimilate and embody the document in order to better serve the revolution. In this regard, all those here are directly concerned with being intellectuals and with artistic questions, and the point is to always put politics in command. When people study Marxism, it shakes them up and the contradiction between the two world outlooks comes to the fore. Marxism deals blows to the non-proletarian aspect and drives on the process of stealing people ideologically. As in every task, there are 3 stages, each with its own contradiction. At first the question is whether or not to take up study, and once begun the task is halfway done. Then, as things unfold, the question is whether to persevere or quit. This is another struggle, which came up here in the form of drawing out the process until it became burdensome. This was a bad situation because it meant that the old and bourgeois would prevail. We discussed the problem and agreed to carry out this task by giving it priority and using shock tactics to make a breakthrough. This is a very useful method, part of the Marxist-Leninist-Maoist, Gonzalo thought style of work. It means concentrating all our energies on the task at hand and spending as much time as necessary until it is completed. This is analogous to carrying out a forced march when the enemy is after us so that we outmaneuver him instead of letting ourselves be caught. In study, instead of letting proletarian ideology be defeated by the bourgeois ideology contending with it in our own minds, we take up this new ideology that we embody and use it to defeat the bourgeois, idealist, alien class outlook. The old ideas resist and we all have to consciously and voluntarily wage a battle in our own minds until we finally break and defeat this resistance arising within ourselves. The old calls out to us, how can you leave behind the ways you know so well? How can you abandon the ways that sustained you for so many years? The old paints everything rotten in rosy colors in order to weaken our will. Shock tactics are very effective against this resistance. In the 3rd stage, the conclusion, there arises a contradiction between carrying the task through to the end or not, until you decide that you are going to carry it through and actually do so. When a particular course of study is completed, that represents a leap, and shock tactics are a very helpful method to aid in making that leap. You have carried through this rectification campaign. This is simply a form in which to unfold the struggle between 2 lines in order to mold ourselves to the ideology of the proletariat. How much advance have you achieved? Starting out from ignorance of the document's content, you have gone on to study and debate that has allowed you to arm yourselves with the Marxist-Leninist-Maoist, Gonzalo thought outlook concerning 4 basic burning questions facing Marxism today. From the opinions that have been expressed here, it can be seen that you are applying it to current problems. The accomplishment of this task has given rise to a leap and a transformation in regard to these 4 basic problems of Marxism today. In conclusion, we should emphasize that the document is a serious contribution to the Marxist-Leninist-Maoist, Gonzalo thought counter-offensive against the converging counter-revolutionary offensive by revisionism and imperialism, and to confronting the counter-revolutionary general offensive. Therefore, in arming ourselves with this document, we are serving the Peruvian Revolution and the world proletarian revolution. No question can ever be regarded as exhausted. All knowledge is relative since it reflects matter only partially and must be further developed, but this document conforms to Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, principally Maoism, and therein lies its merit. Further, its way of looking at things follows Gonzalo thought. Therefore it is Marxist-Leninist-Maoist, Gonzalo thought. V. Conclusions. 1. This has been a very good meeting. The work has advanced. Taking up study in the midst of war helps us handle it better. Our study has prepared the conditions for a bigger leap in practice. 2. In summing up the opinions expressed earlier, we have dealt with the contradiction between analysis and synthesis in regard to study and have said that the initial discussion tended to focus on analysis. But now, afterwards, in the subsequent discussions, a synthesis has been achieved, and the essence has been grasped, to take a stand for Maoism. A qualitative leap was being prepared, and now it has taken place. The study suffered from the limitation of neglecting synthesis, but it prepared the conditions for a leap. If you grasp analysis and synthesis, study becomes more powerful and the essence is grasped, and a leap takes place. 3. Marxism has been grasped in regard to 4 basic burning questions. 4. We study in order to apply it to today's class struggle, to win ourselves some maneuvering room in our fighting by taking up burning problems. We should look at what is ahead of us and not just at what is in the document. 5. This meeting has been helpful in gaining an understanding of problems that are being confronted throughout the party. Thus our experience here and what we have done will be very helpful for everyone. For example, the whole party will benefit from the method of giving priority to this task and applying shock tactics to it, in order to complete our study in the rectification campaign. 6. It is necessary, of course, to gain a better grasp of specific political tasks in relation to the building of new political power through people's war in order to seize power countrywide, but for you concretely this means your work as intellectuals and artists. Therefore your watchword should be serve the people and follow the party's leadership. 7. How much have you advanced? You have taken a leap through studying systematically, intensely, and with concrete problems in mind. There is a better understanding of what Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought is, and why it must be upheld, defended, and applied to thoroughly transform Peruvian. Why it must be upheld, defended, and applied to thoroughly transform Peruvian society and serve the world revolution. 8. If there's been a leap, how should we consolidate it? How should this new leap be developed? How to consolidate it and how to develop it are 2 questions to be taken up from the point of view of how to increasingly and better serve the party, the revolution in Peru and the world proletarian revolution, to serve the emancipation of all humanity and advance towards communism. We propose continuing with the study of V.I. Lenin's essay Karl Marx to strengthen our ideological training and the reports from the second plenum of the Central Committee to strengthen our political training. This has been a worthwhile effort. We congratulate everyone. 1992, Cuestiones Políticas Fundamentals. Bases de discusión del 3 Pleno. Contents. 1. Ideologia. 2. Situación internacional. 3. El viejo estado, la caduca sociedad peruana y sus tres tareas. 4. Guerra popular. 5. Plan estratégico de construcción. Ideologia. El Marxismo, la única ideologia de proletariado y la más avanzada y última ideologia de clase de la historia. La caducidad de Marxismo, el fracaso del socialismo, el totalitarismo de la dictadura del proletariado y la inutilidad del Partido Comunista, es el nuevo engendro, redición de la muerte del marxismo, y muestra la incapacidad teórica y práctica de la burguesía, una vez más, pues, en medio de su borrachera de triunfador arrogante y su sueño antihistórico, solo puede enarbolar sus viejas banderas de neoliberalismo, democracia burguesa y pragmatismo ecléctico y idealista. El marxismo-leninismo maoísmo es la única, invicta y inmarcesible ideología del proletariado. Enarbolarlo. Defenderlo y aplicarlo siempre. El pensamiento Gonzalo, aplicación del marxismo-leninismo maoísmo en nuestra realidad, específicamente principal para la revolución peruana. Situación internacional. El imperialismo. Sigue siendo, y lo es más hoy, monopolista, parasitario y agonizante. Preciso del imperialismo y hundimiento de los viejos imperios desenfreno para consolidar posiciones ganadas al social imperialismo y asegurar su sistema por siempre jamás. La privatización. Negación de la soberanía nacional y sojuzgar más a las naciones oprimidas. La descomposición del imperialismo, es larga pero irremediable, la crisis general que aqueja su base económica y el empobrecimiento de su propio pueblo. La ofensiva contrarrevolucionaria general. Superpotencias, potencias y hegemonismo único de Estados Unidos, podrado gigante con pies de barro, collusion y pugna en rebatina general sobre despojos de la URSS y Europa del Este, y desarrollo de zonas de influencia que siembran guerras imperialistas de rapina en todo el mundo, apuntando al tercer mundo que hoy es más amplio que incluye las semicolonias y colonias de lo que fue la Unión Soviética. La Comunidad Europea, Unión Imperialista para dominar el mundo, collusion y pugna franco-alemana. Japón, Asia para los asiáticos, coprosperidad, base para hegemonía mundial japonesa. La bancarrota general del revisionismo. Descomposición de la URSS, nacionalismo gran ruso, eslavismo. Nacionalismo burgués desenfrenado y heredores de Occidente. Albania hundida y sometida a Italia. El revisionismo, desarrollar capitalismo, influencias en Asia y ser futura gran potencia. La revolución es y será la tendencia principal, histórica y políticamente del inexorable proceso de desarrollo mundial, es cuestión de la lucha entre lo viejo y lo nuevo y este siempre ha triunfado. Triunfa y triunfará, pero el desarrollo de la revolución es desigual y zigzagueante como el de los ríos que por más vueltas y revueltas que den y hasta retrocesos y regresiones en su curso, pienses en el Montero, siempre llegan y llegarán al pleno mar de la revolución mundial triunfante, al comunismo. El tercer mundo, base de la tendencia principal y el proletariado internacional y los partidos comunistas derrochan de la revolución proletaria mundial. América Latina, zona de influencia yanqui y traición a la revolución la guerra popular, anarquía de la revolución mundial y la República Popular del Perú, futura base de apoyo y trinchera de combate de la clase obrera y de los pueblos del mundo. El viejo estado, la caduca. Sociedad Peruana y sus. Tres tareas. Economia, entrampada en crisis general y sin perspectiva real. Repercusión de la guerra popular ar el camino burocrático y el camino democrático conchinden. El primero por la evolución del capitalismo burocrático, el segundo por su destrucción, resultado, principalmente por la guerra popular, la vieja economia ya no puede subsistir, la cuestión es evolucionar o destruir las tres montañas, pero solo hay una solución verdadera, destruirlas y construir una nueva economía, una nueva sociedad, generalizando lo hecho y, principalmente, desarrollándola pues tendrá que abarcar todos los frentes, agricultura, industria, comercio, finanzas, etc. Política, el camino burocrático especifica su reaccionarización estatal and centralización absoluta y concretamente en absolutismo presidencial que encarna Fujimori, también, como resultado negativo de la guerra popular y necesario, pues ningún estado ni sociedad se retira de la historia sino que ser verido, obviamente, se defined como bestia herida con zarpazos crueles y sanguinarios, frente a esto, es parentario desarrollar más la democracia popular, enarbolando y aplicando los derechos del pueblo para desenmascarar a fondo la democracia burguesa en mayor reaccionarización y sus falaces derechos humanos. La República Popular de Perú, en función de la cual queremos, necesita que, desarrollando la política de frente, plasmemos el frente único para la conquista del poder a partir del programa con Serie 2. Esta es la solución de la contradicción entre camino burocrático y camino democrático, no hay otra, la evaluación del viejo estado y su reaccionarización como su proceso natural y necesario, más aún por el desarrollo de la guerra popular, solo derramará mayor sangre dolor y lágrimas del pueblo mientras subsista. En lo militar, la tarea de aniquilar que necesita el camino burocrático se ajusta más cada vez a la guerra de baja intensidad para recuperar posiciones y defender su sistema, como le corresponde en el equilibrio estratégico, según precisará el tu pleno, arroja a las masas imponiéndoles a sangre y fuego incorporarse como mecenatas en las llamadas rondas, como fuerza armada complementaria, carne de canon para la guerra contrasubversiva y escudo de las fuerzas armadas y policiales. Contrarrevolucionarias, así preparas su sueño negro de ahogar en sangre la. Contrarrevolucionarias, así preparas su sueño negro de ahogar en sangre la revolución y consolidar su viejo estado, para reimpulsar el capitalismo burocrático bajo el mayor dominio del imperialismo, principalmente Yankee. Al camino democrático, al camino de la guerra popular, le corresponde desarrollar la construcción de la conquista del poder, como desarrollo del equilibrio estratégico, para pasar a la futura ofensiva estratégica, este rumbo inexorable debe tener muy en cuenta la estrategia yankee de guerra de baja intensidad que desenvuelve el enemigo, el plan que aplica, sus campanas genocidas para recuperar posiciones y defender su sistema y la intervención creciente del imperialismo, principalmente. Yankee. Debemos prepararnos ideológica, política, orgánica y militarmente, prepararnos muy alta y conscientemente para enfrentar y derrotar al enemigo cualquiera son las circunstancias que se presenten, siendo superiores al enemigo en todos los planos, principalmente en el ideológico y político para instaurar la República Popular del Perú. Problemas fronterizos. Ecuador. Bolivia. Chile. Colombia. Brasil. Política internacional del Estado peruano. Guerra popular. Plan estratégico de desarrollar la guerra popular, registarlo en función de conquistar el poder. En 1980, Plan estratégico de inicio, 1983, Plan estratégico de conquistar bases, 1985, Plan estratégico de desarrollo de la guerra popular para desarrollar bases. 1992, Nuevo Plan estratégico de desarrollo de la guerra popular para conquistar el poder en todo el país. Y dentro de este, aplicar Nuevo Plan militar, sería el 6 Plan, Gran Plan de construir la conquista del poder. Plan estratégico de construcción. Aplicación de tres bases y tres guías, logro y problemas. Agregar las especificaciones siguientes, partido, crecimiento y consolidación, EGP, desarrollo y potenciación, nuevo estado, expansión y estabilidad relativa. Y en cuanto a masas, gran salto en incorporación a la guerra popular y frente único para conquistar el poder. CC del Partido Comunista del Perú. 1992. 1992, Chairman Gonzalo's speech. Chairman Gonzalo's speech shines victoriously and powerfully before the world. 5th year. Comrades of the Communist Party of Peru. Combatants of the People's Guerrilla Army. Peruvian people. We are living historic moments, each of us knows that this is the case, let us not fool ourselves. In these moments we must strengthen all forces to confront difficulties and continue carrying out our tasks. And we must conquer the goals, the successes, the victory. That is what is to be done. We are here as children of the people and we are fighting in these trenches, they are also trenches of combat, and we do it because we are communists. Because here we are defending the interests of the people, the principles of the party, and the people's war. That is what we do, we are doing it and will continue to do so. We are here in these circumstances. Some think this is a great defeat. They are dreaming. We tell them to keep on dreaming. It is simply a bend, nothing more, a bend in the road. The road is long and we shall arrive. We shall triumph. You shall see it. You shall see it. We should continue the tasks established by the 3 plenum of the Central Committee. A glorious plenum. You should know that these accords are already being implemented and that will continue. We shall continue applying the 4 plan of strategic development of the people's war to conquer power, we shall continue developing the 6 military plan to build the conquest of power, that will continue, that is a task. We shall carry it out because of what we are and because of the obligation we have with the proletariat and the people. We clearly say that today the democratic road has begun to develop as a road of. We clearly say that today the democratic road has begun to develop as a road of liberation, as a road of people's liberation. That is the circumstance in which we are unfolding. We should think with a great sense of history, we must stop closing our eyes. Let us look at reality. Let us look at the history of Peru. Let us look at the last 3 centuries of Peru. We should think about it. Look at the 18th century, look at the 19th century, look at the 20th century and understand them. Those who don't understand them are going to be blind, and the blind don't serve the country, they don't serve Peru. We believe that the 18th century was a very clear lesson. Think about this. There was a dominator. It was Spain, and where did that blood-sucking domination bring us? To a very profound crisis, as a consequence of which Peru was divided. From there come the origins of today's Bolivia. It is not our invention but facts. Fine, the last century, English domination. Where did their rivalry with France take us? To another big crisis, 70 of the past century. The result? War with Chile. We must not forget it. And what happened? We lost territory. Our nation suffered a schism despite the blood shed by heroes and the people. We must learn from this. The 20th century. How are we doing? In the 20th century we are dominated by imperialism, principally North American, this is real, everyone knows it. And where has it brought us? It is reminiscent of the 1920s, here and now, in the worst crisis of the entire history of the Peruvian people. Learning the lesson of past centuries, what can we think? Once more the nation is at risk, once more the republic is at risk, once more our territory is at risk. It can easily be lost, and by interests. This is the situation, this is where they have brought us. But we have a fact, a Peruvian revolution, a people's war, and it is advancing, and will continue to do so. Where have we gotten with this? To a strategic equilibrium. And we must understand this well. It is a strategic equilibrium. It solidifies itself in an essential situation. What have 12 years served for? To plainly show before the world and principally before the Peruvian people, that the Peruvian state, the old Peruvian state, is a paper tiger that is rotten to the core. That has been proven. Things being that way, let us think of the danger that the nation, that the country, can be divided, that the nation is at risk. They want to dismember it, they want to divide it. Who wants to do this? As always, imperialism, those who exploit, those who rule. And what should we do? What is our task now? It is appropriate that we push forward the people's liberation movement and that we develop it. That we push forward the people's liberation movement and that we develop it through the people's war, because the people, always the people, have been the ones who defend the country, who have defended the nation. It is time to form a people's liberation front. It is time to form and develop from the people's guerrilla army a people's liberation army. That is what we must do, and we shall do it. That is what we are doing, and that is what we shall do. You gentlemen shall be witnesses. Finally now, listen to this. As we see in the world, Maoism is marching unstoppably to lead the new wave of world proletarian revolution. Listen well and understand. Those who have ears, use them. Those who have understanding, and we all have it, use it. Enough of this nonsense. Enough of these obscurities. Let us understand that. What is unfolding in the world? What do we need? We need Maoism to be incarnated, and it is being incarnated, and by generating communist parties to drive and lead this new great wave of the world proletarian revolution that is coming. Everything they told us, the empty and silly chatter of the famous New Age of Peace. Where is it now? What about Yugoslavia? What about other places? That is a lie. Everything became politicized. Today there is one reality: the same contenders of the First and Second World War are preparing a new Third World War. We should know this, and we, as the children of an oppressed nation, are part of the booty. We cannot consent to this. Enough imperialist exploitation. We must finish with them. We are of the Third World, and the Third World is the base of the world proletarian revolution, with one condition, that the communist parties brandish and lead. That is what we must do. We believe the following. Next year will be the 100th anniversary of the birth of Chairman Mao. We must celebrate these 100 years. We are organizing it with the communist parties. We want a new manner, a celebration which will be the conscious comprehension of the importance of Chairman Mao in the world revolution, and we shall begin the celebration this year and we shall finish it the next. It will be a grand process of celebration. I want to take advantage of this opportunity to salute the international proletariat, the oppressed nations of the world, and the revolutionary internationalist movement. Long live the Communist Party of Peru. The People's War will inevitably prevail. We salute from here the future birth of the People's Republic of Peru. We say, glory to Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. And finally we say, honor and glory to the Peruvian people. Volume 4, 1993 to 1999. 1992, Resolution of the Central Committee. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of Peru fervently greets our beloved, heroic, and magisterial leader, Chairman Gonzalo, the greatest living Marxist-Leninist Maoist, great political and military strategist, philosopher, teacher of communists, center of party unification, who creatively applying Marxism-Leninism Maoism to the concrete conditions of the Peruvian Revolution has generated Gonzalo thought, guarantee of the revolution's triumph. The Central Committee of the PCP reaffirms itself in its plain, conscious, and unconditional subjection to the sole leadership of Chairman Gonzalo and to the entire system of party leadership. The Central Committee of the PCP reaffirms itself in the historic recognition of the First Party Congress. We, the members of the Congress, express our recognition of Chairman Gonzalo as the continuator of Marx, Lenin, and Chairman Mao Zedong, who has guaranteed the cohesion of the main, historic party meeting. Just as our jubilant communist greeting for having initiated and led the Marxist-Leninist Maoist, Gonzalo thought counter-offensive which will crush the new counter-revolutionary offensive headed by Gorbachev and Deng, and in developing it will impose Maoism as a new, third, and higher level of Marxism aiming at a new development of Marxism in service of the world proletarian revolution until communism is reached. June, 1989. Today, now that our beloved leader faces difficult situations, deriving from an unfortunate work accident, we firmly assume his brave and decisive call of September 24, 1992, from prison. We are living in historic times, each one must be clear that that is so. We must not fool ourselves. In these moments we must put in tension all the forces, to confront difficulties and continue meeting our tasks and conquer the goals, successes, and victory. That is what we must do. Successes and victory. That is what we must do. And that is what our party is doing, leading the unstoppable people's war to conquer power throughout the country, developing a strategic equilibrium, creating more new power, today organizing the Popular Liberation Front, resolutely applying the accords of the glorious, historic, and transcendental three plenum of the Central Committee. We find ourselves in full application of the four-plan of strategic development of the people's war to conquer power and the six military plan, build the conquest of power, with its first campaign in defense of the great leadership Hayfatura, against the genocidal dictatorship. Pulling together numerous armed actions which will fill imperialism, the big bourgeoisie and landowners with terror, as well as their revisionist and opportunist lackeys, and all their paid scribes, who in vain try to hide plain reality. We energetically repudiate the unfounded lies of the genocidal traitor and the whole horde of carnivorous dogs defenders of the old order who try to smear the leader of the party and the revolution. Chairman Gonzalo is the greatest example of what a communist is, and since he himself initiated the invincible People's War he entered clandestinity and remained there for more than 12 years in heroic, tenacious, and secret existence, leading the revolution step by step. It was in those circumstances that his detention of September 12, 1992, by the snitches of Dincote came about. But our people must know that that detention came about with the advice and direction of Yankee imperialism through the sinister CIA. The imperialism which is openly leading the so-called low-intensity war in our country. We resolutely warn the genocidal sellout Fujimori and the cowardly and genocidal armed forces who instruct him, specialists in defeat and experts in hiding behind the unarmed masses, the ecclesiastical hierarchy, judges and bureaucrats who support the genocide, and its grand puppet master, principally Yankee imperialism, that they are responsible for the life and health of our leader and, to the contrary, should anything happen to him they will pay with their lives and that of all their cohorts. Cost whatever it may cost. And we demand respect for the rights which attach to prisoners of war, demanding vigilance by the international organisms whose duty it supposedly is to ensure the meeting of elemental agreements and judicial norms which the reaction itself has established and claims to respect. We alert our heroic people so that they will not let themselves be confused by the black lies put forth by the genocidal dictatorship which applies its law. The black lies put forth by the genocidal dictatorship which applies its low-intensity war dictated by its master Yankee imperialism. That is why we condemn the so-called law of regret decreed by the genocides and based on which they have mounted that ridiculous farce which they falsely call the surrender of hundreds of subversives as well as so-called massive arrests of senderistas or the bombing and razing of senderista strongholds in Ayacucho, Viscatan, Huarapeta, Hualaga, etc. We reaffirm that the Marxist-Leninist Maoist, Gonzalo thought People's War is invincible and will inexorably conquer victory. And that does not depend on the will of a fortune-telling puppet who is not even sure of finishing his mandate, nor does it depend on the will of the genocidal armed forces nor of Yankee imperialism which has so many times been defeated by the same People's War. But what they want to hide with their lies is the grave situation in which the old state finds itself which has no exit. What they seek to hide is the desertion of dozens of soldiers who are used as cannon fodder and the hundreds of casualties which are being inflicted on them by the People's Liberation Army. What they try to hide are the sharp contradictions which today splits between the two factions of the big bourgeoisie and which reflects itself in the heart of its rotten armed forces. We recognize and are grateful for the solidarity and support of the international proletariat, revolutionary international movement, the communist parties, the people's organizations, the peoples of the world, who have raised their voice and fists in vigorous protest for the defense of Chairman Gonzalo through declarations, demonstrations, mobilizations, and armed actions. We make a call to continue developing these tasks but linked to the campaign Long Live Maoism. In the 3 plenum of the Central Committee, Chairman Gonzalo said, Maoism incarnating itself in the peoples of the world marches to command the new great wave of proletarian world revolution. And in his speech of September 24, 1992, he told us, what do we need? We need for Maoism to be incarnated, and it is being, and that it continue generating communist parties to lead, to direct that big wave of world proletarian revolution which is coming upon us. In the next year it will be 100 years since the birth of Chairman Mao. We must celebrate those 100 years. And we are organizing it with the communist parties. We have begun to do that because Maoism is the third, newest, and superior level of the international proletariat's ideology, and that is decisive. Finally, we reaffirm ourselves in the unmovable decision to give our lives for Chairman Gonzalo, for the party and for the revolution. We reaffirm ourselves in our firm resolution to develop the people's war to conquer power throughout the country, loyally, tenaciously and vigorously applying our unstoppable and all-powerful ideology, Marxism-Leninism Maoism, Gonzalo thought. Long live Maoism! Long live Chairman Gonzalo! Defend the life of Chairman Gonzalo! Long live Marxism-Leninism Maoism, Gonzalo thought. Develop the strategic equilibrium. 1993, Declaration. The Communist Party of Peru, organized vanguard of the proletariat, was reconstituted in more than 15 years of hard-fought struggle by Chairman Gonzalo as a new type of Marxist-Leninist Maoist, Gonzalo Thought Party. Assuming its historical role of seizing power on behalf of the people and the proletariat, in May of 1980 it unleashed the Invincible People's War. Since 1991 it unfolds in the strategic equilibrium which today develops in its unstoppable march to seize power and the installation of the People's Republic of Peru. In more than 13 years of battles and victories, the People's War has firmly rooted itself in our country and is the torchbearer of the world proletarian revolution. The People's War is also the living expression of the validity of Marxism-Leninism Maoism, principally Maoism, which has been creatively applied to the conditions of the Peruvian Revolution by Chairman Gonzalo. We are now successfully applying the fourth strategic plan of development of the People's War to conquer power and the sixth, and next to last, military plan to achieve the conquest of power. We have completed the first campaign and are initiating the second campaign, in defense of the great leadership Jefatura, against the genocidal dictatorship, thus further developing the democratic and popular path to liberation. On the other hand, the bureaucratic path of the old state headed by the genocidal, the most obedient lackey of Yankee imperialism, the sell-out puppet Fujimori is traversing the greatest crisis in the history of the Republic. The measures which he adopts do not achieve anything but illusory gains leading to general bankruptcy. Each time it confronts greater difficulty in applying its 3 counter-revolutionary tasks, reviving bureaucrat capitalism, restructuring the old state and annihilating the People's War. Of these, restructuring is the most fundamental. Reality has shown that accomplishing these goals is a historical and political impossibility. The April 5 coup took a step towards absolute centralization. Just recently they carried out their farcical and fraudulent referendum which they need to approve, by any means. This travesty of constitution one step further in the reactionarization of the state, one more action toward Fujimori's presidential absolutism. In order to carry out this counter-revolutionary plan, and in its desperation and impotence before the advance of the People's War, and as part of its psychological war within the low-intensity conflict, it has mounted a sinister allegation. This vile falsehood has 2 purposes. 1. First, it seeks to defame Chairman Gonzalo prior to its premeditated, treacherous plan to annihilate him, and 2. Second, it is nothing than proclaiming its dark dream of the Senderos capitulation. It is one of the many lies against the PCP that the forces of reaction periodically spread since the beginning of the People's War. Today, it is done by the genocidal traitor, a puppet hooked on the bayonets of the armed forces, Fujimori. He is being advised by the traitor Montesinos and the murderer Luza under the guidance of Yankee imperialism, principally the sinister CIA. It is a ridiculous lie that no one with 2 ounces of sense can take seriously and which, like its predecessors, shall be unmasked by the People's War. The wave of strikes and massive demonstrations stirs the class struggle and shows that the revolutionary situation continues to grow and shall unfold as a revolutionary crisis. Today, 1 year after Chairman Gonzalo's historic and masterful discourse of defiance before the world, his timely and wise words encourage the people and fill the reactionaries with fear. The reactionaries seek to conceal the fact that they are rotten to the core and their end is near, and hence, we, the revolutionaries, are getting close to victory. We say this because the word of the party is a word that is met. As Chairman Gonzalo stated, once we solemnly promise not to lay down our weapons until communism, to persist in the struggle for communism even if the superpowers or other powers armed to the teeth come with their powerful weapons. We communists know what we want and why we struggle. Nothing should nor can stop us in meeting the objectives of the party to serve the people, the proletariat, and the world revolution. In celebrating the 65th anniversary of our glorious party, we reaffirm our unbreakable decision to guide ourselves by Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, Gonzalo thought, to continue the People's War, serving the world revolution, and we vow to give our lives for Chairman Gonzalo, the party, and the revolution. The People's War will inevitably win and will decisively support the development of the world proletarian revolution. The People's Republic of Peru will become a trench of combat for the working class and the peoples of the world. We shall develop the socialist revolution and through successive cultural revolutions we shall march to our final goal, communism. The Communist Party of Peru assumes its communist responsibility in being the torchbearer and example, but it is Chairman Gonzalo with his unmatchable light and all-powerful example, but it is Chairman Gonzalo with his unmatchable light and all-powerful thought, who has brought us to this point and who leads us to the golden, shining communism with a sure and firm hand in his role of continuer of Marx, Lenin, and Chairman Mao Zedong, which decisively brings a new development to Marxism. We have the firm conviction that our heroic people under the leadership of the Communist Party of Peru, will reach a total victory. We take as our own the profound words of our respected and heroic Chairman Gonzalo, the greatest living Marxist-Leninist Maoist on earth. We, based firmly on Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, are sure and convinced of the triumph of the world proletarian revolution, and of the unstoppable march of humanity to communism. We should assume each time with greater decisiveness the conquest of power in the entire country and dauntlessly and unbendably fight for the complete and total triumph of the new social order, socialism until communism. We should take into account all the experiences of the world revolution, and principally our own. The party accords on the 8 possibilities and the intervention of imperialism, mainly Yankee, be it direct or indirect, alone or joint, and prepare ourselves on all levels to confront it at any moment under any conditions. We should brandish our unconquered proletarian ideology and developing the invincible People's War, always under the leadership of the party. We should always resolve to oppose imperialism and reaction with an armed sea of masses for the conquest of power, for the People's Republic of Peru and its defense, and for the future inevitable goal of communism. As Chairman Mao said, the road is winding but the future is bright. We should, then, dare to conquer power and dare to defend it. We must assume our destiny with our own hands. Long live Chairman Gonzalo, great leader of the party and the revolution. Down with the counter-revolutionary hoax. Long live the Communist Party of Peru. The People's War will inevitably win. From here we greet the future birth of the People's Republic of Peru. 1994, reaffirm our basis of party unity and build the conquest of power. The page numbers refer to the Spanish documents, where available, English references are given in brackets. The first part of each quote in parts 2 and 3 refers to how the section to be studied begins, and the last part of each quote is where the section ends. Contents. 1. Quotations from Chairman Gonzalo. 1.1 I3 Central Committee Plenum. Central Document. 1.23. On the struggle against the counter-revolutionary hoax and against the black grouplet that is raising a revisionist and capitulationist right opportunist line. 1.34. Tasks. 2 on 2 problems. 2.1 I. On democratic centralism, discipline, and two-line struggle. 2.22. On how to understand personal relations subordinated to the party basis of unity. Quotations from Chairman Gonzalo. 1. But, furthermore, and this is the basis of every great leadership, jefatura, revolutions give rise to a thinking that guides them, a result of the application of the universal ideology of the international proletariat to the concrete conditions of each revolution, a guiding thought that is indispensable to achieve victory and seize power, and, even more, to continue the revolution and always keep it on course to the only great goal, communism, a guiding thought that once it takes a qualitative leap of decisive importance for the revolutionary process it leads, becomes identified with the name of the person who worked it out in theory and practice. In our situation, this phenomenon took the specific form, first of guiding thought, then of the guiding thought of Chairman Gonzalo, and later as Gonzalo thought, because it is the chairman who, by creatively applying Marxism-Leninism-Maoism to the concrete conditions of Peruvian reality, gave rise to it, thus supplying the party and the revolution with an indispensable arm that guarantees victory. Ist Party Congress, on Gonzalo thought, pg 3. 2. We have held the first Congress of the Communist Party of Peru, a Marxist Congress, a Congress of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, Gonzalo thought. This Congress, for the prospective seizure of power. I reiterate perspective. Interview with Chairman Gonzalo, p. 35. 3. Finally, see that we could not carry forward everything the party is leading without guiding by Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, Gonzalo thought, our ideology and the starting point of the party's basis of unity. We should reaffirm it today more than ever, because it's under attack, it's the object of calumnies, it's being negated. We should maintain the absolute conviction that it is all-powerful because it is true, that is the reality, but simply, but as solid as a rock. After all that idealist wordplay will fade away and what will remain will be incontrovertible facts. True, we are going through hard times, but it is incontrovertible that the main trend of history is revolution, and it will win out, communism will win out and shine all over the world. Preparatory session for the 2 plenum of the Central Committee, pg 2. Preparatory session for the 2 plenum of the Central Committee, pg 2. 4. It's time to think deeply, since the party's struggle, by which we mean the people's war it is leading, has never stopped for even a moment, the party is never paralyzed, because it is clear on the road to follow, because it is united around the great leadership jefatura of Chairman Gonzalo, the party basis of unity, the people's war, the strategic development plan. Once again, strategic centralization and tactical decentralization is being given expression. We have plans made up of campaigns, and this continues. A party united by such elements is strong. We emphasize strategic centralization and tactical decentralization because that's communist practice, and our concrete experience. Always keep in mind the glorious toil of 11 years of People's War. The People's War cannot be halted. We should even see it this way: the leadership could disappear, in part, not all of it, but the leaders who remain should and can continue the plans, the struggle, the People's War. We are steeled in the understanding that the revolution cannot be stopped, cannot be paralyzed. Chairman Mao taught us, we gather our dead, treat our wounded, and continue fighting. Build the seizure of power amidst People's War, 2 plenum. 5. We have not yet experienced a big defeat, so that these minor particular circumstances, this new phase the war and this sinister converging attack are part of the more complicated circumstances we have to undergo until communism shines on the earth. they are part of the unevens and are testing our responsibility. As communists, the party is showing that it can give rise to a leadership that corresponds to our reality, to our necessity. We are sufficiently steeled, the risks do not frighten us nor does the danger stop us. This moment is just one more trial, let it be welcome. It is part of the revolutionary process and we are handling it well, as another step in our becoming steeled. The life of communists is struggle, not pleasure. Once, when Marx's daughter asked, "What is happiness?" he answered, "Struggle." Years later Chairman Mao taught that to work is to struggle. We hold tight to all of this. Our difficulties can be conquered because we are a new force with a brilliant future. Build the seizure of power amidst people's war. 2 Plenum. 6. This convergence of the new revisionist counter-revolutionary offensive in collusion with imperialism dreams of the definitive destruction of Marxism, dreams of sweeping away all that revolution has done, all its achievements, all. Dreams of sweeping away all that revolution has done, all its achievements, all its heroic action. They want to re-enthrone the old, the rotten domination of reaction during the most obsolete and evil period of imperialism. This has its repercussions, and we see capitulation and monstrous renegacy. This is happening in the petite bourgeoisie, in the upper crust of the working class. The MRTA, for example, is the preacher of capitulation in this country. They spread peace, bourgeois democracy, capitulation in the face of imperialism. Capitulationism expresses itself in 2 aspects, capitulation in the face of Peruvian reaction, and capitulation in the face of world reaction. That's how it always is. Their goal is to sell out the revolution. This is pus, which must be wiped out by blood and fire, and that requires strategy and tactics. Preparatory session for the 2 Plenum of the Central Committee, p. 13. 7. The class, the people, the masses clamor for the development of the people's work to seize power. Here the key thing is that the class, the proletariat, the masses, demand the development of the people's war, the deepest interests of the proletariat, the deepest and most real interests of the masses here need people's war, and we can't be deaf to the clamor of the masses. The class, the people, the masses demand, command, want, need the people's war, and we have dared to call upon them to rebel, and will continue doing so today, tomorrow, and forever, until we fulfill our goal, communism. We have dared to develop a people's war that is victorious, expanding, and threatening, and the masses are increasingly conscious of this necessity because there is no other in this world. Under the guidance of the Congress, reorganize the Metropolitan Committee. I3 Central Committee Plenum. Central Document. Reaffirmation of the 2 Plenum, a glorious, historic, and far-reaching plenum. Agreement to publish the report of the 3 Plenum. Central Document. Report, 3 Plenum. Taking a position on it and reaffirming it. 2. On the application of the work session. 1. Keep in mind the outline summation of the campaign, so as to prepare summation reports on the IIND campaign. Outline. 2. On Yankee imperialism's indirect intervention. Speech by Chairman Gonzalo. Document Build the conquest of power amidst people's war. p. 13. On ideology as an arm of victory, with such powerful and highly sophisticated, but they haven't achieved it even today. p. 10. The 3 stages. Thus if direct imperialist action were to occur, and at the same time international support grows and becomes more powerful, let strategic equilibrium shake the country even more. p. 36. Restudy section on low-intensity warfare. p. 43.2. Psychological operations. 2 Plenum, 395 to 407. May document. Elections, no. People's War, yes, p. 7, in special issue of El Diario. On U.S. imperialism's 20-year plan carried out by the armed forces and the puppet Fujimori. Oiga Magazine No. 647 to 648. Slogan Yankees, go home. Yankees out of Peru. Let us reaffirm what was laid down by the work session on contradictions, principal contradiction, and polarization. Tactics: unite the people in defense of the great leadership Hayfatura, against the genocidal and national sellout dictatorship. 3. Report on the application of the work session. Introduction. 1. Communication and hook UPS. 2. Principal task. Specific measures. 3. Sending down and applying the session. 4. Struggle against the counter-revolutionary hoax, and struggle against the main danger, revisionism. 5. Archives, publications, and finances. 6. Conclusions and perspectives. Approve the report and salute the fulfillment of the task. 3. On the struggle against the counter-revolutionary hoax and against the black grouplet that is raising a revisionist and capitulationist right opportunist line. Revisionism has already lost out. Those traitors who try to do so or begin to do so. Chairman Gonzalo, interview with Chairman Gonzalo, p. 17. 1. Reaffirm the party basis of unity and build the seizure of power amidst people's war. A. Build the seizure of power amidst people's war. 2. Plenum. Introductory and final parts. Reproduce the document. B. Our party basis of unity sanctioned in the First Party Congress. Reaffirm it. Unleash a mass movement of reaffirmation of the party basis of unity in the whole party. People's Liberation Army and the masses of the new political power. On the rectification campaign based on the study of the document Elections, No. People's War, Yes, p. 17. The 3 elements, party basis of unity sanctioned in the Congress. Reproduce the documents, fundamental documents. C. Concretizations. Document. Put out the document, long live Chairman Gonzalo and his all-powerful thought. D. The party basis of unity and the two-line struggle. Interview with Chairman Gonzalo, pp. 23-44 on the party. E. On the party's history, pp. 37-41 of the Congress summary document. F. Document, under the guidance of the Congress, reorganize the Metropolitan Committee. G. Document, unite around the Congress. H. Summary document, p. 72, role played by ideology, and p. 83, on foundations of the Great Plan to develop base areas for the seizure of power. I. May directives for Metropolitan Lima. p. 12 on entryism and infiltration. J. Build the conquest of power amidst people's war, p. 22. On the people's war, it is an achievement to maintain it, but if it takes root in the masses and advances, it is a complete success, p. 23 on the proportion between directly organized forces and the population. 2. Continue smashing the counter-revolutionary hoax and tear to shreds the black monstrosities of Yankee imperialism, the genocidal and national sellout dictatorship and the black grouplet that is raising a revisionist and capitulationist ROL. Previous history. Where the counter-revolutionary hoax is heading. Tear to shreds the black monstrosities of Yankee imperialism, the genocidal and national sellout dictatorship and the black grouplet that is raising a revisionist and capitulationist ROL. 3. Conclusion and development of the two-line struggle. 1. Let us reaffirm the declaration of the Central Committee. Facts have correctly and definitively confirmed the position it laid down in the face of the counter-revolutionary plot. 2. The so-called letters Fujimori has presented, the so-called phone call abroad and the subsequent monstrosities are a counter-revolutionary plot cooked up there by Yankee imperialism and the genocidal and national sellout dictatorship in combination with the evil action of the black grouplet. A hoax to win the elections, block the celebration of the centenary in December and hide the La Cantuta case, in the short run, but its essence is to seek to annihilate the people's war and within that continue their plan to murder Chairman Gonzalo. 3. Denounce, condemn, and smash the black grouplet that is raising a revisionist and capitulationist ROL, made up of infiltrators, traitors, capitulators, and old revisionists. Grouplet directly linked to the reaction. Their monstrosities are a Revisionists. Grouplet directly linked to the reaction. Their monstrosities are a complete negation of the party's ist Congress, a Marxist Congress, a Marxist-Leninist Maoist, Gonzalo Thought Congress, of the party basis of unity, the great leadership Hafadura, the party, the People's War, and therefore they have removed themselves from the party by their own free will. Keep in mind that 1. What goes against principles cannot be accepted, 2. It is an international communist norm that one cannot lead from inside prison, and these monstrosities are in antagonistic opposition to principles, especially all this business about the peace agreement. 4. Pay attention to the two-line struggle, develop it to strengthen the People's War, which is the main thing and which is and will be determinate. It is necessary to go deeply into the background, the process, and the present situation to determine the level of struggle in the whole party. 5. 6. Reiterate that what is principle is People's War, and therefore center on our plan because the internal is decisive. It is urgent to bring the whole party into conformity with the party basis of unity. 4 tasks. On 2 problems. I on democratic centralism, discipline, and two-line struggle. Quotations from Chairman Mao on discipline, p. 270, English Little Red Book p. 254, quotations from Chairman Mao on criticism pp. 279 to 280. Necessity of elevating the struggle to the level of line, Chairman Mao Vol 5 p. 561, on the dialectical method for the party's internal unity. p. 553. On self-assessment. Vol 5, p. 507. p. 345. On criticism and uniting with those who criticize you. pp. 317 to 181. p. 379 and 477. On a simple lifestyle and arduous struggle. p. 349, p. 438. 3 cardinal rules and 8 warnings. 2 on how to understand personal relations subordinated to the party basis of unity. Selected works of Marx and Engels, pp. 533 to 535. Wedding ceremony quotations by Chairman Mao on women. Point 11 of the program of the Communist Party of Peru. 1994, Long live Chairman Gonzalo and his all-powerful thought. Chairman Gonzalo's specifications in the general political line and contributions to the world revolution. Without Marxism-Leninism Maoism, Gonzalo thought cannot be conceived, because it is the creative application of Marxism-Leninism Maoism to our reality. The key question in this point is the understanding of the historical development of the ideology of the proletariat, of its 3 stages shaped into Marxism-Leninism Maoism, with Maoism as the principal one. And in essence, principally, the application of Marxism-Leninism Maoism as universal truth to the concrete conditions of the Peruvian Revolution. Hence Gonzalo thought is specifically principle for the Communist Party of Peru and the revolution it leads. The most substantial and developed part of Gonzalo thought is found in the party's general political line. This thought directly sustains the line and its 5 elements, since it is the point of departure of the sustenance how it understands and firmly maintains the course of the program. To study and principally to apply Gonzalo thought is decisive in order to serve the party, the development of the People's War and the world proletarian revolution more and better. Thus it is decisive to learn from Chairman Gonzalo to wholeheartedly serve the people. First Congress of the Communist Party of Peru. Contents. 1. International line. 2. Line of the Democratic Revolution. 3. Military line. 4. Mass line. International line. 1. Struggle to impose Maoism as the new, third, and superior stage of Marxism. 2. World People's War as response to imperialist world war. 3. The fundamental contradictions and their solution, the principal contradiction. 4. The 3 moments of the world revolution, strategic offensive of the world revolution. 5. Develop bases for strategy and tactics in the world revolution. 6. The process of Marxism. 7. Definition of the total and complete bankruptcy of contemporary revisionism. 8. Combat imperialism, revisionism, and world reaction inseparably and implacably. 2. Line of the democratic revolution. 1. How the Peruvian Revolution is perceived: democratic revolution, socialist revolution, and proletarian cultural revolution until communism, expounded as the third type of revolution. 2. Generalization of bureaucratic capitalism. 3. The character of Peruvian society, its fundamental contradictions and the principal contradiction. 4. On the state, old state and new state. 5. The essence of the democratic revolution, peasant war led by the Communist Party by means through the People's War. 3. Military line. 1. Reaffirmation of the principle of revolutionary violence as an universal law, concretized in People's War. 2. Unified People's War and the importance of the initiation. 3. Specification of the support bases. 4. Strategic development. Strategic plan of development. 5. The 5 parts of a campaign. 6. The actions 5-step. 7. The strategic operational plans. 8. Mass work through the People's Army. 4. Line of construction of the 3 instruments of the revolution == 1. Principle of construction. 2. Militarization of the communist parties and the concentric construction. 3. Construction of the People's Guerrilla Army. Incorporation of the militia. 4. The Rural Front, New State, People's Committees, Support Bases, and People's Democratic Republic in formation towards the People's Republic of Peru. The Urban Front, Revolutionary Movement in Defense of the People, MRDP. 5. The 6 forms of the new power: Organizational Committee of the People's Power, People's Committees of Parallel Power, People's Committees, Open People's Committees and Committee of People's Struggle. 6. Militancy, Communists first and foremost, fighters and administrators. 7. Strategy of construction. 7. Strategy of construction. V. Mass line. 1. Reaffirmation of the principle the masses make history and it is right to rebel. 2. The specific weight of the masses in the world revolution, serves to define the principal contradiction in the world. 3. Mass work in and for the People's War. The countryside. Leadership in the cities. 4. The struggle for daily demands serving the power. 5. The generated organisms, militarized in the countryside and specification in the cities. 6. Law of incorporation of the masses in the People's War. 7. The only Marxist-Leninist Maoist, Gonzalo thought tactic. 8. Scientific organization of poverty. 9. The armed sea of masses. 1995. Prepare the strategic offensive through the construction of the conquest of power. Contents. 1. Introduction. 2. International situation. 3. National situation. 4. To solve the major problems and issues of our people, we must fight for land, wages, and national production. 5. How then is restructuring going, the fourth in this century? 6. The border problem. 6.1 Border with Chile. 6.2 Border with Brazil. 6.3 Border with Ecuador. 6.4 The conflict with Ecuador. Introduction. The document Elections No, People's War Yes proposes the following 3 points. 1. The elections are crucial for the reactionaries. 2. The political crisis becomes sharper and contradictions heighten. 3. The boycott develops the people's tendency to reject elections and serves the people's war. Chairman Gonzalo teaches us to study in order to apply theory, and he does it in an extraordinary way in the document Rectification Campaign with Elections No, People's War Yes. Let us learn from this to fortify ourselves by analyzing the actual situation. We have the political foundations which have guided us, continue to guide us and will guide us in the future. We can rely on the instructions and we have all the party documents that have been established. International situation. The world rocks and storms blow. All the empty and foolish chatter about the new era of peace has been swept away by profound political reality. Revolutionary and reactionary violence contend throughout the world, spreading the flames of war across 5 continents. This shows how imperialism will drown in a complex system of wars of many types, but which will basically be just or unjust wars. The powers and superpowers keep using their bloody bayonets on the oppressed nations, pretending to maintain their dominion forever. Yankee imperialism aspires to be global policeman and sole hegemonic power, sinking its bloody claws into many points of the globe: Iraq, Somalia, the Middle East, Central Europe, Central America, Africa, Colombia, Peru, etc. In essence, it is a rotten giant with feet of clay. Russia brandishes its nuclear inheritance to continue dominating and keep alive its old czarist dream, but has a disarticulated economy, coming from the process of disintegration that unraveled the USSR, which still threatens the Russian Federation. Germany and Japan have their own claws, but both face serious and growing problems. The former can't digest what it conquered, which has generated unemployment, lowered wages, and financial problems. The second power faces its worst post-war crisis, characterized by a worsening recession and financial failure, all this in the midst of a trade war with U.S. imperialism. The other imperialist powers, England, France, Italy, China, etc., face similar problems. The circus of economic liberalism has blown up in their faces. The supposed bonanzas and superiority of the imperialism system have shown their character as more monopolist, more parasitical, and above all more rotten. Thus, the same contenders of the previous world wars sharpen their bloody knives and prepare for World War III, as always, in order to repartition the booty and suck the blood of nations and peoples like the vampires they are. This general counter-revolutionary offensive, headed by Yankee imperialism as the sole hegemonic power, in the midst of the general bankruptcy of modern revisionism, has reached its peak. It begins to fall, struck by the new great wave of the world proletarian revolution that begins to unfold. It is irresistible and no force in the world can contain it. The Third World is bigger than before: Asia, Africa, Latin America, and even parts of Europe itself. Its power, its condition as a zone of revolutionary conflict, and its potential as a base for revolution is a zone of revolutionary conflict, and its potential as a base for revolution as an expression of the principal contradiction in the world, shows itself in the struggles of many peoples and nations, such as Chechnya, Somalia, Black South Africa, in the struggle against the slave trader Mandela, in the persistent armed actions and the debacle of the so-called peace accords, or rather treason. It feeds off the precious blood of the people's struggles, as in Palestine, El Salvador, Cambodia, Colombia, or the struggles in India, Sri Lanka, Sierra Leone, Iran, Iraq, etc. But above all, it shines in the Mao Centennial called for by Chairman Gonzalo, which has served to put Maoism as the new, third, superior stage of the ideology of the international proletariat, as the decisive weapon for the inevitable final triumph. Maoism has been taken up and carried forward as the unfading milestone of victory of the communist parties, the international communist movement, the revolutionary internationalist movement, and the peoples of the world. It is inextricably linked to the campaign to defend the life of Chairman Gonzalo. The waving red banner of the People's War in Peru is elevated, and it inspires us to fight and also summons us to victory. Thus, what Chairman Gonzalo teaches us is done, and his actions confirm that revolution is the main historical and political tendency, and that it will grow. The last monster, that devourer of man, imperialism, will be wiped off the face of the earth, along with its lackeys revisionism and reaction. The People's War will prevail and communism will shine. National situation. In Peru, the old society sinks irremediably into its general crisis, racked by the People's War that marches unstoppably to carry out the democratic revolution. Our people suffer the merciless oppression and exploitation of imperialism, mainly Yankee, bureaucratic capitalism, and semi-feudalism, the three rotten mountains based on the old landlord bureaucratic state, which is the organized reactionary violence, the reactionary violence of imperialism, the big bourgeoisie, and the greedy landlords. They unleash this with exacerbated class hatred against the people, now headed by the genocidal sellout dictatorship headed by Nicole Estebari Hermosa Rios and his puppet, the mediocre reptile Fujimori. They crow over their economic success such as economic growth, reinsertion, control of inflation, but it is no more than a boil about to burst. Short-term successes lead to deeper general bankruptcy. The example of Mexico has made them wake up to their inevitable destiny. The grave they must fall into by necessity is buried by us, their grave diggers, that is the PCP leading the people in the People's War. We live through the third moment of contemporary Peruvian society, of its general crisis and decomposition. This must be understood. Looking at the process of history, they have always had crises, leading them to lower and lower depths each time. Afterwards, they experience a transitional recuperation only to later plummet into crisis. Looking at the three moments of contemporary Peruvian society, each one has expressed itself in three parts: a preparatory phase, a second part of laying down bases, followed by the third part, which is its collapse. In this third moment, this phenomenon has been seen from 1980 to 1990 as the preparation part, passing over to the laying down of bases, especially since the coup of 1992. What is coming is the third part, their sinking and destruction. Here we compare some of their economic problems to the Mexican case. Peru has an economy 1/12 the size of Mexico's, and both countries have become indebted at the same scale of 7 to 8% of their GNP, much greater than Brazil or Argentina, 2%, or Chile, which has no foreign debt. Peru stopped payments in 1983 due to its inability to pay. Since 1992, by virtue of the reinsertion, the foreign debt has grown by $3 billion, which has not benefited any productive sector, but rather has acted parasitically, taking more than it produces. Sector, but rather has acted parasitically, taking more than it produces. Economists say that this rate of indebtedness can be paid off in installments, but given the spectacular crash of the stock market, it shows the sensitivity of the vagabond capital that comes to Peru and that runs away at the first sign of instability. The supposed $5.6 billion surplus in reserve is composed mainly of deposits from commercial banks, that deposit 40% of their income. Only a little more than $1 billion is actually managed by the state, and that is being squandered as if it lived in Queen Elizabeth's palace, with Prince Charles, Diana, and everyone. Where will the reinsertion wind up? Mexico went bankrupt, but it has the backing of the imperialist countries, which Peru will not have. Mexico has a debt of $150 billion, Peru has $80 billion, but Mexico has no expired debts, whereas Peru has $8 billion past due. Its debt to the Paris Club is heavily renegotiated and at very high interest rates. In Mexico there is the Chiapas problem, Zapatistas, but they move within the evolution of the old state, seeking elections. They want to whitewash the old system, and not destroy it, and they are linked to priests. On the other hand, the people are fighting and expressing their desire to struggle. By contrast, in Peru there is a persistent and unstoppable people's war that is demolishing the system, which is not happening in Mexico. The bourgeois economists state that the risk for Peru is not this year, but perhaps within 2 to 4 years. Didn't they say that they were entering a great take-off of the economy? Always basing ourselves on Gonzalo thought, we must note that we are entering the second half of this decade, ever more critical than the first 5 years. This falls within crisis and destruction, as we must see that within this, we are approaching its third part. With regard to the so-called economic growth, isn't it based on road building, fishing, and financial speculation? The reality of it is the collapse of national production. Consider inflation, caught in the trap of a low-price dollar, making the national products non-competitive in the international market, which causes in turn a decrease in exports of goods and services, a negative trade balance, increasing unemployment, and bankruptcies. The dollar was at 2.27 nuevos soles, NS, in August 1994, dropped to 2 NS in December and is now 2.17 NS, 1995. If they devalue it to maintain parity in the exchange rate, there would be an inflationary increase. Keep in mind that 70% of savings are in dollars, Some say that the dollar is rising rapidly and suggest lowering taxes or giving tax exemptions to exports, but require that our exports grow by at least a factor of 4. This will not happen. Thus, a growing inflation rate is looming and the reactivation of production will not be realized. Due to this Peruvian miracle, more than 70,000 infants die each year, and due to this Peruvian miracle, more than 70,000 infants die each year, and hunger is spreading like a cruel plague against the physical integrity of the people. Today we eat less than half of what we did 20 years ago. In 1990 there were 5 million people in extreme poverty, and today there are 13 million. Homelessness is rising and there is a super exploitation of the working class. The workday is growing longer, it has increased by over a half, real wages have declined and the rate of exploitation has risen because a handful of imperialists, big bourgeoisie, and landlords are pocketing more profits by decreasing relative wages, not to mention the terrible working conditions of laborers. The peasantry is suffering from the putrid exploitation of that unburied corpse, semi-feudalism, which condemns millions of people to the most frightening misery. Today, on new conditions, there is a renewed dispossession of land and a new concentration of ownership is developing. Behind the facade of entitlements, census and the old weapons of mortgage and usury, semi-feudalism is being reproduced even in the capital. For example, in the young town of Huaycén, peasants are being buried alive. Agricultural production is collapsing and the problem is deepening with the uncontrolled imports of foodstuff. With respect to health and education, they are more neglected as ever, under the guise of privatization and making them more efficient. Epidemics like malaria, cholera, TB, etc. are spreading widely. In education, public schools are being neglected, and while ridiculous inaugurations of colleges are staged for the purpose of improving the criminal image of the tyrant on TV, they show installations of computers where there is no electricity, while our children die of hunger. Kids don't have the money for pencils and paper, and teachers grow tattered on miserable wages that they can barely live on. In housing, it is scarce and precarious if available, and groups of families are crowded together. In the countryside the masses suffer the most violent displacement. When they have land they can't even get a roof over their heads. They lack basic services like electricity, water, and sewage, and when they do have them they suffer painful taxes and exorbitant tariffs. Small and medium-sized businesses bite their fingernails as they see how their savings and capital is liquidated, devoured relentlessly by the monopolies. To solve the major problems and issues of our people, we must fight for land, wages, and national production. With respect to the restructuring of the old state, our point of departure must be the understanding of the character of the state. It is a dictatorship of the big bourgeoisie and landlords serving Yankee imperialism, and it is a landlord bureaucratic state. With the development of the People's War, the old state has become more and more reactionary, and with its need to develop the counter-revolutionary war it marches toward absolute centralization. We must also see how this process of reactionarization is managed by Yankee imperialism, which was behind the coup, April 1992, that marked its most open intervention, leading a reactionary offensive under the criteria of low-intensity warfare. They pursued the entire process of electoral consultation, and it was Yankee imperialism that imposed that pile of paper they call a constitution. The Constitution of 1979 satisfied no one and had a short life. The perspectives for the current one is worse, it is falling apart, violated by its own mentors. This constitution is an instrument of low-intensity warfare. In essence, it serves to judicially consecrate the unchecked denial of the rights of the people, hunger, general repression, genocide, and the blatant auctioning of our country. Concluding this process of electoral consultation is the general election of 1995. Let us examine their institutions, their political parties, based on their representative system. How are they doing? In a very grave crisis. Opera, where is its third? It's solid north. In 1990 they barely got 15%, now their polls say 2%, Mekina is in the middle of a huge scandal, the PPC threw in the towel, twisted mouth had to give up in order to get at least a seat in the rubber stamp Congress. The IU is another mess. They are capable of anything, for example, of sawing the floor out from under themselves, of sticking knives in others' backs to fulfill their electoral dream, Barantes yelling that he was getting out as fast as he could. The AP, the nephew of Bella Nde, is hopeless, unable to get off the ground. The entire electoral process is a disaster because it is an instrument of the low-intensity war with the objective of legitimizing the old state and the government that leads it. It can't achieve this. On the contrary, the elections are increasingly deprecated and the delegitimization advances to a steady beat. Added to the aforementioned situation of the political parties and the electoral desertion, we see the drama of Susanna, Fujimori's wife, who wants to be the center of attention. We also see the situation of Campos Arredondo, closely tied to Fujimori, who included on his ticket one of Fujimori's friends, the thief Manrique Caro. Even Pires de Cuellar announced his retirement. The consecrated electoral fraud is plain as day for everyone to see. These elections have been discredited nationally and internationally. Not even the bloody Pires de Cuellar, nor the Yankees with their pimp Toledo, nor the imbecile Belmont can save it. Let us look at the armed forces as part of the state, which has its military bureaucratic apparatus. With regard to the bureaucracy, it is a mix of authorities through those who exercise the power of the state, decorative ministers, the CCD, Congress, to perfume Fujimori's stench. The judicial power is totally servile, and we now know that the JNE, National Electoral Board, carries out the electoral fraud and is a tool for reaction. However, the armed forces are the spinal column of the state and have the same class character of the state they uphold. These reactionary armed forces is controlled by the big bourgeoisie and landlords at the service of imperialism. They are against the people, and with their daily assassinations, they are not the least bit professional, so they are simply butchers, genocidal hyenas, very brave when killing unarmed masses, but cowards to die, cowards to face the armed people, and cowards to defend the nation. They are experts at defeat, a dishonor of Bolognese, Grau, C-Series, and key ones. They call themselves tutelary forces and policemen of the nation, but as part of the reactionarization of the state, these armed forces are rotten. They have 7 or 8 different groups within their ranks, but the dominant one is a depraved clique that has Fujimori on the point of a bayonet. He relies on the services of the murderer Luza and the traitor Montesinos, along with his little brother Santiago Fujimori. They all have dirty deals with drug traffickers like Vaticano, Tijera, El Pez Paredes, or swindlers like Manrique Caro, whom they turn their backs to today. This profound corruption generates thousands of contradictions and causes growing dangers for the old state, heading towards a major rupture. Furthermore, in this electoral process, the armed forces are involved in the re-election of Fujimori and have taken up his electoral campaign. In synthesis, we stress that these general elections of 1995 are more crucial than before, and they are a tool of low-intensity war and have the goal of legitimization, but very much to the contrary, the delegitimization advances to a beating drum, and they face the collapse of their electoral process. As a counterpart, the tendency of the people to oppose the elections grows. As we analyze the electoral referendum of October 1993, let's see what happened. A few weeks before Fujimori had read the alleged surrender letter of Sendero at the United Nations, Yankee imperialism, the sellout and genocidal dictatorship and the revisionists spread the counter-revolutionary hoax. One of their objectives was to win the elections, but what resulted? The party responded with the uncontainable People's War. On October 21, 1993, there was the action at Hotel Krill and with others to follow, both in the countryside and in the city. Due to the party's actions, which elevated the boycott to its highest level, and thus has crushed the counter-revolutionary hoax, close to 55% of the population over 18 rejected the electoral process, and if we add the 22 to 23% that voted no, we have 77–78% of the population that repudiated the dictatorship. We focus on that 55%, on that torrent of masses, and keeping in mind the 22%, what was shown? That the party, by elevating the boycott through the People's War, is running the country and defines its political process. Even the reactionaries proposed the three new thirds, Fujimori's third, the opposition third, and Sendero's third. How then is restructuring going, the fourth in this century? With respect to the counterinsurgency war, we must focus attention on the coup of April 1992. When they reach a turning point in that process, with a more open Yankee imperialist intervention in direct control, through the low-intensity conflict applied by the sell-out genocidal dictatorship, they escalate their campaigns of encirclement and annihilation because of their necessity to regain positions to maintain their system, that is, their task within the strategic equilibrium. The party fought them and defeated them. However, they captured Chairman Gonzalo. All of them, including the revisionists and their servants, thought it was a great defeat, but Chairman Gonzalo told them, "You are dreaming. Keep dreaming. It is a bend in the road, nothing more." They believed that they could win a quick victory, but crashed into the whirlwind of the unstoppable People's War, steered and built by Chairman Gonzalo, solidly united around the great leadership Jefatura, the basis of party unity, the People's War and the plan of strategic development. They launched sinister plans with the complicity of their revisionist agents, infiltrators, and traitors, launching more bloody offensives against the base areas, and launched the counter-revolutionary hoax, trying to implicate Chairman Gonzalo. However, their military offensives were crushed and their hoax of peace talks was defeated. Then they held a meeting in December 1993, and asked for more aid from their Yankee imperialist friends. Watson and other Yankee military brass came and launched their Operations Aries, Orejata Pero, Cojo Rodriguez, Libra I, 2 and 3, etc. However, they only reaped thorough defeats. They were bloody operations in which they have brutalized the unarmed masses, perpetrating the only thing they know how to do, genocide, but in the face of the thunder of the rifles of the People's Army of Liberation they fled from the battlefields like a stampede of rabbits. In November 1994, the chief of the Yankee Southern Command came. Why did he come? He came to plan a new and more developed campaign of encirclement and annihilation with a growing participation by Yankee imperialism under the guise of "now it is war against drug trafficking." Fujimori announced with great fanfare in December that the problem was the final war against the drug traffic and loudly proclaimed the active participation of Yankee helicopters and bombardments, but the masquerade was quickly uncovered by the powerful response of the Communist Party with the People's War, exposing that it was an anti-communist offensive against the People's War, the party, and the people, and that it was open Yankee intervention under the charade of war against drugs. Once again they are being defeated and fail to reach their objectives. Thus, their three counter-revolutionary tasks are impossible to accomplish both historically and politically. They cannot achieve them, nor will they achieve them. What is happening is the ripening of the conditions for the triumph of the People's War. The revolutionary situation is developing gradually and is marching toward the revolutionary crisis. This depends on us, on what we do with our actions. We can do it, because we have the invincible weapon of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, Gonzalo thought, the great leadership Jefatura of the party, and we have an invincible People's War. Revisionist wretches and the dregs of reaction want to throw dirt in our eyes when they talk about a general political retreat. We must think about this. If our revolution suffers a great defeat, which has not happened yet, the revolutionary situation under development would become a static revolutionary situation, which would imply a retreat, but this would be no more than a small dark butt in our brilliant advance. In China in 1927, the revolution suffered a hard reverse. It entered a situation of revolutionary stasis due to the actions of opportunism and revisionism. For this reason, they must be combated implacably, but if that is what revisionism did, what did Chairman Mao do? What did the Red Line do? They didn't say wine? They didn't say dialogue, they said People's War. And then they began the path of surrounding the cities from the countryside. We must learn from this. We are Maoists. Furthermore, we have Gonzalo thought, we must think then, even under the worst circumstances, that the people's war cannot and will not be stopped, and the red flag certainly will not be lowered. The people's war is our only hope. Let us reaffirm ourselves in the solemn promise that we have taken up, of not abandoning our arms until communism. Before the overwhelming revolutionary reality, the reactionaries sink, drowning in the midst of the genocide that they perpetrate against our people. The reactionaries are being completely demolished by the people's war. The shadows will be buried and the light of the sun will illuminate every corner of our homeland. The border problems. Border with Chile. There is the treaty from the last century, which is the root of the war with Chile. Later came the Treaty of 1929, in which Chile kept our land Arica, and Tacna was returned to Peru. Under the treaty, Chile assumed the promise of building a bridge in the port of Arica and to cede the ownership of it to Peru. Related to this, Bolivia would have access to the sea through a corridor to the south of Arica. During the government of the Guadamico, García Pérez, Pinochet said that he could give a corridor to Bolivia north of Arica, that is, between Arica and the line of concordance. Neither the genocidal demagogue Garcia nor his chancellor Alan Wagner said that corridor is ours. In actuality, the government signed the so-called Lima Convention, with worse terms than the one signed in 1929. There was a general outcry and the Lima Convention was suspended, but on other hand, they have sold copper mines to Chile that are on Peruvian territory, as in Moquegua. As if it wasn't significant, Bolivia now has its corridor and even its Bolivian Sea, not to the south of Arica, nor to the south of Tacna, but farther north, in Ilo. Border with Brazil. There are 3 entryways to the Pacific for Brazil. Note that it is from Brazil to the Pacific, not Peru to the Atlantic. One is from the south, entering by Madre de Dios, from Puno to Matarani, Arequipa. In 1992, Brazilian businessmen arrived in Arequipa and said that Matarani is the natural exit for Brazil to the Pacific, for the Transoceanic Highway. The other is by way of Atalaya to Lima, which cuts Peru in half, and the third is in the north, entering at Bagua and reaching Piura. Border with Ecuador. We must consider several issues. The Congress has already outlined to us the border problem, and Chairman Gonzalo has reiterated it in his masterful speech, where he established 3 centuries, 3 crises that put the nation at risk. That is our point of departure. The conflict with Ecuador. This problem carries over from the previous century, from the time of the Greater Colombia of Bolívar. In 1941 there was a war, and in 1942 the Rio de Janeiro Protocols were signed, where Peru ceded, from generosity they say, thousands of square kilometers. The borders were established and marked, relying on 4 guarantors, 4 rogues, with the biggest rogue the Yankees. Boundary markers were not set, and 78 kilometers of the Cordillera del Ciénaga were not set, and from that time this issue has been manipulated by Yankee imperialism and the reactionary governments of Peru and Ecuador that are always against the people, and against our nations in formation. In this specific case, we must see that for many years Ecuador has been inside our borders. They were there in 1981. At that time, Hoyos Rubio, chief of the Joint Command of the Armed Forces, stated that we should go to Guayaquil and definitively mark the border. Shortly after, he suffered a strange accident. Ecuador remained on our territory, and starting from 1990 this invasion has unfolded. Fujimori and the armed forces have endorsed it. In 1992, when Durán Ballén took the presidency of Ecuador, Fujimori was there and assisted him, and Durán Ballén stated that Ecuador is an Amazonian nation and invoked the expedition by Orellana. What did he mean by this? That all the northern border of the Amazons belong to Ecuador, or that Iquitos is part of Ecuador. What did Fujimori do? Years before, the wretched Luis Alberto Sánchez walked out from a public meeting in similar circumstances, but Fujimori applauded the rabid Durán Ballén and later embraced him. Later the Ecuadorian reactionaries picked him up and carried him through the streets of Quito. Before this Torres y Torres Lara, ordered by the victorious General Hermosa Ros, signed the Gentleman's Pact, ratifying the Ecuadorian invasion. Our borders have been given to us by the people, they have given them to us with their blood, and only the people can defend them. Today the only way to do this is by joining the People's Army of Liberation to make the People's War led by the Communist Party. As far as the reactionary armed forces, when have they defended Peru? When have they defended our borders? The reactionaries have not stopped giving away our territory to other countries. They have handed over territory to Brazil, Colombia, Chile, and Bolivia. When have they defended the nation? Never. What about today with the sellout, genocidal dictatorship? Even less. No one can tell us that the sellout, the traitors, and those who kill the people are going to defend our territory. Since when does a thief protect our people are going to defend our territory? Since when does a thief protect our goods? Never. What have Fujimori and the reactionary armed forces done in the last few years? They have followed their law of genocide and betrayal, and worse yet, one must see the actions described earlier. In the midst of their growing delegitimization, the failure of their tasks example reinvigorate bureaucratic capitalism and the defeat of their electoral process, what can we conclude? That behind the conflict with Ecuador there can be nothing more than malevolent interests and sinister plans against the people and the People's War, on behalf of Yankee imperialism, the genocidal sellout dictatorship, and the reactionary Ecuadorian government. Furthermore, we should think, do the Ecuadorian people have fundamentally different interests than the Peruvian people? No. They do not. We have the same fundamental interests, people do not fight against people. For this reason we say, Peruvian and Ecuadorian people unite, and frontally combat Yankee imperialism and native reaction. This can only be done through the People's War today more than ever. Without the People's Army of Liberation the people will have nothing, and without the People's War they will conquer nothing, and their destiny will not be formed. For all of these reasons, what do we then need? More communist parties, more People's Liberation armies, more new power, and the People's War. For these reasons, we fight for the rights of the people and the People's War against repression and genocide and against the old state and imperialism. We fight tenaciously and heroically for the People's Republic of Peru. We must reaffirm and apply the slogan, unite the people in defense of the great leadership Jefatura, against the genocidal dictatorship. Reaffirm ourselves on the basis of party unity and build the conquest of power. We have been applying the sixth and penultimate military plan. In the international, national, and party situation, which make the detention of Chairman Gonzalo historic and put all the forces in tension, we are implementing what was established by the third plenum of the party. We have implemented the first campaign, defending the life of Chairman Gonzalo and defeating the enemy, because the torch has remained lit. The second campaign was developed in September 1993 to June 1994, and obtained a powerful victory, crushing the most developed campaigns of encirclement and annihilation launched by the enemy in those 13 years, along with their counter-revolutionary hoax. Their dream of a quick victory, in which they counter-revolutionary hoax. Their dream of a quick victory, in which they would liquidate us in a few months was turned into a nightmare, because the People's War was not only maintained, but it has been developed, which demonstrates how profoundly it is rooted in the people. Our people clamor from their deepest soul for more and more Marxist-Leninist Maoist, Gonzalo thought People's War, and the red flag has been elevated even higher, with our leader Chairman Gonzalo and our glorious PCP. On the basis of these two campaigns, the third campaign was established, which has been an all-round and brilliant success, a crushing campaign in which we have been powerfully crushing the enemy. This is shown by the Ayacucho Committee between the months of August and November 1994, with a counter-campaign with an active defense and the People's War that annihilated over 100 soldiers of the genocidal armed forces in ambushes and other military actions. In Hualaga in the same period, in other ambushes, 58 elements of the armed forces and police were annihilated. In addition, we eliminated counter-revolutionaries, infiltrators, and traitors. Afterwards there were more ambushes, assaults, and military hostilities, highlighted by the ambush in the locality of previous Isto. In all these actions, more than 100 of the enemy forces were annihilated. In Kangalofa Yardo the People's War continued, the seizure of towns, the annihilation of informers, sweepings, annihilation of rustlers that acted against the people and as enemy agents, highlighted by the ambush of Chumbilla, where a military convoy was attacked inflicting 7 casualties. In the north there were seizures of towns, annihilation of police officers and old authorities, as well as the assault on the police post of Aglomerxa in Cajabamba, completely demolishing it. In the mid-north the armed actions continue incessantly, with incursions and seizures of towns that have fallen back into reactionary hands. In the capital, there was the September offensive, with sabotage and car bombings, sabotage of the electrical grid, annihilation of police officers, SIN agents, and their lackeys of the peace accords, widespread agitation and propaganda, harassment of police posts, car bombings of 2 Air Force bases, the car bombing of Luza and D'Onofrio, the ambush and capture of Fallas in Comas, November, the sabotage of banks and financial institutions, arson of the commercial chains of the big bourgeoisie. Among other actions, the People's War has continued developing persistently in the south of the country, to which can be added the heroic resistance of the prisoners of war, who are fighting the enemy under very difficult conditions, persisting in combating, mobilizing, and producing, converting the gloomy dungeons of the reactionaries into shining trenches of combat, no matter what the handful of treacherous, wretched, loyal servants of Yankee imperialism that spread the peace accords. Wretched, loyal servants of Yankee imperialism that spread the peace accords may say. We must continue combating the revisionists and capitulators, because if we don't combat it we cannot build apparatuses superior to those of the enemy, and we cannot conquest power throughout the country. The main thing is to reaffirm ourselves on the basis of party unity and build the conquest of power, and this demands crushing offensives against the revisionist and capitulators, sweeping it away, and purging the party so that it is strengthened, so that its fortress-like nature is expressed even more as the party created by Chairman Gonzalo. Like a fine sword of the purest steel, we are bastions of that fortress, we have been, we are, and we should be even more so. It is a necessity and the class and people demand it of us. Therefore, we must prepare the strategic offensive through the conquest of power, as befits our hill in the strategic equilibrium. We are currently applying the 4 strategic plan of the People's War to seize power throughout the country. We must apply it more, with communist firmness and resolution, as it guides us, gives us a road, and allow us to face the most sinister enemy offensives. To persist in this is to strengthen the unified People's War, making more Marxist-Leninist-Maoist, Gonzalo thought People's War that follows the path of surrounding the cities from the countryside and whose nerve centers are the base areas. Take this, that the base areas must materialize the relative stability of the new state on its march towards the People's Republic of Peru, and this is done by way of the 6 military plan, with the plans of victory established by our chairman Gonzalo, heroically followed by our Central Committee and the entire system of leadership. This is done by defeating and crushing the enemy's campaigns of encirclement and annihilation, managing the 4 forms of struggle and above all guerrilla warfare, because without annihilating enemy forces we cannot preserve nor develop our forces, and we cannot beat their bloody offensives. We are prepared to cross the river of blood, the trench of blood and victory that the conquest of power countrywide demands of us. Life will be affirmed on top of a pile of corpses. We will face difficulties and tumultuous times, but we are a new force with brilliant prospects. We emphasize the importance more than ever of the slogans, learn from Chairman Gonzalo, and embody Gonzalo thought. We will apply Gonzalo thought and darkness will be made clear, what appears to be impossible will be achieved and the difficult will become easy. We must recall what Chairman Mao taught us, the war will be won by whoever resists 1 more minute. We know how to do this. We will win. Whoever resists 1 more minute. We know how to do this. We will win because we know what we want, and what we want is power. For this reason, we are focused in combat, our center is combat, and our daily life is war, so let us develop further the people's war. This is how things are, and the problem is and shall continue to be, fight or die, the bloody struggle or nothing. People's war until we reach communism. 1995, against the country-selling and genocidal dictatorship, persist in the People's War. Long live the 15th anniversary of the Invincible People's War. Next May 17 marks 15 years of the victorious and invincible People's War in Peru, the blazing bonfire of armed rebellion, which is maintained against wind and tide, forming and opening the path of definitive and authentic liberation of our beloved and heroic people. People's War watered with the blood of uncountable martyrs of the party, the army, and the masses, which is waged for and persists in the conquest of power, for the attainment of a new and true democracy, for a People's Republic of Peru in a first stage of the revolution and for the construction of socialism in a second stage. People's War which was prepared, initiated, and led by our great leader, Chairman Gonzalo, which is always supported by the masses of people, carried out by the People's Liberation Army and led by the Communist Party of Peru. The People's War of today, almost 15 years in development through campaigns and counter-campaigns of encirclement and annihilation, the principal form of the Civil War, is being victoriously upheld despite the zigzags or transitory reverses which have befallen. After all, this must necessarily unfold in a process of victories and reverses, but these reverses have been completely transitory and partial. It must be understood what Chairman Mao Zedong taught, strategically speaking, there is a defeat only when a counter-campaign against encirclement and suppression fails completely, but even then the defeat is only partial and temporary. For only the total destruction of the Red Army would constitute complete defeat in the Civil War, but this has never happened. Thus the crowing and the dark and sinister dreams of imperialism, reaction, and revisionism turn to smoke before the persistence of the heroic People's War which now finds itself leaving its difficult and complex bend in the road, but which will necessarily triumph. 2. The basis of party unity is the foundation of all our actions. Thus, from the outset of greeting this new anniversary of the Invincible People's War we wish to reaffirm ourselves in its ideological and political foundation, the point of departure of all our actions, the basis of party unity with its three elements: 1. Ideology, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought. 2. The program, and 3. The general political line and its center, the military line, approved by the First Congress of the party, a Marxist Congress, a Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought Congress. Such a reaffirmation is necessary today more than ever because we face, not only in our country but at a world level, a sinister general counter-revolutionary offensive commanded by imperialism, reaction, and revisionism. Concretely, because of what pertains to our party, a new litter of shameful partisans of a revisionist and capitulationist right opportunist line, role, has rapidly surged forward who are totally and completely negating the basis of party unity. Nursed by and sponsored by the armed forces and the puppet Fujimori, they have cackled from their rat holes for the realization of a so-called Second Congress. To revoke the first, belching out that there the struggle for a peace accord with the genocidal country sellers is going to be defined, thus endorsing the dark hoaxes of surrender and repentance of their masters and trafficking with the name of Chairman Gonzalo. We repudiate and condemn these miserable rats, groveling wannabe chiefs who have been incapable of sustaining a work-related accident, much less giving their lives for the party and the revolution. Today they sell themselves for a bowl of porridge, having sought to injure the morale of the class and the party, but this they will never achieve. These traitors, expressing their revisionist essence and splittist desires, have proven incapable of carrying out a debate and expounding their positions in the internal struggle. They have fled like cowards, and from outside the ranks they have raised their dark and rotten banners, while their leaders hide themselves like shameful ostriches. Thus they have acted and act, trying to surprise the unwary, but we should know them well, because opportunists and revisionists have existed during the long years of party life, but apparently never like these, such perfidious, traitorous and reptilian. They have reached the extreme of committing such a monstrous crime as having propitiated the arrest of our great leader, Chairman Gonzalo, and Comrade Miriam, and other valuable leaders, cadre, militants, combatants and masses, many of which were assassinated as soon as they were arrested. But from now on we say to them that all the damage they have caused and continue to cause to the revolution will not remain with impunity. Know that like their masters, they will pay with interest for all the crimes they have committed. Finally, something more in this vein. Already in the third plenum of the Central Committee, Chairman Gonzalo warned us about the danger of a rise of a revisionist line, of which there were already indications it was being hatched, an opportunist line which would be opposed to the conquest of power. He told us that if the initiation of the armed struggle required a hard struggle against the role of these times, there was even better reason to think about an even greater struggle, an earth-shaking struggle, before an even greater leap, such as the conquest of power. Events have once more proven him right, but what we have experienced has been their anticlimax, because this revisionist abortion has been incapable of sustaining ideological and political positions in the internal struggle and has simply split the party with the help of the reaction itself and probable infiltrating agents, having bolted in a gallop after the arrest of Chairman Gonzalo. 3. The current situation and the tasks of the party. More and more it is confirmed that revolution is the principal tendency in the world, but this is concretized through twists and turns. The end of the so-called Cold War with the drowning of Russian social imperialism has not signified the beginning of a new era of peace and stability, as imperialism, principally Yankee imperialism, proclaims, repeating what the Chinese revisionists have been bringing up for years, and which is servilely repeated in our country by the reaction and the revisionists of the role. Rather, it constantly proves that there is neither economic nor political stability anywhere, and that it is in the midst of wars of all types and a growing militarization that we attend the end of the 20th century. There isn't even peace in Europe itself, where Yugoslavia continues to disintegrate with more than 200,000 dead in less than 3 years of war, while in Chechnya Russian imperialism continues to unfold a barbaric genocide. And what can be said about Rwanda, a backward country where over 500,000 died in only 3 months? And what happened to the peace signed between Israel and the PLO with the endorsement of Yankee imperialism? To say nothing of the problems which are breaking out in Mexico, on the flank of the international gendarme itself, or the war between Peru and Ecuador, etc. Essentially it is as Chairman Mao and the CPC said in the 1960s, once more there is a great disorder under heaven, and on another side, a new wave of the world revolution has begun to unfold, and the communist parties must militarize and fulfill their role, putting Maoism in command and applying people's war to the conditions of their own countries. In reference to the situation of our country, hunger, poverty, unemployment, repression, genocide, the sale of national sovereignty, etc., these are only some of the calamities which are deepening to the highest degree because of the genocidal and country-selling dictatorship, in reality headed by Jiménez Arias, the apprentice of Pinochet, of which the puppet Fujimori only is a cheap and vulgar figurehead. The problem is that on the one hand a revolutionary situation in development is being expressed, strengthened by the much better revolutionary conditions then being expressed, strengthened by the much better revolutionary conditions than in 1980 when the People's War was launched, and on the other hand, it shows once more that what Chairman Gonzalo and the party established in the general political line is clearly being fulfilled, particularly with respect to the general crisis of bureaucratic capitalism and its inexorable process of decomposition. A very important question, even more so now that we have entered the second half of the decade in which, as in the previous ones, the critical state is necessarily aggravated. This is an objective situation which not only smashes to pieces the mind products of the genocidal gang about the new Asian tiger or the Peruvian miracle, but also the shameless partisans of the revisionist and capitulationist role which cackle about how bureaucratic capitalism is becoming viable. As always, they are confusing the appearance with the essence, thus seeking to fool our people by exalting what is no more than passing blossoms within the process of the inevitable drowning of bureaucratic capitalism. Another aspect of the current situation is the realization of the forthcoming elections, which newly turn crucial for the reactionaries because they find themselves riddled with contradictions, particularly in the situation in which they carry out their three tasks, which have become bogged down. Thus, in the economic sphere, the greatest general crisis in the history of the Republic is unfolding and will continue to unfold, despite fleeting and limited recoveries, which don't even imply the overcoming of the recession nor inflation, to say nothing of unemployment, which as they themselves say has reached historic levels. We can see how industry continues to decrease and the cost of living continues to rise, despite what the crafty conjurers of numbers say. Meanwhile, agriculture continues its extreme prostration, made even worse by the millionaire's shady deals in food imports done by those around the ruling clique. Furthermore, we all know that the foreign debt has grown under this government from $19 billion to over $25 billion. The ruling clique talks a lot about how the economy is growing, but this is false the way almost everything they say is false because this government has made cynicism and lies the norm in its actions. Growth is not the demagogic and electorally motivated misconstruction of schools for students and teachers with empty stomachs, to say nothing of the extremely high indicators of truancy reached under this government. Growth is not repairing roads nor opening a few trails with borrowed dollars for which high interest will have to be paid to imperialism. Growth is not depredating the Peruvian sea to benefit the entourage of a voracious clique, nor is growth the cheap selling off of state enterprises in order to practically give them away to imperialist capital, firing thousands of workers with the further aggravation of not settling accounts. Firing thousands of workers with the further aggravation of not settling accounts with anyone about the money from that sale. Regarding the restructuring of the old state, towards the end of 1990, Chairman Gonzalo and the Central Committee of the party said that the government in office was unfolding a process of absolute centralization and presidential absolutism obliged by the People's War and in accordance with their counter-subversive war. Today everyone is talking about this like a broken record, forgetting what the party said in 1990. On April 5, 1992, a coup d'état took place as part of this reactionary process and specifically as a response to the strategic equilibrium reached by the People's War, putting in action a sinister plan launched by imperialism, principally Yankee imperialism and its followers. This coup was commanded by a military clique with Hermosa at its head and as always carried out by the genocidal and country-selling armed forces. And once more we have seen how they trample on their own constitution and all legal order to better serve their counter-revolutionary war, adopting positions which are more and more clearly fascist. Thus we have witnessed for the umpteenth time a shameless electoral fraud manipulated by the dictatorship to approve one of the most reactionary and retrograde constitutions in the history of the Peruvian state, in such a way that although the previous one was questioned by Tyrians and Trojans alike, the current one is even worse. Now in the pre-election contention, we see the announcements by the representatives of the diverse groups of the factions of the big bourgeoisie who say that if they are elected they will modify it anyway. And what have they done with their so-called judicial power and their judicial order? Desperate and terrified in the face of the advance of the People's War, not only have they made a clean slate of their own so-called universal judicial principles, but they have reached the point of denying the right to defense and have annulled by decree the non-retroactive character of their laws. They have approved the sentencing of minors, condemned freedom of opinion and thought by punishing apology for terrorism etc., to say nothing of their draconian military tribunals where the genocidals are not content to be judges and parties, but also act as magistrates. These dark uniformed men know as much about law as a butcher would know about sculpture, where the norm is a life sentence to whomever falls into their hands. The violation of their judicial order is so serious that even the UN, a procuress for imperialism, principally Yankee imperialism, has had to recommend they moderate their barbaric atrocities a bit. Thus, merely by looking at these questions in the problem of restructuring we can say without fear of mistake that this other reactionary task has become bogged down. Regarding the reactionaries' third task of annihilating the People's War, they have crowed victory too soon with that fatuous triumphalism which characterizes them, even giving a date for its demise. But in this matter as in many others, they have mistaken from beginning to end, because the People's War continues its unstoppable march after having resisted a sinister offensive carried out throughout the country. An offensive unleashed since the April 5 coup, conceived and planned by Yankee imperialism itself within their so-called low-intensity warfare strategy, as a response to the strategic equilibrium to be played as one of their final cards before intervening more directly, and carried out by the genocidal and country-selling armed forces. It is in this form that they order the mobilization of thousands of troops which had been deployed on the frontier, putting the national sovereignty at grave risk, in order to launch them on each campaign of encirclement and annihilation against the support bases and the guerrilla zones, utilizing not only 120 mm mortars and heavily armed helicopters but also light artillery used in conventional warfare, such as cannons with a 12 km range and bombs dropped from combat airplanes. At the same time in the cities they lashed out with a fierce repressive manhunt, rounding up hundreds of the sons and daughters of the people which they jailed, after torturing and harassing them. Once more they vomited their genocidal guts, beginning by gorging themselves on May 9, 1992 with the prisoners of war, carrying out cowardly and merciless massacre. This time the mass graves and the disappearances, like the La Cantuta case, were carried out in their own capital, which clearly demonstrated that this dictatorship is more genocidal than that of Belanda and Garcia Perez. Furthermore, they have accompanied this genocide with crafty psychological warfare hoaxes, promoting capitulation old tricks of mainly Yankee imperialism, launching grotesque farces which have blown up in their faces as was already demonstrated in December 1993 with the earth-shaking and powerful celebration of the Chairman Mao Zedong centennial, of which we will only say as proof that in Lima alone 16 car bombs were detonated that month. All of this is aside from the well-known actions for population control through the formation of mesnadas, increased use of informers, and supposed intelligence and civic action activities which were already being launched and which they intensified. Thus, against all this sinister offensive and against all the crowing and dark forecasts, the People's War and the strategic equilibrium continue their course. If this were not the case, one should ask why no important occasion passes in. If this were not the case, one should ask why no important occasion passes in which Pinochet's apprentice or the puppet Fujimori or some thread of Cinderologists, reactionaries, revisionists, opportunists, hacks or even informer priests or promoters of genocide like Cipriani, Durand, or Vargas Alzamora among others, don't have to talk about the so-called terrorism or about pacification. But if they talk so much about how they have pacified the country, why do they maintain the state of emergency in more than 50% of the national territory? Why do they keep sending thousands of their armed forces to the so-called counter-subversive bases? Why have they enrolled and continue to enroll and arm under threat of death thousands of peasants in the so-called peasant rondas? And why do they continue to fill the prisons with hundreds of the sons and daughters of the people under suspicion of being a terrorist? It is because the People's War persists and will continue to persist, and although it has had temporary and partial setbacks, it will achieve its glorious objectives, demolishing the Yankee strategy of the so-called low-intensity warfare and whatever other strategy it will face, because it bases itself on the greatest ideology the world has seen, Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, Gonzalo thought. It will succeed because there is a party which leads it and animates it with a just and correct political line, because the masses of our people support it, watering it with their blood and sweat, because it is no more than the continuation of their struggle with arms in hand. For all these reasons we affirm that the third task of the reactionaries, like the other two, has also become bogged down. In synthesis we can see that bureaucratic capitalism has no way out. It will continue on its inexorable sinking and will be totally demolished in the midst of the genocide with which it defends itself like a mortally wounded beast. But for that very reason, these upcoming elections are turning crucial for the reaction, and particularly for the clique taking its turn who are desperate to remain in power, having made approving the re-election by any means necessary, now using a shameless fraud and even using the conflict with Ecuador to achieve their bastard objectives. And with respect to the so-called Union por el Peru, it doesn't lower the framework of the interests of the big comprador bourgeoisie either, since the little individual referring to former UN General Secretary Javier Pérez de Cuellar, trans, which leads it, is yet another known quisling of mainly Yankee imperialism. One only has to recall his ominous role in the UN against the oppressed nations, praising the monstrous imperialist genocide against Iraq and the Palestinian people, for example. One problem that needs to be analyzed from the proletarian position, is the problem of our country's borders, because the conflict with Ecuador is only part of a very delicate situation which has been awfully handled by each successive reactionary government. On the other hand, the reactionary armed forces have never defended either the national integrity or the national sovereignty, because they have always been experts in defeats, as the loss of Arica and Tarapaca in the war with Chile or the despoilment of Trapicio de Leticia by Colombia has shown. It has always been the masses of people who were the real defenders of our national territory, and we must keep this truth in mind because it is once more being confirmed. A factor which is being systematically swept under the rug in this problem is the ominous role of imperialism in general and Yankee imperialism especially, whose interests stir up this or that conflict at their convenience, and here it is present also, pulling the strings behind the scene like the grand puppeteer. In this respect, apart from the ever greater domination that it exercises with the foreign debt by way of the IMF, IDB, WB, etc., we must bear in mind the advisory role of the Yankee armed forces, which from time to time send their hierarchs like that haughty chief of the Southern Command who came in November 1994 to control their lackeys. Furthermore, there is the permanent training of the genocidal hordes, and the insolent intervention of their ambassadors in all the internal matters of Peru, or the cheeky little individual Alexander Watson, Secretary of Inter-American Affairs of the USA, who with total effrontery said that Fujimori is a good salesman of Peruvian products, which was taken as a eulogy by the puppet. Today, Peru is at risk of losing a part of its territory once more due to the current dictatorship, because it is the most genocidal and country-selling dictatorship we have seen to date. First they began by putting the Peruvian nationality up for sale for a few miserable dollars, later they offered South Korea a fringe of territory north of Lima. Afterwards they turned over part of the national territory in the province of Ilo to Bolivia, then they offered Chile a series of concessions in the so-called Lima Convention, which was not signed because of popular outcry. Furthermore, with the so-called privatization they have begun to put on the auction block a series of state enterprises at bargain prices without caring that some are known as strategic like the petroleum or electrical industry, the latter even sold to Chilean capital. Who is doing all this? Imperialism behind the scenes and the genocidal and country-selling armed forces, more directly with the clique headed by Hermos Arios, because it is they who are ruling the country since the coup d'état of April 5, 1992. But this doesn't excuse the puppet. Since the coup d'état of April 5, 1992. But this doesn't excuse the puppet Fujimori, because he gleefully dances to whatever tune his masters play for him. In the case of Ecuador, everyone knows that the ruling classes of that country have systematically unfurled a policy of negating the 1942 protocol, not recently but for some time. As far back as 1981, during the second government of Belanda, the false Paquisha incident occurred and they were dislodged from Peruvian territory, but the viceroy, far from demanding the demarcation of the 78 kilometers of the border which was pending, opted to look the other in order to leave a future card to play, which would give Yankee imperialism and Peruvian reaction an excuse to create problems for a people's government which could take power through the People's War. But it is during the current government that the genocidal country sellers consented that in 1991 Ecuador would invade Peruvian territory, and their only response was to reach a gentleman's agreement, which obviously our neighbors took advantage of. Furthermore, the same puppet was commissioned by those wearing the shroud, the military, trans, to go to Ecuador and offer them a sovereign outlet to the Amazon region, as the ex-dictator of Ecuador Rodriguez Borja has said, even threatening his partner with publicizing the letters he received. To date the reptile hasn't even denied this, but even worse, in 1992 in order to unleash their sinister but doomed genocidal offensive against the People's War, they removed troops from the border, leaving them stripped and leaving them at the mercy of any aggressor or invader. This is how the belly of these country sellers are. For them it is 1,000 times preferable to see our country dismembered before losing their position as bloodsuckers and oppressors of the people, and in saying this we refer not only to the guard dogs of the repressive forces, but also to their imperialists master, mainly Yankee, the big bourgeoisie and the feudal landlords. Thus, by January 1995 the Ecuadorian armed forces had been occupying part of Peru's territory for some time, and had prepared ahead of time to face any effort to dislodge them. But, why did the genocidal and country-selling dictatorship suddenly decide to unleash this conflict at that moment? Because the military clique sought to be re-elected through the puppet Fujimori, but they were not certain of achieving it, and their problems have continued to grow and become aggravated as we have seen. Even worse, if we recall the results of the referendum where they almost suffered a serious setback, despite the open fraud they carried out by making the armed forces and police vote again, with thousands of identity and electoral cards expedited by the National Election Board. Keep in mind also the problem of runaway corruption at their bosom, in board. Keep in mind also the problem of runaway corruption at their bosom, in which hundreds of officers including some even in their clique are compromised in the drug trade and even facing trials for that crime. Add to this the problems of the little puppet and his ex-consort, who aired out a lot of his dirty laundry. By keeping in mind all this and other questions we can understand the reasons for his desires. In this way the genocidal country sellers thought they could raise their stock in what doesn't belong to them, and feigning to be what they are not, they went to action dreaming about an easy victory, and in the worst case if they didn't get it they could launch a new hoax to try and fool the people. But like the experts in defeat they are, it has backfired and the hoax didn't convince anyone, beyond which the problem was aggravated, and now they are stuck in a mess from which they cannot get out so easily because our people, today more conscious than before, will not allow themselves to be surprised or fooled. In dealing with this problem we should bear in mind the words of Chairman Gonzalo in the speech of September 1992 from prison. We clearly say that today the democratic road has begun to develop as a road of liberation, as a road of people's liberation. We believe that the 18th century was a very clear lesson. Think about this. There was a dominator. It was Spain, and where did that blood-sucking domination bring us? To a very profound crisis, as a consequence of which Peru, that at that time was a viceroyalty and today is our motherland, Peru was divided. From there come the origins of today's Bolivia. It is not our invention but facts. Fine, the last century, English domination. Where did their rivalry with France take us? To another big crisis, 70 of the past century. The result? War with Chile. We must not forget it. And what happened? We lost territory. Our nation suffered a schism despite the blood shed by heroes and the people. We must draw lessons from this. The 20th century. How are we doing? In the 20th century we are dominated by imperialism, principally North American. This is real, everyone knows it and no one can silence it. And where has it brought us? Even without reminding the 1920s, here and now, to the worst crisis of the entire history of the Peruvian nation. Learning the lesson of past centuries, what can we think? Once more the nation is at risk, once more the republic is at risk, once more our territory is at risk. It can easily be lost, and by interests. That we have to see, that is the situation, that is where they have brought us. But we have a fact, a Peruvian situation, that is where they have brought us. But we have a fact, a Peruvian revolution, a people's war that burns powerfully, that is advancing, and will continue to do so. Where have we gotten with this? To a strategic equilibrium. And we must understand this well. It is a strategic equilibrium. It solidifies itself in an essential situation. What have 12 years served for? To plainly show before the Third World and principally before the Peruvian people, that the Peruvian state, the old Peruvian state, is a paper tiger that is rotten to the core. That has been proven. Things being that way, let us think of the danger that the nation, that the country, can be divided, that the nation is at risk. They want to dismember it, they want to divide it. Who wants to do this? As always, imperialism, those who exploit, those who rule. And what should we do? What is corresponding? It is appropriate that we push forward the people's liberation movement and that we develop it through the people's war, because the people, always the people, have been the ones who defend the country, who have defended the nation. It corresponds to form a people's liberation front, it corresponds to form and develop from the people's guerrilla army. And this is being accomplished. Today, concretely, Ecuador remains ensconced in Peruvian territory and should be dislodged. Other borders are also in danger. Our people must remain alert. The motherland is at risk and the only fitting thing is to defend it with guns in hand, but precisely because of this imperialism and reaction seek to annihilate the people's war, because it is the true barrier against their dreams and sinister appetites. Our people know that the only path is people's war to conquer the People's Republic of Peru, even more so in the current circumstances where they seek to sell our country to imperialisms and their lackeys' capital, opening the black but real possibility of tearing it apart to benefit a clique and their cronies, who have no patriotic spirit whatsoever. Because of this, it is confirmed that we have begun to unfold a path of people's liberation for the defense and liberation of our motherland. Thus, in this complex national and international situation, it befalls to the Peruvian proletariat, as yesterday, to lead the revolution and guarantee its path through the Communist Party of Peru, because the party is the detachment, it is the conscious and organized vanguard, it is the leadership of the revolution, of the people's war. Some leaders, cadres, or militants might be missing or even disappear, but even with the immense pain and consternation that this may disappear, but even with the immense pain and consternation that this may cause, the duty and the obligation of the party is to continue its unyielding battle, even if only one faction or in the final analysis only one communist remained, they would have to fulfill their role, struggling to raise whatever new and better thing is needed, even more so with an invincible and all-powerful ideology, a proletariat, and masses which generate everything. The revolution will necessarily advance and triumph. But these things are not new questions, they are old truths known by the international communist movement, but which today the rotten revisionism of the role again seek to twist and obscure in order to traffic and brood under the skirts of imperialism and reaction. Thus, cleverly using the problems which have occurred, they have come to negate the role and capacity of the party as the leadership of the revolution. For this reason the Central Committee reaffirms itself in the Communist Party of Peru, guiding itself with Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought, is a heroic combatant which leads and guarantees the path of the revolution. It is within this framework that the tasks of the party are being accomplished according to the agreements of the First Congress, the First, Second and Third Plenum, and the 2 work sessions of the Central Committee. Since the problem of the internal struggle is a question of cardinal importance in party life, it is relevant to add the following question: revisionism is the principal danger for the party and the revolution, and for this reason it must be implacably combated and crushed. Our party has purged itself, but the struggle must continue. In the final analysis, the armed struggle in our country would never have been initiated nor developed without first sweeping away the role of that time, and today we can say that without sweeping away the capitulationist and revisionist role totally and completely, we could not conquer power countrywide. We know well that internal causes are definitive, and for that reason it should remain clear, that if the reaction could do some damage to the revolution in our country since 1992, it was because revisionism helped it, served it, it facilitated things. This is a very serious lesson which we must never forget. Therefore, if we totally sweep away revisionism and finish purging our ranks, embodying to the root the basis of party unity in the midst of the people's war, we will be fortified and we will be invincible. The people's war has not been detained for a moment, no matter what the imperialists, the reactionaries, the revisionists, or the traitors say. Already the celebration of the Chairman Mao centennial throughout 1993, especially in December of that year, a celebration coordinated with the RIM, was earth-shaking and powerful, realized with successful armed actions. The reaction. Shaking and powerful, realized with successful armed actions. The reaction dreamed of conjuring it away by launching the hoax of the supposed surrender, which exploded in their cynical faces. Subsequently, the second and third campaigns of the Sixth Military Plan have been unfolding successfully. For all that has been said, the Central Committee calls on the party, the combatants of the People's Liberation Army and the masses of the new state, and all our people to celebrate the 15th anniversary of the Invincible People's War as is due. Finally, in the face of the forthcoming reactionary elections, the only just and correct political line before this fraudulent process is to repudiate it, applying the tactics of the boycott. Long live Chairman Gonzalo! Long live the Communist Party of Peru! Long live the Open People's Committees! Build the conquest of power. Elections, no. People's War, yes. 1995, overcome the bend in the road, developing the People's War. Overcome the bend in the road, developing the People's War. Outline. Quotes New Plan, this is part of the Sixth Great Military Plan. Political strategy, conquer power. Military strategy, People's War. Take guerrilla warfare as fundamental, but lose no opportunity to realize mobile warfare when the conditions are favorable. Prepare insurrection in the cities. Strategy of construction, build the conquest of power in the midst of the People's War. Ideological and political foundations. Take as a political foundation everything previously expounded by Chairman Gonzalo and the Central Committee, particularly in the 3 plenum and the work sessions of the Central Committee, as well as the document against the sellout and genocidal dictatorship, persist in the People's War. Analyze Fujimori's speech, which briefly summarized, expounds to repeat what he did in his first term, within the framework of the 3 tasks of reaction, the imperialist plans, principally Yankee imperialism and the armed forces. Documents for study. Notes for the remainder of the great closing. Keep the following questions in mind. People's War. Construction. 2-line struggle. Overcome the bend in the road, developing the People's War. Objectives: 1. Overcome the bend in the road. 2. Combat the plan of reaction and imperialism. 3. Crush the hoax of pacification. 4. Crush the revisionist and capitulationist right opportunist line, role. 5. Lay down bases for the realization of the 4 plenum. 6. General reorganization of the party. First part, overcome the bend in the road, developing the. First part, overcome the bend in the road, developing the People's War, chronology. Second part, overcome the bend in the road, developing the People's War, chronology. Before, during, or after the important dates, make every effort to develop offensives and counter-offensives according to the national situation and the specific conditions of each committee. And in the framework of our counter-campaigns, campaigns. Celebrations, before, during, or after, October 7, 95. Day of the Party. The Communist Party of Peru, guided by Marxism-Leninism Maoism, Gonzalo thought, is the heroic combatant that leads the revolution. December 3, 95. Chairman Gonzalo's birthday and Day of the People's Liberation Army. What is People's War? People's War until Communism. December 26, 95. Chairman Mao Zedong's birthday. Marxism-Leninism Maoism is the new, third, and superior stage of Marxism. May 1, 96. Long live the international proletariat. May 17, 96. Overcome the bend in the road, developing the People's War. Attitude: nothing is hard in this world if you dare to scale the heights. Be superior to the reaction. Nothing or no one can detain us, not imperialism, not reaction, not revisionism, or nature. Development. Overcome the bend in the road, developing the People's War. Quotes: 1. The correctness or otherwise of the ideological and political line decides everything. When the party's line is correct, then everything will come its way. If it has no followers, then it can have followers. If it has no guns, then it can have guns. If it has no political power, then it can have political power. If its line is not correct, even what it has it loses. 2. The seizure of power by armed force, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution. This Marxist-Leninist principle of revolution holds good universally, for China and for all other countries. S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 2, p. 219. 3. In China, war is the main form of struggle and the army is the main form of organization. Other forms of struggle such as mass organization and mass struggle are also extremely important and indeed indispensable and in no circumstances to be overlooked. Important and indeed indispensable and in no circumstances to be overlooked, but their purpose is to serve the war. Before the outbreak of a war, all organization and struggle are in preparation for the war, as in the period from the May 4th movement of 1919 to the May 30th movement of 1925. After war breaks out, all organization and struggle are coordinated with the war either directly or indirectly. S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 2, p. 221. 4. Without armed struggle, the proletariat and the Communist Party would have no standing at all in China, and it would be impossible to accomplish any revolutionary task. S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 2, p. 222. 5. We have learned that without armed struggle neither the proletariat, nor the people, nor the Communist Party would have any standing at all in China, and that it would be impossible for the revolution to triumph. In these years the development, consolidation, and Bolshevization of our party have proceeded in the midst of revolutionary wars. Without armed struggle the Communist Party would assuredly not be what it is today. Comrades throughout the party must never forget this experience for which we have paid in blood. S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 2, pages 292. 6. According to the Marxist theory of the state, the army is the chief component of state power. Whoever wants to seize and retain state power must have a strong army. Some people ridicule us as advocates of the omnipotence of war. Yes, we are advocates of the omnipotence of revolutionary war. That is good, not bad, it is Marxist. The guns of the Russian Communist Party created socialism. We shall create a democratic republic. Experience in the class struggle in the era of imperialism teaches us that it is only by the power of the gun that the working class and the laboring masses can defeat the armed bourgeoisie and landlords. In this sense we may say that only with guns can the whole world be transformed. S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 2, p. 219. 7. The Red Army's operations take the form of counter-campaigns against encirclement and suppression. For us victory means chiefly victory in combating encirclement and suppression, that is, strategic victory and victories in campaigns. The fight against each encirclement and suppression campaign constitutes a counter-campaign, which usually comprises several or even scores of battles, big and small. Until an encirclement and suppression campaign has been basically smashed, one cannot speak of strategic victory or of victory in the counter-campaign as a whole, even though many battles may have been won. The history of the Red Whole, even though many battles may have been won. The history of the Red Army's decade of war is a history of counter-campaigns against encirclement and suppression. S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume I, p. 200 to 218. In the enemy's encirclement and suppression campaigns and the Red Army's counter-campaigns against them, the two forms of fighting, offensive and defensive, are both employed, and here there is no difference from any other war, ancient or modern, in China or elsewhere. The special characteristic of China's civil war, however, is the repeated alternation of the two forms over a long period of time. In each encirclement and suppression campaign, the enemy employs the offensive against the Red Army's defensive, and the Red Army employs the defensive against his offensive, This is the first stage of a counter-campaign against encirclement and suppression. Then the enemy employs the defensive against the Red Army's offensive, and the Red Army employs the offensive against his defensive. This is the second stage of the counter-campaign. Every encirclement and suppression campaign has these two stages, and they alternate over a long period. By repeated alternation over a long period we mean the repetition of this pattern of warfare and these forms of fighting. This is a fact obvious to everybody. An encirclement and suppression campaign and a counter-campaign against it, such is the repeated pattern of the war. In each campaign the alternation in the forms of fighting consists of the first stage in which the enemy employs the offensive against our defensive and we meet his offensive with our defensive, and of the second stage in which the enemy employs the defensive against our offensive and we meet his defensive with our offensive. SW, Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume I, p. 201. 9-2. The subjective forces of the revolution have indeed been greatly weakened since the defeat of the revolution in 1927. The remaining forces are very small and those comrades who judge by appearances alone naturally feel pessimistic. But if we judge by essentials, it is quite another story. Here we can apply the old Chinese saying, a single spark can start a prairie fire. In other words, our forces, although small at present, will grow very rapidly. In the conditions prevailing in China, their growth is not only possible but indeed inevitable. SW, Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume I, S. 119. 10. With the exception of a few short chapters every important part of the 10. With the exception of a few short chapters every important part of the annals of the revolution from 1848 to 1849 carries the heading, Defeat of the Revolution. But what succumbed in these defeats was not the revolution. It was the pre-revolutionary traditional appendages, results of social relationships, which had not yet come to the point of sharp class antagonisms, persons, illusions, conceptions, projects, from which the Revolutionary Party before the February Revolution was not free, from which it could be freed, not by the victory of February, but only by a series of defeats. In a word, revolutionary advance made headway not by its immediate tragicomic achievements, but on the contrary by the creation of a powerful, united counter-revolution, by the creation of an opponent, by fighting whom the party of revolt first ripened into a real revolutionary party. Elections, no. People's War, yes. Spanish edition, p. 69, Marx. 11. But at the same time the major prerequisites for helping the struggle in the cities and hastening the rise of the revolutionary tide are specifically the development of the struggle in the countryside, the establishment of Red political power in small areas, and the creation and expansion of the Red Army. SW, Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume I, p. 122-123 12. Only concentration will enable us to wipe out comparatively large enemy units and occupy towns. Only after we have wiped out comparatively large enemy units and occupied towns can we arouse the masses on a broad scale and set up political power extending over a number of adjoining counties. Only thus can we make a widespread impact, what we call extending our political influence, and contribute effectively to speeding the day of the revolutionary high tide. SW, Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume I, p. 123-124 13. As to dividing our forces over a wide radius, it is possible only on the two conditions that circumstances are comparatively favorable and the leading bodies fairly strong. SW, Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume I, p. 125 14. The more adverse the circumstances, the greater the need for concentrating our forces and for the leaders to be resolute in struggle, because only thus can we have internal unity against the enemy. Only in favorable circumstances is it advisable to divide our forces for guerrilla operations, and it is only then that the leaders need not stay with the ranks all the time, as they must in adverse circumstances. SW, Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume I, p. 123 15. To extend stable base areas, employ the policy of advancing in waves, when pursued by a powerful enemy, employ the policy of circling around. SW, Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume I, p. 124, we see that revisionism is an agent of the bourgeoisie in the ranks of the proletariat, and so it provokes splits. It divides the communist movement and communist parties, it divides the trade union movement, and it splits up and divides the people's movement. Revisionism obviously is a cancer that has to be eliminated with implacability. Otherwise we won't be able to advance in the revolution. Remembering what Lenin said, synthesized, we must forge ahead on two questions, forge in the question of revolutionary violence, and forge in the question of relentless struggle against opportunism, against revisionism. Revisionism has already lost out, it's only a matter of time. The problem is already defined, the rubbish has begun to be swept away, burned away, I say it again, it's only a matter of time. The process of their demise began years ago. And if we go back further, to the beginnings, they already lost out when they became revisionists, when they abandoned their principles. Interview with Chairman Gonzalo, Spanish edition, p. 15-16-1717. Make trouble, fail, make trouble again, fail again. Till their doom, that is the logic of the imperialists and all reactionaries the world over in dealing with the people's cause, and they will never go against this logic. This is a Marxist law. When we say imperialism is ferocious, we mean that its nature will never change, that the imperialists will never lay down their butcher knives, that they will never become Buddhas, till their doom. Fight, fail, fight again, fail again, fight again. Till their victory, that is the logic of the people, and they too will never go against this logic. This is another Marxist law. The Russian People's Revolution followed this law, and so has the Chinese People's Revolution. Cast away illusions, prepare for struggle. SW, Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 4, p. 428-18. The existence of serious weaknesses in the war of resistance may lead to many setbacks, retreats, internal splits, betrayals, temporary and partial compromises and other such reverses. Therefore it should be realized that the war will be an arduous and protracted war. But we are confident that, through the efforts of our party and the whole people, the resistance already started will sweep aside all obstacles and continue to advance and develop. SW, Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 2, p. 121. 19. We are here in these circumstances. Some think this is a great defeat. They are dreaming. We tell them to keep on dreaming. It is simply a bend, nothing more, a bend in the road. The road is long and we shall arrive. We shall triumph. You shall see it. You shall see it. Chairman Gonzalo's speech, September 24, 1992. 21 does not play at insurrection, one does not play at revolution. But when one raises the banner of insurrection, when one takes up arms, there's no taking down the banner, it must be held high and never lowered until victory. This is what he taught us, and no matter how much it costs us. Marx has armed us then, as well as Lenin, and principally Chairman Mao Zedong, who teach us about the price we have to pay, what it means to annihilate in order to preserve, what it means to hold high the banner, come what may. Interview with Chairman Gonzalo, Spanish edition, p. 62. 21. Have we gone through difficult times? Yes. But what has reality shown us? That if we persist, keep politics in command, follow our political strategy, follow our military strategy, if we have a clear and defined plan, then we will advance, and we are capable of facing any bloodbath. Interview with Chairman Gonzalo, Spanish edition, p. 63. 22. The People's War will inevitably triumph. New plan, is part of the 6 Great Military Plan. Political strategy, conquer power. Military strategy, People's War. Take guerrilla warfare as fundamental, but lose no opportunity to realize mobile warfare when the conditions are favorable. Prepare insurrection in the cities. Strategy of construction, build the conquest of power. Strategy of construction, build the conquest of power in the midst of the People's War. Ideological and political foundations. Take as a political foundation everything previously expounded by Chairman Gonzalo and the Central Committee, particularly in the 3 plenum and the work sessions of the Central Committee, also the document against the sellout and genocidal dictatorship, persist in the People's War. Analyze Fujimori's speech, which briefly summarized, expounds to repeat what he did in his first term, within the framework of the 3 tasks of reaction, the imperialist plans, principally Yankee imperialism and the armed forces. Documents for study. On Protracted War, S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 2 p. 113 to 136, points 1 to 34. 6 Military Essays, Chairman Mao Zedong, p. 205 to 248. The Grand Strategic Conception. The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains, S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 3, p. 271 to 274. The 3 Main Rules of Discipline and the 8 Points for Attention, quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, p. 256 to 257. 5 Articles by Chairman Mao are Position Problems of Strategy in China's Revolutionary War, S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume I, p. 249, Chapter 4 to end. Problems of Strategy in the Guerrilla War Against Japan, S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 2. Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, Chapters 12, 13, 9, 10 and 16. Unity, Dynamism, Seriousness, and Vivacity. 4 Relations. Problems of War and Strategy, S.W., Chairman Mao Zedong, Volume 2, p. 219 to 236. New Tasks and New Forces, Lenin Document, Against the Genocidal and Sellout Dictatorship, persist in the People's War. Notes for the remainder of the Great Closing. The People's War is developing against wind and tide, in July very successfully concluding the first part of the Great Plan to build the conquest of power, in defense of the Great Leadership, against the genocidal dictatorship, and laying down bases for the development of the second part, which will be guided by the slogan Overcome the Bend in the Road, developing the People's War. Once more the nation is rocked by the burning flames of the People's War, from the principal region to the very capital, the area of the Metropolitan Committee. Thus, in the Ayacucho Zonal Committee we defeated the sinister campaigns of encirclement and suppression of the genocidal, sellout armed forces. Bases 7 and 14 were traversed, agitating and mobilizing the masses, developing the takeover of cars on the Ayacucho-San Francisco Highway and annihilating mesnadas in Cano, sabotage of a state tractor in Yanamonte. Annihilating mesnadas in Cano, sabotage of a state tractor in Yanamonte, annihilations and seizure of cattle for the provisioning of the Revolutionary Support Base Red Bastion and of the forces of the People's Liberation Army, complementing this action with the ambushes, annihilating and scourging the enemy bases located in the Revolutionary Support Base 33, Eni River. Similarly, the Zonal Committee of Cangalo Fajardo carried out a magnificent incursion in Lamar, Vilcashuaman, Cangalo, right under the nose of the counterinsurgency base, and later confiscated more than 30 cases of dynamite and a radio transmitter. Meanwhile, the Huancavelica Zonal Committee deployed a shattering ambush at Supaymayo-Lachoc, annihilating 9 police, including a major, and confiscating an equal number of H&K rifles. To this are added the magnificent ambushes unleashed by the Hualaga Regional Committee, in which over 50 members of the Special Forces, Commando, were annihilated, capturing a MAG machine gun, an RPG rocket launcher and over 30 FAL, M16 and AKM rifles, and a radio transmitter. And in Lima, the Metropolitan Committee and People's Aid, Socorro Popular, carried out some powerful car bomb attacks against the tourist Hotel Maria Angola and the house of the congressional lackey Joy Wei. These are only some of the outstanding actions with the offensives unleashed in the month of July, although there were others carried out in the north, the south, and the center, like the ambush of Pichinaki. For all these reasons we say that our plan has concluded very successfully, celebrating in this way the 15 years of the Invincible People's War, crushing the rotten cackling of the genocidal sellouts Hermosa Rios and Fujimori, who repeated many times that by July 1995 Shining Path will be liquidated. Once more they were defeated and they had to swallow their black vomit. The same has occurred with the revisionists and capitulators of the right opportunist line, who, in 1993, in a dark prophecy said that the People's War could not be maintained because there is no conditions. It is important that we take into account and fervently salute the extraordinary heroism and the great firmness in enduring suffering and sacrifices on the part of the support bases. These are masses that are an example for the entire Peruvian people and deserve our respect and admiration, because they fight shoulder to shoulder along with the People's Liberation Army and the Communist Party of Peru to maintain the new power, no matter the cost, developing a new economy, new politics, and a new culture. Thus we salute the heroic militants and combatants of the Communist Party of Peru and People's Liberation Army, who by putting politics in command, always. Peru and People's Liberation Army, who by putting politics in command, always guide themselves by Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought, conquering victory after victory, overcoming all difficulties, always maintaining to the end the banners of the People's War, always combating imperialism, reaction, and revisionism. Keep the following conditions in mind: People's War, it must be developed taking the military line as the base and all the experience of more than 15 years of victories and reverses, particularly in the countryside, paying close attention to the handling of the campaigns, enemy campaigns that are framed within the strategy of the so-called low-intensity warfare, of which they are its principal form and which are complemented by population control, civil control, and intelligence work, which includes psychological operations, and the counter-campaigns, the principal form of the civil war, realizing our offensives and counter-offensives within this context and not on its margins, always keeping the national political situation and the specific situation of each committee in mind. Don't underestimate or overestimate the enemy. See Strategic Problems in the Guerrilla War Against Japan, Chapters 7 and 4. Applying the Grand Strategic Conception. With respect to the cities, we maintain the criteria of a unified people's war, but with the specification, in this period, of developing a gradual advance seeking to weld the people's war with the class struggle of the proletariat and the popular masses in the neighborhoods and shanty towns, at all times handling the two hills and laying the foundations of the insurrection. Construction, crush revisionism, developing a general reorganization of the party. In the countryside they have for some time been unfolding a corporative militarization that seeks to subjugate the peasant masses. Therefore, only through armed struggle and political mobilization will we be able to incorporate them into the people's war, sweeping away, bit by bit, the control and pressure exerted on them by the repressive forces and the mecenadas. Resettlement without repressive forces. Resettlement without mecenadas. Civil defense is criminal defense. In the cities, this government has been building an almost fascist police control, managed by the armed forces, which must be exposed and swept aside. Because of this, close attention to the relationship between open work and secret work is demanded, aiming at developing the secret work. In everything we must be demanded, aiming at developing the secret work. In everything we must be superior to the reactionaries. Two-line struggle, develop the two-line struggle against the revisionist and capitulationist right opportunist line, role. Study the documents, Lenin, The Struggle Against Revisionism, The Proletarian Revolution and Khrushchev's Revisionism. Overcome the bend in the road by developing the People's War. Objectives: 1. Overcome the bend in the road. 2. Combat the plan of reaction and imperialism. 3. Crush the hoax of pacification. 4. Crush the revisionist and capitulationist right opportunist line, roll. 5. Lay down bases for the realization of the four plenum. 6. General reorganization of the party. First part, overcome the bend in the road, developing the People's War. Chronology. Second part, overcome the bend in the road, developing the People's War. Chronology. Celebrations. Attitude, nothing is hard in this world if you dare to scale the heights. Be superior to the reaction. Nothing or no one can detain us, not imperialism, not reaction, not revisionism, or nature. 1996, notes to typify the regime as fascist. On April 5, 1992 there was a coup d'état. That was the beginning of the application of a counter-revolutionary plan which was foreseen as lasting 20 years, Oiga magazine number 647 and 648, July 1993. At its root is a fascist conception, but one adapted to the conditions of combating a people's war. It is very important to bear in mind the Chinese experience and the application of fascism by Chiang Kai-shek. A plan advised and endorsed by imperialism, principally Yankee imperialism, and executed by the armed forces. Velasco was an antecedent. Opera as well. And this fascism is not counterpoised to absolute centralization but rather complements it. It is a shamefaced fascism. Today this is more clear. See Fujimori's speech of July 28, 1995, direct state management, efficient and permanent, economic democracy, new nationalism modernization, we wish to be modern, Chiang Kai-shek, a modern state, big structural reforms, educational crusade, new framework of legality, neither populism nor ultraliberalism, neither left nor right, nor capitalism. It is the state which defends the principle of authority, reform of the judicial power. Finally, we have the capacity to plan long-term goals and objective, achieve Peru's rebirth in the new millennium. Measures with Parliament, its course. Today, a Parliament managed the way they want it. Judicial power, electoral power, elections and fraud, on all these points opera fell short and it was already fascist. A violated constitution. The new constitution in force is also violated. Legislation. The anti-terrorist law is worse than opera's. Military tribunals. Faceless tribunals. Special tribunals. Life sentences. Denial of the right to defense. For 2 years they followed the law which sentenced minors the same as adults. Sentences with the accused in absentia. Retroactive laws. Regarding rights of the unions and the people, completely negated. Militarized universities in reorganization. Municipalities, cutbacks. Economy, from the fascism of Pinochet and liberalism. With Velasco they strengthened the state monopoly, today they strengthen private monopolies and this isn't counterpoised to fascism. Organizationally, it is in the countryside where corporativization is expressed most clearly. See the law for rondas and their arming. Expressed most clearly. See the law for rondas and their arming. Analyze the tactics they follow. They develop opera's tactics. See the document Develop the People's War Serving the World Revolution, pages 108 to 109, Spanish ed. Tr. In point 2, 1 year of the Oprista government, opera under the leadership of Garcia Perez has followed the strategy of propping themselves on the poor masses of the shanty towns, winning the peasantry in the mountains, especially the so-called Andean trapeziad, binding the struggle of the people especially by using the IU as a caboose and uniting reaction under their command, isolating the proletariat, striking at the masses of people and aiming against the people's war, counting on the use of repression by the armed forces and police for this. Today this strategy is reinforced by more demagogically raising their falsehoods of a nationalist, democratic, and popular state and a greater high-sounding verbal anti-imperialism. Furthermore, see the management by the Ministry of the Presidency of CNAID, Foncodes, PRONAT, Development Committees, Peruvian Army, etc. police state, along with the increase of the armed forces and police, and the strengthening of SIN, there was a proposal to have a SIN office in each ministry. Urban rondas. Citizen security. The re-election of 1995 and the plan for renomination. Behind this is Hermosa and the armed forces clique. See also on the commentaries about the coup d'état. April 1992, second paragraph. Two tendencies in the old state, one fascist tendency and the other demo-liberal. There it establishes how Fujimori is opposed to parliament, traditional parties, etc. Fujimori's speech, Modern State, this is based on something like Chiang Kai-shek said. Selected Works, Volume 3, Notes on p. 278, on Coalition Government, Spanish ed. Tr. On August 1, 1932, Chiang Kai-shek promulgated his regulations for the organization of PAO and Chia and for a population census in the counties. He said that it was a basic administrative system with which the reactionary Kuomintang clique imposed its fascist domination. We must look at the community's law, see the date on which the law was. We must look at the community's law, see the date on which the law was passed, but, the manner in which the peasantry is being organized is fascist. There are similarities and differences with the Velasco era in 1968, they will not repeat this the same way, but at heart it is fascist. They try to give it a demo-liberal appearance but they have decided on fascism. See Selected Works, Volume 2, p. 52, Absolute Centralism. We must review all of Fujimori's legislation. They aim to sow confusion with the part about direct democracy. The current government is fascist but in demo-liberal clothing. In deeds, in the countryside there is already a fascist system, see the previous document, also overcome the bend. In the cities, there is a police state, in other words, there is a fascist state. This was even said by one child of imperialism. We are not the inventors of the gunpowder, as Chairman Gonzalo said. In the second half of each decade their crisis aggravates, this is being fulfilled from beginning to end. There is a serious crisis but 2 decades have merged, the 80s and the 90s, what they said in December about negative growth and that the following month inflation would rise, they need to invest more. 1996, Political Report. Political Report. The current world situation continues to be marked, in the reactionary camp, by the malfeasances of imperialism, principally Yankee imperialism. Behind the rattles of a false peace it extends its tentacles, in an insolent and domineering manner it makes armed intervention in direct form or in collusion with others, UN peacekeepers, as their interests suit them. The international gendarme, Yankee imperialism, does this with arms in hand in Haiti or Yugoslavia, or through diplomatic treaties such as in the Middle East. Others act according to their interests and conditions, for example, Russia in Chechnya, etc. The destiny of the Yankee imperialist superpower and others has been historically and politically defined. Nothing will save them from their downfall and complete collapse. They continue their decline and for that reason they return to raise the sleepless, bookish banners of the 18th century in order to try to maintain their precarious situation. They have nothing new, complementing this with forming commercial blocks which imply struggles to widen markets which in turn leads, and will lead, to new wars. Meanwhile, the revolutionary hill, despite what the imperialists and all the reactionaries say, continues to be the principal tendency more and more. All kinds of struggles in many places are developing, and their perspective is a greater increase. For their part the masses of the world clamor for revolution, they need communist parties with Maoism in command and wielding people's war to spearhead them in the great, heroic, and transforming deeds for the triumph of communism across the face of the earth. National political situation. In spite of the demagogy, lies, fraud and hoaxes, what is real and objective is that bureaucratic capitalism has no way out. It is going from bump to bump. In the economy they acknowledge that officially, there are problems again. According to their own figures on growth in the first trimester of 1996, inflation is back on the rise and unemployment is breaking all records, which confirms what Chairman Gonzalo and the party said, that in the second half of each decade their economic crises sharpen and they sink even more, asterisk. And what is the perspective? According to various well-known economists, this year is a hard one, and maybe the next one will be too. This government, like its predecessors, said, sacrifice yourself for a new morning, but the better morning never arrives and the present day gets worse and worse. Meanwhile, politically the current government goes from crisis to crisis, trying in vain to hide its fascist, genocidal, and country-selling nature. More and more it reveals the pus that corrodes them to the very marrow, such as the narco-trafficking which compromises them up to the very top leaders of their reactionary armed forces. On the other hand, the more they crow about pacification, the more the armed actions explode in their face and in their hands. The democratic path, the path of the people, is today overcoming the difficult and complex bend in the road by way of the reactivation of the revolutionary situation in keeping with the party's new military plan. The struggle of the proletariat and different sectors of the people, which has been newly kindled, are favoring the development of the people's war. Our people don't need and don't want crumbs administered by the genocidal hordes in civic action campaigns, whose objective is to manipulate the masses by taking advantage of hunger and misery that the old state subjects them to. Our people need a new society where they can satisfy their needs with dignity with their own hands and by their own efforts. Concerning Comisia's project, it should be made very clear that in no way can it be a historic event the way the fascist, country sellers say, as they sign a contract that once again hands over our natural wealth to the voracity of an imperialist consortium for 40 years, so that as always they can take the best part and leave. Consortium for 40 years, so that as always they can take the best part and leave us with scraps. On the application of the new plan of overcome the bend in the road, developing the people's war. In general, our party led by the Central Committee and guiding itself with Marxism-Leninism Maoism, Gonzalo thought, is successfully completing through hard struggle the new plan of overcome the bend in the road, developing the people's war. In the midst of the campaigns of encirclement and annihilation and counter-campaigns, combating the so-called low-intensity warfare. Particularly in the principal regional committee, the application of the first part of the plan of military operations leaves us with a very positive result. Its repercussions and the perspectives opening are very good. We must keep in mind the advances gained in our military operations. Also, it is necessary to overcome errors and limitations such as the underestimation or overestimation of the enemy, to see objectives and apply them as corresponds to the grand strategic conception. Don't tactically belittle the enemy, not even the mesnadas, so that we may defeat them piece by piece. With respect to the three instruments, we must always highlight the leading role of the party, never forget that without the ideological and political leadership of the proletariat through its party, neither the peasantry nor the people can advance or achieve victory. Chairman Gonzalo teaches us to forge ourselves as peasants with proletarian minds. There is a need for meetings of different levels and especially of leadership, because this is key. Two-line struggle. We continue to combat the revisionist and capitulationist right opportunist line, and will do so until it is thoroughly and completely swept from our ranks. In mass work, we are advancing step by step in mobilizing and winning the masses, but it is only the beginning of a difficult task. The attitude of the masses is positive. We must always keep in mind that the reactionaries have the slogan of isolating us from the masses, and they use every method to do so, from deceiving them to repression, using blackmail and manipulation as needed. For these reasons the contest is hard and will remain so. Errors we have committed in the past have caused great harm and have been used by the reaction. Hence the demand of not impinging in any way the interests of the people, and that all actions must have a clear and well-defined political sense. The masses make history. People's Liberation Army. We are advancing in raising its bellicosity. The three tasks: combat, mobilize and produce. Fewer but better troops and a more simple administration. Front New State. We are advancing in selecting better targets of the revolution and winning over the masses of people, creating conditions for their incorporation into the united front. Keep in mind the difference in classes which make up the front and the targets of the revolution, the land question, the problems of the masses. The people's committees have been maintained through storms and traversing a hard tempering, with advances in security and production. The campaign for production starting from its planning. Let us be invincible in the ideological and material planes. Health and Recreation. May, 1996. PCP Central Committee. Note, for the point, asterisk, use as reference the interview with Chairman Gonzalo, PG 61 Spanish ed tr. A way out? We believe that they have no way out. Our understanding of the process of contemporary Peruvian society is that starting in 1980 bureaucrat capitalism has entered into its destruction, and as a result the whole system is falling apart, and they have no way out. And if we look at it, there's a serious crisis, but also the 2 decades have come together back to back, the decade of the 80s and the decade of the 90s, both of them critical. They have no way out at all. 1997, note on the political situation. The reaction is continuing with the aggravation of its problems and conflicts. Fascism is not counterposed to presidential absolutism. What a faction of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie and some sectors of the comprador bourgeoisie today advocate is simply the passage from fascism to bourgeois democracy as before. They say that the regime of Hermosa and Fujimori is a dictatorship, but we know well that bourgeois democracy is also a form of dictatorship. Here, since the end of the last century, the Peruvian state has been a landlord bureaucratic dictatorship which expresses itself in the form of a fascist government or as a bourgeois democracy, including intermediate forms. We must warn the people because the reaction seeks to use them according to the interests of each faction. The people don't need either fascism or bourgeois democracy. The people need a new democracy, the expression of the popular dictatorship, and this demands the destruction of the old state. On the other hand, the fascist clique of Hermosa and Fujimori is using the border problems raised by Ecuador as a pretext to try and recuperate lost ground, smearing their opponents as anti-patriots. When all is said and done, it has never been the armed forces, but rather the people, who have always defended the borders. It is even worse since we know from the belly of the genocidal, country-selling beast that the current clique is returning the Ecuadorian prisoners of war, practically with military honors. Meanwhile, they persecute, torture and murder the sons of the people, and they even do it with members of their own army, as in the case of the SIE, Army Intelligence Service, agent who was dismembered and another who was tortured until she was left an invalid. We must continue unmasking the demagogic trafficking of Hermosa and Fujimori when they distribute crumbs to the people. With the pretext of fighting poverty, they aim to muffle popular protest and win votes for the re-election of the puppet. All of this is within the Yankee strategy of the so-called low-intensity warfare. The berserk construction of highways is within this plan. Thus inside the reaction their problems and conflicts aggravate. Within the bosom of the people the revolutionary situation is advancing. There have been. Bosom of the people the revolutionary situation is advancing. There have been important mobilizations of masses in Lima and other cities against the fascist, genocidal, and country-selling government. But here we must differentiate and see that the principal and most important thing is the development of the opposition, rejection, and repudiation of the fascist regime headed by Hermosa, an opposition which grows more and more. That is one aspect, while the other is the desire of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie and others who wish to channel this popular protest to get the people to tail behind them. We must unmask today's fascist regime, which is the principal enemy, as well as the opportunists who seek to traffic with the popular struggles. We must not put ourselves at the tail of any faction of the big bourgeoisie, rather, we must develop our own course, the democratic course, the path of the people, with the people's war as the principal form of struggle, coordinating it with the other forms of struggle which the masses of people develop. The people's war continues its development. The May offensive was very powerful in the countryside and the city, Highlight Ayacucho. 1998, unite the people against the fascist, genocidal, and country-selling dictatorship, developing the people's war further. Make trouble, fail, make trouble again, fail again. Till their doom, that is the logic of the imperialists and all reactionaries the world over in dealing with the people's cause, and they will never go against this logic. This is a Marxist law. When we say imperialism is ferocious, we mean that its nature will never change, that the imperialists will never lay down their butcher knives, that they will never become Buddhas, till their doom. Fight, fail, fight again, fail again, fight again. Till their victory, that is the logic of the people, and they too will never go against this logic. This is another Marxist law. The Russian People's Revolution followed this law, and so has the Chinese People's Revolution. Cast away illusions, prepare for struggle. Chairman Mao Zedong. Let us take note, we have not had any great defeat, let us prepare ourselves so that we don't have any. Up to today our process has unfolded with successes and setbacks, we have lived through hard moments, like in 1983 and 1984, but not a great defeat. This is what Chairman Gonzalo told us in 1991. Later, our great leader was arrested and he told us from the prison. Some think this is a great defeat. They are dreaming. We tell them to keep on dreaming. It is simply a bend, nothing more, a bend in the road. The road is long and we shall arrive. We shall triumph. You shall see it. You shall see it. From then until today we have unfolded within this bend in the road and now we have begun to emerge from the bend in the road. The people's war is not only being maintained but is advancing step by step in the midst of hard and tenacious struggle, and the winds are blowing in our favor. The midst of hard and tenacious struggle, and the winds are blowing in our favor. Today we can affirm that the people's war is serving the overcoming of the bend in the road, and although the road is still difficult and full of zigzags, we shall triumph. This year our party is unfolding with great resolve a new plan that is guided by the slogan Unite the People Against the Fascist, Genocidal, and Country-Selling Dictatorship, developing the people's war further. And if the situation is complex and cruel, the future is bright. Elections, no. People's war, yes. On elections, Marx highlighted, every 2 years, the oppressed are permitted to decide which members of the oppressing class should represent them and crush them in parliament. Elections have only been the instrument of feudal landlords and the big capitalists. Thus, elections are an instrument of the counter-revolutionary war. 1. The Peruvian state is a landlord bureaucratic state, it is a dictatorship of the feudal landlords and the big bourgeoisie under the control of North American imperialism. Against this, the people struggle for the construction of a new democratic state that requires the destruction of the old, existing order. 2. The Peruvian state, like all states, is based on, defends and develops by utilizing violence. In the face of this, the people need revolutionary violence, following the path of surrounding the cities from the countryside. 3. Elections are a means of domination by the landlords and the big bourgeoisie. For the people they are not an instrument of transformation, nor a means to overthrow the power of the rulers. From this comes the just orientation of using them with agitation and propaganda goals. We greet the heroic Peruvian people that today continues to combat and resist this fascist, genocidal, and country-selling dictatorial government which is the most unbridled pro-imperialist government. They apply a sinister policy that is anti-people, anti-peasant, and anti-people's war. For example, the policy of the economy of free markets and the globalization of the economy, neoliberalism, human rights, bourgeois democracy, peace, etc., etc. This is the panacea for those who live on empty Olympus, but these false flags from the 18th century are demagogic verbosity that only benefit a handful of exploiters nationally and abroad. They seek to lull and intimidate the conscience of the masses by applying a double politics. The so-called struggle against narco masses by applying a double politics. The so-called struggle against narco-trafficking is another imperialist double politics and a pretext to apply their counter-revolutionary strategy of low-intensity warfare at a world level and to suffocate the revolution, primarily in the countries of the Third World. It is the case in our country moreover of those instruments to oppress the oppressed nations, here in our country and concretely in the coca-producing zones, particularly in Hualaga, that North American imperialism and this regime are applying a sinister policy of eradication of coca fields with which they condemn the peasants of Hualaga and the surrounding region to hunger, ruin, abandonment and death. The so-called program of eradication and substitution of coca leaf cultivation with other alternative products, alternative development, agro-industrial development was and is another demagogic verbosity of Fujimori. If not, let us see some events during the almost 8 years of the long wait by principally the poor peasantry. The programs of oil palm, palmito, cacao, coffee, rice, corn, among others, like camu, bananas, etc., are only done by a small group of landlords and rich peasants conditioned to support the government of Cambio 90 new majority. They are wheedled into becoming Fujimoristas, organizing them corporatively, and under this system, giving them property titles, loans, etc., while the great majority of the poor peasantry finds itself marginalized, abandoned to their luck, while they try to drag them into their fascist system with demagogy and deceit. This form of corporative organization, militarized and linked to low-intensity warfare is being assembled with blood and fire with the aid of bayonets and genocide, pressuring and shackling the masses by way of the so-called CAD, self-defense committees, peasant rondas both native and urban, a corporatism that also drives the ministry of the presidency by way of COFO-PRI, FON codes, PRONAT, INAID, committees of development against drugs, etc. What are those organizations? For example, the committees of development, peasant community, or the committees of producers, APAFA, committees of health, sports committees, mothers' clubs, or the glass of milk. These are corporative organizations under fascist military control, in order to tie them to their old system of exploitation and oppression and thus attempt to separate the people from the guerrillas. For that reason, continue unmasking the trafficking by Hermosa and Fujimori when they distribute crumbs to the people under the pretext of combating poverty, but in reality aiming to suffocate popular protest and win votes for Fujimori's re-election. And the fascist armed forces are supporting him in this re-election. And the fascist armed forces are supporting him in this re-election campaign, all within the strategy of low-intensity warfare. If not so, then what are these construction of roads, which are poorly made and last only a short time, electric lights, direct dial telephones which are being fomented for informing as in Takachi, where they tell the people to denounce the terrorists by calling to a certain telephone number. Bridges, sporting fields, potable water, construction of schools and colleges, medical posts, hydroelectric stations, etc. And what about the land question? The stealing of lands has begun again. Giving property titles, loans, and mortgages which serves to steal the land and follow the landlord path in agriculture, to say nothing of other products like basic foodstuffs. All these promises and programs have failed because this is not the path of the peasantry, and because while exploitation and oppression exist, under whatever government of this Peruvian state, of this old system, poverty will continue to exist. For that reason the only path, the only way out is the people's war. Now here in this region some followers of re-electionism of their puppet like the demagogic traffickers they are, and others with independent masks such as in the case of Vamos Vecino, promise, or they make some little works and giveaways as they said in that campaign by re-electionists in Takachi. They do this in other provinces like San Martin, Huánuco, etc. All this within the definitive pacification of Hualaga. Today they are newly raising the same ragged lie, seeking to undermine and destroy the people's war and cover up the gathering which they subject the peasants to by force in order to form mesnadas, repeating obsolete forms that have already been destroyed by the converging struggle of the shackled masses themselves and the guerrilla actions. For this reason the Communist Party of Peru calls upon all the people and especially the people of Upper Hualaga to, don't vote. Don't let yourselves be disoriented by the fanfare of the municipal elections. Don't vote. Boycott them, obstruct them, undermine them, and impede them wherever possible. Long live Chairman Gonzalo, great leader of the party and the revolution. Long live the Communist Party of Peru. Glory to Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought. Elections, no. People's War, yes. Don't vote. Long live the 12th anniversary of the day of heroism. The People's War will inevitably triumph. 1998, Peruvian people. People of Alto Hualaga. The Communist Party of Peru once again denounces the genocidal politics and the sinister persecution of the prisoners of war and their families as part of the genocidal politics of the Peruvian state. Some think this is a great defeat. They are dreaming. We tell them to keep on dreaming. It is simply a bend, nothing more, a bend in the road. The road is long and we shall arrive. We shall triumph. You shall see it. You shall see it. Chairman Gonzalo. Long live the 18th anniversary of the Invincible People's War. On this new anniversary the Communist Party of Peru greets the Peruvian people, and in a very special manner greets the traditionally heroic and combative people of Alto Hualaga. The People's War has not been detained for an instant. It continues its inexorable march towards the conquest of power countrywide. Today more than ever, we reaffirm ourselves on the first Congress of the party, a Marxist Congress, a Marxist-Leninist Maoist, Gonzalo Thought Congress, and on our basis of party unity with its three elements: 1. Ideology, Marxism-Leninism Maoism, Gonzalo Thought; 2. The program; and 3. The general political line and its center, the military line, approved in said Congress. We continue to face a sinister, general counter-revolutionary offensive, not only in our country but on a world level, commanded by imperialism, principally Yankee imperialism. Reaction and revisionism wish to sweep away everything revolution implies, but revolution is and shall be the principal historical and political tendency. The rattle of the false peace agitated by Yankee imperialism seeks to lull the conscience of the masses to impose, at any cost, its hegemony as the primary world superpower. The peace they offer is the peace of bayonets, of the cemeteries, of slavery. Imperialism is a giant with feet of clay which will inevitably sink. Our people don't need imperialism and neither do the other peoples of the world. We reiterate today more than ever, struggle to put Maoism as the command and guide of the world proletarian revolution, build militarized Marxist-Leninist Maoist communist parties so that the revolution advances and triumphs. On the national political situation. Despite demagogy, lies and fraud, what is real and objective is that bureaucratic capitalism has no way out. They have only achieved temporary and partial betterment, to the exclusive benefit of a handful of national and foreign exploiters. This is the essence. But some fascists, acting like paid writers and hacks, pretend to coax and deceive the naive. With falsehoods they say, the moments we are living in are becoming things of the past. Now the situation in the country has changed, there is no longer past. Now the situation in the country has changed, there is no longer poverty, we will have a better tomorrow. We are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and Fujimori and company say terrorism is under control, Shining Path is strategically defeated, now there is political stability and security, the country is pacified, the economy is growing, now we have a stable economy, pacification, consolidation, and development. We want a better country, a stable and peaceful country, etc., etc. They dream of entering into the new millennium without the Communist Party of Peru, without the People's War. All these lies and hoaxes have to be and shall be crushed. The reality of the country is something else. The people know perfectly well that they suffer from hunger, poverty, unemployment, repression, genocide, the selling of the national sovereignty, agriculture remains in extreme prostration, etc. For these reasons these vociferations are false, like almost everything they say is false, because this government has made cynicism and lies a standard of their actions. For all these reasons we should reflect on and better understand the necessity of the People's War, the necessity of tearing down, of demolishing the old order and of building the People's Republic of Peru, to see it as a necessary consequence, as the only solution, the only way out. Concretely, in what concerns our party, a new brood of shameful partisans of a revisionist and capitulationist right opportunist line who are totally and completely negating the basis of party unity has arisen. Nursed and sponsored by the armed forces and the puppet Fujimori, they have crowed from their wrathholes for the realization of a so-called Second Congress to revoke the first one, belching that there must be defined a struggle for a peace accord with the fascists, genocides, and country sellers, thus guaranteeing the dark hoaxes of surrenders and repentance and trafficking with the name of Chairman Gonzalo. This is how our party denounced this in March 1995. What goes against principles and international norms cannot be accepted. For that reason, we have repudiated and condemned those miserable traitors which have sold themselves for a plate of beans, having sought to injure the class and party morale, but this they will never achieve. And this crude hoax failed, just as others have failed, and the new hoax they are making today shall fail. Now they are saying that they will present Chairman Gonzalo on the television channels so that the so-called peace accords and Comrade Feliciano and those who persist in the war will be convinced and not doubt the word of our great leader. Because peace has become a historical necessity. That is, if they present our great leader and he substantiates it, are we going to stop the People's War? No, we are not. And he substantiates it, are we going to stop the People's War? No, we are not going to cease the People's War. This should be made very clear, that behind all this is the dark hand of the sinister arch-reactionary brains of the CIA, North American Central Intelligence Agency, and the SIN, managed by the sinister and Machiavellian traitor to the motherland, Montesinos, by the fascist and genocidal armed forces with Hermosa at the head and the puppet Fujimori. It is these Cro-Magnons, these cave-dwelling madmen, who carry out these macabre practices of so-called brainwashing, but this will not remain this way. The party and the People's War shall make them explode in 1,000 pieces. Thus, the hoaxes did not convince anyone, and the one they are preparing will be the same, because our people, today more conscious than yesterday, shall not allow themselves to be surprised or fooled. They thought that with the arrest of our great leader, Chairman Gonzalo, and part of the central leadership, there was nothing we could do, and that they could annihilate us. For that reason, with the fatuous triumphalism which characterizes them, they have cried victory too soon. They even put a date on our demise. They said in 1995 Shining Path will be defeated, but the People's War continues and shall continue its unstoppable march. Now what do they say? In 2000 Shining Path will be defeated. We shall see. They have dreamt and dream of annihilating the People's War, but despite difficulties and reverses it is maintained and advances, dismantling the dark campaigns and counter-subversive operations and combating the low-intensity warfare, destroying the hoax of strategic defeat. 2. Counter-revolutionary war. Faced with the systematic campaign of psychological blackmail and the sinister policy of genocide by this fascist, genocidal, and country-selling government, all led by Yankee imperialism itself, it is part of the psychological warfare and of the plan of further strengthening the counter-subversive war underway. It is principally the fascist armed forces which carry them out, managed by a clique headed up by Hermosa Rios and advised by Montesinos, a vulgar CIA agent, expelled from the reactionary army for treason to the motherland, along with their police forces like SIN, Dincote, Geo, etc. Added to that are all that gang of traitors and repentants and informers of all sorts who help them. What did they seek, and what do they seek today? Their immediate goals are the same as before, to sow confusion, pessimism, and undermine the bond between the masses and the People's War. They seek division between the leaders and led, between commanders and combatants, between the PLA and the people. Concretely, they seek to separate the guerrilla from the masses, they continue to slander and belittle with false imputations our great leader, Chairman Gonzalo. What do they say? He is responsible for 25,000 deaths. But who killed them? They themselves, the fascist and genocidal armed forces, that clique headed by Hermosa and Fujimori. They slander our party, our PLA, the new power and the people's war. This merits more unmasking and the targeting of those who wretchedly and cunningly serve reaction and imperialism like vile mercenaries. The Communist Party of Peru once again warns the fascist, genocidal, and country-selling Fujimori, the cowardly armed forces, the ecclesiastical hierarchy, judges, and bureaucrats who guarantee genocide and its big puppeteer imperialism, principally Yankee imperialism, that they must respond for the life and health of our great leader. On the contrary, if something happens to him, they shall pay with their lives and the lives of their kindred, no matter the cost. We demand respect for the rights that correspond to the prisoners of war. We demand the pronouncement by the international organizations as all the world has seen and heard how the International Red Cross has lent itself to the game of Yankee imperialism and of this fascist, genocidal, and country-selling dictatorial regime when supposedly it falls to them to stay vigilant for the fulfillment of when supposedly it falls to them to stay vigilant for the fulfillment of elementary conventions and judicial norms which reaction itself has established and claims to respect. As proof, one example, until today Chairman Gonzalo has not been allowed a legal defense by his lawyers in his quality as a prisoner of war. Moreover, some have been vilely assassinated, others have been disappeared, and last year others were incarcerated solely for having exercised the free application of the right to defense. We denounce the sinister plan of annihilation underway of our great leader, of leaders, cadre, and militants, combatants and masses who have remained firm and unbreakable as prisoners of war in persisting and following the path, the sole path of the people's war. Political prisoners and prisoners of war, primarily the latter, are condemned to fascist inhuman prisons of slow death, prisons like human freezers that are worse than the concentration camps of German fascism. We say to them that all they have done and continue to do, all the barbaric and savage genocide executed by sinister, criminals, butchers and military and police torturers shall not go unpunished. Also, we sternly warn some of those in the Leoncio Prado province, for example Col. Vargas, Captain Ali, etc. Cease your psychological blackmail, your hounding and persecution of the families of communists and revolutionaries, playing the role of ridiculous witch doctors to pretend through their families to break them and make them yield so that they will abandon our ranks, betray and serve your dark plans of capture and annihilation. We know quite well where you and your families live. Let it be perfectly clear, our enemies can never be our friends. The party and the people's war shall crush and destroy you. 3. Overcome the bend in the road, developing the people's war. The plan Overcome has successfully completed the planned objectives. We have begun to emerge from the bend in the road. The great culmination was powerfully successful. Emphasize that the low-intensity warfare that the enemy applies was systematically combated and their operations and counter-subversive campaigns have been successively and simultaneously defeated. The advance is made in the midst of hard and tenacious struggle. And although the road is difficult and full of zigzags, we shall triumph, because we have an ideology which guides us, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought, and the Communist Party of Peru which leads us. People's committees and support bases exist which heroically maintain themselves and are the advanced trenches of support for the new state which is flourishing in our motherland. Today the people's war is clearly resolving the overcoming of the bend in the road, and its perspective is, drawing lessons from the errors made in the past, developing it more in order to conquer power countrywide. Long live Chairman Gonzalo, great leader of the party and the revolution. Long live the Communist Party of Peru. Glory to Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, Gonzalo thought. The people's war shall inevitably triumph. Glory to the heroic people of Alto Hualaga. We demand the just right to visitation by his relatives and the defense as a prisoner of war of our great leader Chairman Gonzalo. The Communist Party of Peru and the Peruvian people. Demand of this fascist, genocidal, and country-selling dictatorial regime of Fujimori, the personal presentation of our great leader Chairman Gonzalo, alive, before the national and international televised press, and that he make a public statement. Freedom for prisoners of war. Freedom for political prisoners. Crush the crude hoaxes of a split in shining path, of surrender and repentance. Implacably crush the hoax of pacification and development. Long live the 18th anniversary of the invincibility of the People's War. 1998, Actions of the People's Liberation Army in the departments of San Martin, Huánuco, and Ocalí. Contents. 1. Actions of the People's Liberation Army in the departments of San Martin, Huánuco, and Ocalí, January-August 1998. 1.1 San Martin Department. 1.1.1 Agitation and Armed Propaganda. 1.1.2 Guerrilla Combat. 1.1.3 Selective Annihilation. 1.2 Huánuco Department. 1.2.1 Agitation and Propaganda. 1.2.2 Guerrilla Combat. 1.2.3 Selective Annihilation. 1.2.4 Sabotage. 1.3 Ocalí Department. 1.3.1 Agitation and Armed Propaganda. 1.3.2 Guerrilla Combat. Actions of the People's Liberation Army in the departments of San Martin, Huánuco, and Ocalí. January-August 1998. San Martin Department. Agitation and Armed Propaganda. January 22, 98, the PLA adorns with flags the principal gate of the College Mesones Muro and the principal plaza of the neighborhood of Pishuaya. Slogan painting in various houses were carried out. February 17, 98, combatants of the PLA intercepted transport vehicles, and the masses were mobilized and politicized nearby the town of Ramal de Cacayacu, San Martin. February 24, 98, combatants of the PLA intercepted vehicles nearby the village Cacayacu de Cachi San Martin on the marginal highway. Slogan painting was carried out on them. February 27, 98, the PLA in the village Los Cedros Tecachi San Martin held a meeting with the masses. February 27, 98, the PLA intercepts and makes slogan painting on a vehicle owned by the company Distribuidora Siberita Micasural, nearby the towns of Nuevo Progreso and Madre Mia, Tecachi San Martin, and the village of Cacayacu Tecachi, on the marginal highway. March 13, 98, the PLA in the locality of Puerto Pazana, La Pólvora San Martin district, intercepted a vehicle, receiving the support of the masses for the People's War. People's War. May 12, 98, the PLA blocks the highway Marginal Norte, around km 8, locality of Ramal de Aspuzana and Pacayacu Tecachi San Martin. May 13, 98, the PLA carries out slogan painting between km 7 and 8 of the marginal highway in the direction of the locality of Tecachi San Martin. Slogans refer to, crush the right opportunist line, MLM, elections, no. People's War, yes, freedom for political prisoners, freedom for prisoners of war, defend the life of Chairman Gonzalo. May 27, 98, the PLA, between the localities of Uchiza and Monzon, San Martin, on the marginal highway, mobilizes and politicizes the masses of the area. July 13, 98, the PLA on the marginal highway nearby the village Iscote, La Pólvora de Cachi San Martin, intercepts vehicles and carries out slogan painting. In the town a mass assembly was carried out. 7/25-29, the PLA mobilized and politicized the population of Zion, Mariscal Casera San Martin, against the self-defense committees. Afterwards they withdrew in the direction of the village El Valle Campanilla. Guerrilla combat. February 17, 98, joint patrols of the police and army confronted a PLA company nearby the town Ramal de Cacayacu, resulting in one wounded soldier. March 26, 98, an army patrol sustained a confrontation with a company of the PLA in the village La Union, La Pólvora district, Tocaque San Martin province, causing 4 casualties to reaction. March 28, 98, the PLA in the village Nuevo Porvenir Yahuarachi district of Pulvora province of Tecachi San Martin produced a confrontation causing casualties for reaction. June 26, 98, the PLA enters into the smaller population center of Bombamerxa, Tecachi San Martin, where slogan painting is carried out and pro-party propaganda is pasted up. June 28, 98, the PLA entered the village Sinsin, the smaller population center of Bombamerxa, Tecachi San Martin, carrying out slogan painting and pasting up posters. July 8, 98, a police patrol boat was harassed when it was deployed on the Huilabamba River between the sectors called Guayaquil and Monte Bravo Huicongo Mariscal Caceres San Martin, causing it material damage. July 8, 98, the PLA ambushes an army patrol on the outskirts of the locality Bombamerxa San Martin, causing 3 casualties. July 31, 98, a PLA company took the control post of Curo National Park of the Abizio Mariscal River Caceres San Martin. August 8, 98, the PLA led by the party takes the Plaza de Armas de Sapaso, El Dorado San Martin province. They harassed an installation of the National Police at Sapaso, carrying out slogan painting and leafleting. They wounded a police officer and 2 civilians, and 3 civilians died. August 13, 98, a confrontation between an army and police patrol against a PLA company occurred at the San Francisco Stream, in the Regis San Martin district. August 13, 98, the PLA and an army patrol had a confrontation on the San Francisco Stream, in the Regis San Martin district. An army officer was killed and 1 soldier wounded. Selective annihilation. March 24, 98, PLA combatants gathered the population of the village Nueva Arequipa, in the Nuevo Progreso Tecachi district, where a collaborator was annihilated. March 27, 98, the PLA in the village Fray Martin at Nuevo Progreso, Tecachi San Martin province, annihilated 2 collaborators. May 6, 98, the PLA enters into the village La Merced Ishanga, Tecachi San Martin, where they gathered the masses in the central plaza and a thief was annihilated. May 9, 98, the PLA enters into the village La Merced Ishanga, Tecachi San Martin, with the aim of annihilating a collaborator. June 2, 98, the PLA annihilates a collaborator in the village Bella Vista San Martin. June 28, 98, the PLA in Porto Alto Magod, Tecachi Nuevo Progreso San Martin, annihilates 2 informers who had infiltrated the PCP. July 3, 98, the PLA, on board of a truck, harassed an army control post in Tecachi San Martin. August 8, 98, the PLA takes the district of Pasaria El Dorado San Martin, an hour and a half from the city of Sapasa, in which they annihilate a provincial mayor of Hualaga. At the same time, slogan painting was done. Huánuco Department. Agitation and Propaganda. March 24, 98, the PLA carried out armed agitation and propaganda actions in the sports field of the locality of Santa Lucia, in the district of José C. Y. Castillo Huánuco. May 4, 98, the PLA blocks the marginal highway nearby the locality of Puente Pasi Acayaco José Crespo y Castillo Huánuco, detaining public transportation vehicles and doing politicizing. Afterwards they withdrew in the direction of the village Alto Pasi. May 20, 98, the PLA carries out road blocks in the marginal highway. Nearby the locality Puente Durand Chinchao o Chinchavito, Acomeo Huánuco. A police van was harassed which occasionally passed through the area. June 25, 98, the PLA takes the town of Pampas, Padre Abad, Aguadia Huánuco. The masses are politicized. Guerrilla combat. February 14, 98, a police patrol was blown up by booby traps, annihilating a policeman and wounding several of them in the locality of Fundo Rico, José Crespo y Castillo Leoncio Prado Huánuco. March 4, 98, the town of Honorario Delgado, Pachaite Province, Puerto Inca Huánuco is taken. March 21, 98, the PLA sustained a confrontation with the army in the village Rio Frio, and Gashiacu, Acayacu, in the province of Leoncio Prado, Huánuco. April 19, 98, the central town of Palo Huimbamonzon Huamales, Huánuco is taken. The population is gathered together with goal of carrying out a popular assembly. April 24, 98, taking of the village Sashabaca, Monzon Huamales Huánuco, and April 24, 98, taking of the village Sashabaca, Monzon Huamales Huánuco, and roadblocks of the highway which leads from that place. Slogan painting is done on the vehicles with guiding slogans of the PCP. 2 army soldiers are captured, who are later freed. April 26, 98, an army patrol is ambushed which was being deployed in a vehicle in the vicinity of the village of Palo Huimbamonzon Huamales Huánuco. 2 soldiers and 3 civilians are wounded. May 22, 98, the town of Puente Durand, Chincheo Acomeo Huánuco is taken, slogan painting is carried out. May 23, 98, the village Maliqui Puente Durand Chincheo Leoncio Prado Huánuco is taken, and a popular assembly is carried out with the local inhabitants. In the same way, the marginal highway is blocked, and foodstuffs are confiscated from a truck. Afterwards they retreated in the direction of the heights of the province of Acomeo. June 2, 98, in Puente Voladizo, Chincheo Leoncio Prado Huánuco, the PLA ambushes 2 police vehicles in circumstances while they were heading towards the city of Huánuco, resulting in material damages to the vehicles and 4 casualties. June 3, 98, the PLA in the sector of Bella Alta, Mariano de Miso Biran Leoncio Prado Huánuco, carries out harassment actions against a police patrol. July 12, 98, a military patrol in Takachi is ambushed in a sector of the locality of Paraiso Marañón Huánuco. A soldier is killed. August 15, 98, a military patrol that is deployed in the vicinity of the village Rondos, Monzon Leoncio Prado Huánuco, confronted a platoon of the PLA. Selective annihilation. February 5, 98, the village of Santa Lucia Tolomeo is taken and an informer is annihilated. February 28, 98, the village Angashiacu, on the marginal highway, in the province of Leoncio Prado TM is taken. The masses are mobilized and politicized for the Leoncio Prado TM is taken. The masses are mobilized and politicized for the conquest of power, liberation of Chairman Gonzalo, and the criticism of family planning. At the same time slogan painting on the walls of houses was done with the slogans Defend the Life of Chairman Gonzalo, People's War Until Communism, Freedom for Political Prisoners, among others. Afterwards, a people's court tried 2 informers who were later killed. March 6, 98, the PLA blocks and intercepts vehicles on the marginal highway nearby the village Mohena, Angashiacu province in Leoncio Prado TM. Later slogans were painted on the vehicles, among them Long Live Chairman Gonzalo, Freedom for Political Prisoners, and stickers with the slogans, Freedom for Political Prisoners and Freedom for Prisoners of War. Afterwards they proceeded to burn a vehicle belonging to the business Electrocentrisa. In that same armed action an SIE informer was annihilated. March 7, 98, the town of Pueblo de Huánuco is taken and the justice of the peace is annihilated. April 1, 98, the highway nearby Puente Posse, José Crespo y Castillo Leoncio Prado Huánuco district is blockaded. A popular assembly is realized in order to subsequently annihilate the chairman of the development committee of that locality. April 22, 98, the village Huagracanchuritacaca, Santa Maria del Valle Huánuco is taken, where a lumpen element and an informer for the forces of order are annihilated. 5/98, the village El Porvenir de Morena, Daniel Alamir Robles, also known as Padre Felipe Luyando, Leoncio Prado Huánuco, where an informer is annihilated. May 28, 98, the PLA enters into the village Puente Durand, Chincheo Leoncio Prado Huánuco and annihilates a collaborator. May 28, 28, the village of Puente Paci, marginal highway, between Tingo Maria and Acayaco is taken and an informer annihilated. July 7, 98, the PLA intercepted various transport vehicles in the vicinity of Puente Durand, Chincheo Huánuco, carrying out slogan painting on them. Durand, Chincheo Huánuco, carrying out slogan painting on them. July 14, 98, the village of Santa Ana Rio Santa Monzon, Huamales Huánuco was taken, where the lieutenant governor was annihilated. July 26, 98, the PLA annihilated an informer in the Huancaterpa sector, the smaller population center of Picaray, Umaripachide Huánuco. Sabotage. July 25, 98, PLA combatants carried out actions in the Paci, Angashiaco, and Rio Frio sectors in the district of José Crespo and Castillo, Leoncio Prado Huánuco. The high-voltage towers number 106, 107 and 108 were demolished by cutting the electrical current in Acayadu. At the same time, slogan paintings were carried out on the facade of the Education Center number 152,682, Angashiaco, with words referring to "Don't vote, defend the life of Chairman Gonzalo, freedom for the political prisoners, we demand that Chairman Gonzalo be allowed to appear on television and that his relatives be allowed to visit him, freedom for political prisoners and prisoners of war." Ucayali Department. Agitation and Armed Propaganda. January 16, 98, the Bocaran Aguadia Padre Abad Ucayali locality is taken, mobilizing and politicizing the masses. March 15, 98, the Federico Basidra Highway is blockaded on kilometer 177 in a 180-meter-long stretch. Slogan painting is carried out. May 13, 98, the PLA moves along the Santa Ana River, Padre Abad Ucayali, politicizing the masses. June 10, 98, around kilometer 136 of the Federico Basidra Highway is blockaded, an area known as Leche Vinegra, mobilizing and politicizing the masses. June 18, 98, the Santo Tomas, or San Pedro, Aguadia Padre Abad Ucayali sector is taken, and a popular assembly is carried out. July 7, 98, slogan painting is done in village Guacamilla, around kilometer 155. July 8, 98, blockades and slogan paintings in both directions of the Federico Basidra Highway, around kilometer 196, in the vicinities of Puente Previous Isto, Padre Abad Ucayali. July 23, 98, in the village Tangarana Aguadia Padre Abad Ucayali the masses were mobilized and politicized. Guerrilla combat. May 1, 98, the lumber camp on the edge of the Pajal River in Ucayali is taken. May 26, 98, two police vehicles are ambushed around the Guacamay Bridge, kilometer 153 of the Federico Basidra Highway in Padre Abad Ucayali. Damage to the vehicles and 3 policemen were wounded as a result. June 6, 98, an ambush of a police patrol resulted in a confrontation around. June 6, 98, an ambush of a police patrol resulted in a confrontation around kilometer 138 of the Federico Basidra Highway, in the smaller population center of San Pedro de Chio, District Irazala, Padre Abad Ucayali. Consequently, a police officer was wounded and the vehicles were partially burned. June 10, 98, the town of San Pedro, kilometer 47, Federico Basidra Highway, Campo Verde Province, Coronel Portillo Ucayali district was taken. A people's school was carried out with the presence of all the inhabitants of the town. July 10, 98, for 12 minutes the police and marine installations, located in front of the police station, was harassed in the locality Alexander von Humboldt, kilometer 86, Federico Basidra Highway, Padre Abad, Aguadia. 1999, struggle implacably against capitulation. Unmask and liquidate the traitors. Unmask and crush the psychological warfare campaign of the reactionary fascists. Struggle implacably against capitulation. Unmask and liquidate the traitors. Unmask and crush the psychological warfare. Campaign of the reactionary fascists. The conclusion reached by all patriotic political parties and groups and by all our patriotic fellow countrymen was, to fight is to survive, not to fight is to perish. The conclusion reached by all the capitulationists was, to fight is to perish, not to fight is to survive. Their respective positions remain the same. The conclusion of the resistance war group is to fight is to survive, to make peace is to perish. The conclusion of the peace group is to make peace is to survive, to fight is to perish. The former comprises all patriotic parties and all patriots, and they make up the great majority of the nation, while the latter, that is the capitulationists, constitutes only a small wavering minority within the anti-Japanese front. Consequently, the peace group has to resort to lying propaganda, and, above all, to anti-communist propaganda. For example, it has fabricated and released a spate of false news, false reports, false documents, and false resolutions. We communists openly proclaim that, at all times, we stand with those who favor continuing the war and resolutely oppose those who favor continuing the war and resolutely oppose those who favor making peace. Chairman Mao Zedong. Oppose capitulationist activity, June 30, 1939. Errors and injustices. We communists and revolutionaries can commit errors and injustices, and in fact we often make mistakes, but these mistakes are in the course of struggling for the sake of serving the people and our party that leads the just cause of the people's war with all our hearts. If someone has had an error or injustice committed against them, we are prepared to indemnify the harm caused, but in some cases, are these reasons that they flee in cowardice and throw themselves into the arms of our worst fascist enemies, to cry, and convert to miserable traitors, repentance, knives against the party, the people, the revolution? No, this is not a valid reason. It is that at heart they have changed position. Don't forget that the class struggle between the bourgeoisie and proletariat exists, hence they take the bourgeoisie's position, and because of that they decide to take the dark path of treason and serve the counter-revolution. This proves that they were never what they said they were, communist, revolutionaries. These were only phrases coming out of their mouths. The revolution always charges each of us with choosing which side we are on. All revolutionary processes have been like this, and for that reason it doesn't and shouldn't surprise us that there are capitulators and traitors. Our party is undergoing reorganization, and these problems are part of the purging of our organization. We are now applying a better selection of cadre, commanders, and commissars. Thus in general we are correcting the errors of the past. The people should know how to identify them and distinguish between a consistent and an infiltrated careerist, or an opportunist, or an enemy infiltrator of the enemy, or revisionism. Know them well, not only by what they say but also by their deeds, by their daily practice in politics, in war, in guarding to defend and resolve the problems and needs of the people, etc. If they don't fulfill their role as a true revolutionary, then they should be immediately criticized, unmasked, and denounced by the respective channels, with the goal being that the party take relevant measures. Thus we shall have a better control both from above and below. Furthermore, what is more important to avert these problems, we should, on one hand, internally in our party organizations, the People's Liberation Army, the Front New State, and among the people in general, reinforce the study of our politics, our basis of party unity, and on the other, reinforce the study of our politics, our basis of party unity, and on the other hand we should liquidate these miserable criminal traitors. Thus, errors and injustices have a solution, they can be corrected, but never treason. No, treason has no pardon, treason is sanctioned with the death penalty. They are dreaming if they think that they are going to be happy where they are, knowing the crime they have committed. Sometimes revolutionary justice is late, but it arrives, and for these traitors the day shall come when they settle accounts for their crimes. For the rest, let them know very well, nothing justifies treason. Therefore, what justice can our fascist and treasonous enemies be talking about? What moral authority do they have to claim justice and thus try to mislead, disorientate, separate and isolate the guerrilla from the people? These are one more psychological campaign by the fascist, die-hard enemies of the party, the revolution, and the people. They aim to win the people with hoaxes, presenting themselves as sheep when in reality they are genocidal wolves. Isn't this world fouled by this decrepit, bourgeois system unjust? For that reason the oppressed people uphold it is right to rebel, they rise up in arms and shall continue to do so, applying the revolutionary violence to overthrow the old state, all under the leadership of the party to conquer power and set up a new society without oppressors or exploiters. What do they say about our country, all the past governments in the history of the Republic and the current fascist, genocidal and country-selling dictatorship? Isn't it the case that in reality the people, after 8 long years of waiting, are sick of the promises and injustices of this sinister regime which is called democratic but that in essence is fascist, to say nothing of the greatest generalized corruption from Fujimori down to the regime's last official? What about these reactionary, fascist, genocidal, country-selling, drug-dealing armed forces? What about the other powers of the old Peruvian state? The list would be long. From start to finish, you gentlemen are for defending this old order of oppression and exploitation like the fascists you are, while we are for the revolution, for the destruction of their old order, for defending the interests of our people and the party. Finally, we here once more take up self-criticism for the errors and injustices which as individuals we have committed against the interests of the people or of some persons, and we are always prepared to correct ourselves, because our party has a just and correct politics. Errors are committed by persons and not by the party. Also, we should keep in mind that at all times the reactionaries have the slogan of isolating us from the masses, and they use all methods to do so, from deceit to repression, using blackmail and manipulation as they need to. For that reason the struggle shall be hard. Mistakes we have committed before have caused much damage and have been used by the reactionaries, and they are using them, and shall continue to do so, for their counter-revolutionary ends. From this comes the demand that we must not affect at any time the interests of the people and that all our actions must have a clear and definite political sense. Recall what Chairman Mao Zedong told us, to be attacked by the enemy is not a bad thing but a good thing, May 26, 1939. I hold that it is bad as far as we are concerned if a person, a political party, an army, or a school is not attacked by the enemy, for in that case it would definitely mean that we have sunk to the level of the enemy. It is good if we are attacked by the enemy, since it proves that we have drawn a clear line of demarcation between the enemy and ourselves. It is still better if the enemy attacks us wildly and paints us as utterly black and without a single virtue. It demonstrates that we have not only drawn a clear line of demarcation between the enemy and ourselves but achieved a great deal in our work. Long live Chairman Gonzalo, great leader of the party and the revolution. Long live Marxism-Leninism Maoism, Gonzalo thought, principally Gonzalo thought. Crush the hoax of pacification and development. 1999, the speech by our great leadership is a combat weapon that shines victoriously and powerfully before the world. Without Marxism-Leninism Maoism, Gonzalo thought cannot be conceived, because the latter is the creative application of the former to our reality. The key question on this point lies in the understanding of the historical process of the development of the proletarian ideology, of its 3 stages shaped into Marxism-Leninism Maoism, and with Maoism as principle, and, essentially, it is the application of Marxism-Leninism Maoism as a universal truth to the concrete conditions of the Peruvian Revolution, hence Gonzalo thought is specifically principle for the Communist Party of Peru and the revolution it leads. All revolutions, in their process of development, through the struggle of the proletariat as the leading class and, above all, the struggle of the Communist Party that raises their unrenounceable class interests, generate a group of leaders and principally one who represents and leads it, a great leader with acknowledged authority and rising influence. In our reality this has materialized, on account of historical necessity and contingency, in Chairman Gonzalo, great leader of the party and the revolution. Moreover, and this is the basis upon which all great leadership is formed, revolutions give rise to a thought that guides them, the result of the application of the universal truth of the ideology of the international proletariat to the concrete conditions of each revolution, a guiding thought indispensable to reach victory and to conquer power and, moreover, to continue the revolution and to maintain the course always towards the only, great goal, communism, a guiding thought that, arriving at a qualitative leap of decisive importance for the revolutionary process which it leads, becomes identified with the name. Revolutionary process which it leads, becomes identified with the name of the one who shaped it theoretically and practically. In our situation, this phenomenon specified itself first as guiding thought, then as Chairman Gonzalo's guiding thought, and later, as Gonzalo thought, because it is the chairman who, creatively applying Marxism-Leninism-Maoism to the concrete conditions of Peruvian reality, has generated it, thus endowing the party and the revolution with an indispensable weapon that is the guarantee of victory. First Party Congress, Fundamental Documents. The Central Committee, unconditionally reaffirming itself on our beloved and respected Chairman Gonzalo, great leader of the party and the revolution, who with the all-powerful Gonzalo thought leads us to our goal, the always golden communism, also reaffirms itself on the First Party Congress, a Marxist Congress, a Marxist-Leninist-Maoist, Gonzalo Thought Congress, along with our basis of party unity with its three elements. It greets the Peruvian people, most especially the masses of the support bases who persist in heroically defending the new power with People's War, all the masses inside and outside the country who are serving the People's War, the revolutionary internationalist movement, and the parties and revolutionary organizations who support our heroic People's War, understood as part of the world revolution. Chairman Gonzalo's speech shines powerfully and victoriously before the world, arming the party to overcome the bend in the road with People's War, applying the accords of the Third Plenum, a glorious plenum, putting our forces in tension because we defend the interests of the people, the party's principles, the principles of People's War. We do this and continue doing this, hoisting our red flag to the masthead, because once it is hoisted it must never be lowered. The party takes a firm position on what was established by our great leadership, which condemns and crushes those who think we are experiencing a great defeat. This is simply a bend in the road of the revolution, nothing more. What corresponds is to persist and overcome the bend in the road with People's War, because without it there would be no place for the proletariat, for the people, nor for the party, and the revolution couldn't triumph. The party assumes its role as heroic combatant. It is applying Gonzalo thought with firmness and resolution to resolve new problems, crushing the campaigns of encirclement and annihilation within the low-intensity war that imperialism. Encirclement and annihilation within the low-intensity war that imperialism, mainly Yankee imperialism, crafts, demolishing the monstrosities of pacification, which is an obtuse defense of this exploitative and oppressive order bred by that drove of reactionary and revisionist imbeciles who rant and rave to defend and maintain their daily dole. Chairman Gonzalo established for us, our party was founded to conquer power, it was reconstituted to fulfill this objective, and it initiated the armed struggle to shape this path. This road has brought us to the immediate goal of conquering power countrywide. It is a political strategy that must guide us. It is a struggle more complex, more intensified, more glorious, to complete the democratic revolution, to build the People's Republic of Peru. All our work serves this end. From this the party unalterably maintains the course of the revolution, facing the problems of the bend in the road, demonstrating a great power of recovery. Specifically, facing the arrest of Comrade Feliciano, the party closes ranks around the system of party leadership, and cohesively unfolds a defense of his life and integrity, linked to the defense of our great leadership through People's War. This demonstrates that the party has known how to generate a leadership for our necessity, for our reality. We are sufficiently forged, we are not daunted by risk, we are not stopped by dangers. All this is one more test, let it be welcome. We have unmasked and shattered into 1,000 pieces the counter-revolutionary hoax that this fascist, genocidal, and country-selling regime has set up, nursing and fathering a revisionist role. Those wretched, revisionist rats and petty groveling chieftains have been unable to withstand a work-related accident. They were unable to carry out the internal debate, and instead fled cowardly, expressing as part of their revisionist essence their zeal to split, and from outside the party transaction they have raised their dark, rotten, and pus-filled flags of capitulation. This is how they acted and are acting, trying to surprise the naive and ignorant. These wretched traitors defame our great leader as a capitulator. The party has unmasked the fabricated montages and hoaxes, such as the so-called self-criticisms, one by one with deeds and proofs. From this we condemn and plainly reject the position that Chairman Gonzalo is behind the letters. 6 years after the presentation of the letters, when they don't even correspond to reality, the only thing they do is repeat the black vomit that erupts from the bloody gullets of this fascist, genocidal, and country-selling regime, and in this way converging with the revisionist and capitulationist role. The only support they have is the corruption that emanates from the sewers of reaction, and nothing else. Reaction, and nothing else. In a masterful way, our great leadership has established and at the same time contributed to the world revolution by having defined that Marxism has been developed, specifying that Maoism is the new, third, and superior stage of Marxism, and that to be a Marxist today is to be a Maoist. On this basis the party assumed the solemn pledge to uphold, defend, and apply Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, principally Maoism, and to struggle untiringly to assist in placing Maoism as the command and guide of the world revolution, the sole, reddest, and unfading flag that is the guarantee of triumph for the proletariat, oppressed nations and peoples of the world in their inexorable, combative march with legions of iron towards the golden and always shining communism. It is since 1966, with the reconstitution, that we have been upholding Maoism. Today, Chairman Gonzalo in his speech establishes for us, finally now, listen to this. As we see in the world, Maoism is marching unstoppably to lead the new wave of world proletarian revolution. Listen well and understand. Those who have ears, use them. Those who have understanding, and we all have it, use it. Enough of this nonsense. Enough of these obscurities. Let us understand that. What is unfolding in the world? What do we need? We need Maoism to be embodied, and it is being embodied, and by generating communist parties to drive and lead this new great wave of the world proletarian revolution that is coming. Today there is one reality: the same contenders of the First and Second World War are preparing a new Third World War. We should know this, and we, as the children of an oppressed nation, are part of the booty. We cannot consent to this. Enough imperialist exploitation. We must finish with them. We are of the Third World, and the Third World is the base of the world proletarian revolution, with one condition, that the communist parties brandish and lead. That is what we must do. We emphasize the importance of the oppressed nations that are the base of the world proletarian revolution and the immediate necessity of generating Maoist communist parties that develop people's war, in order to correspondingly unfold the new great wave of the world revolution and to impose Maoism as the command and guide. At the world level we confront a sinister general counter-revolutionary offensive commanded by imperialism, principally Yankee imperialism. Reaction and revisionism seek to sweep away everything that revolution implies, but revolution is and shall be the principal historical and political tendency. The tune about the false peace that Yankee imperialism sings, seeks to lull the consciousness of the masses to sleep in order to impose their hegemony as the primary global superpower. The peace that they offer is the peace of bayonets. Primary global superpower. The peace that they offer is the peace of bayonets, the peace of the cemetery, and we must understand that there are four things: socialism, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the party, and Marxism-Leninism-Maoism that they attack in a systematic, cunning and sinister way. They negate socialism, they attack the proletarian dictatorship, they negate the necessity of the party, and they proclaim the obsolescence of Marxism. On these topics we start from what our great leadership established in the Third Plenum. On socialism. There were 5 five-year plans, 25 years, with a world war in which the Soviet Union had 25 million dead and had to apply a scorched earth policy. The drive and conditions created in those times allowed a forceful advance and development until the 1960s, and the drove of revisionists could not contain the continuing expression of such a powerful force, the momentum and vigor of the forms generated by the new system. The five-year plan from 1961-1965 gave priority to the economic basis, the plan from 1966 to 1970 and from 1971 to 1975 are for economic basis. The first five-year plan gave priority to heavy industry, and Chairman Mao said that Stalin did not know how to handle the system of production well, he distorted it and did not allow it to walk on 2 feet, agriculture and industry. Despite the errors committed, the momentum of the power of these new social relations created a complete revolution and determined the basis of economic development that satisfied the need of millions and made text missing from original transaction. What system did anything similar? The United States? This country had an umbilical cord to England, which was already bourgeois. Upon reaching the USA there was no feudal base to bother them. How many centuries did they need? A long task of centuries, 350 years, which cannot be separated from England. In 30 years, were they able to make a motherland like the USSR? Were they able to overcome hunger like in China? Who can boast of this? No one. Thus what happened in the USSR was the bankruptcy of revisionism, and revisionism is the vanguard of restoration, not the collapse of the Soviet Union. As some state, socialism did not fail, rather it was the abandonment of socialism to adjust themselves to the old imperialist world. There they disintegrated their system to be part of the world imperialist order. On the dictatorship of the proletariat, they call it totalitarian. We should see what Chairman Mao said in On the People's Democratic Dictatorship, see who benefits the most, the people and the class. Let us sweep away trifles of totalitarianism, the old tales they use to confuse us. Let us see the benefits, and totalitarianism, the old tales they use to confuse us. Let us see the benefits, and advantages the people got. What do the reactionaries give? Or the bourgeoisie? On the party, they proclaim nonpartisanship, aiming to dissolve the politics of the working class and the proletariat, and seek only bourgeois politics. They dream of the class without its vanguard, without its highest state, without its scientific ideology, dreams that turn into nightmares. On the question of Marxism, the bourgeoisie are so decrepit that they do not attack it directly, rather they return to ideas from 2 centuries ago, revindicating ultra-reactionary persons, ass-kissers like de Tocqueville, a rose-tinted version of the North American bourgeois dictatorship. This is a complete amusement. They say Marxism is obsolete and doesn't work, but they don't attack it openly. When have they found a basis for this? No one has ever proven the obsolescence of Marxism. They have boasted about it, mere apprentices and quacks like Düring and a pack of plunderers of Marxism. In synthesis, we must defend Marxism, socialism, the dictatorship of the proletariat and the party, seeing the great things they have generated, whose interests they served, and counterpoise them to the interests served by capitalism, imperialism, the bourgeois dictatorship and the ridiculous petty parties. We are not living in ambiguous times. For the revolution to advance, it requires struggles with violence for great ruptures. Chairman Mao said, only a great chaos can generate a new order. We have had insufficient chaos, we must generate more, do it at the level of ideas. Moving ideas is vital to shape public opinion, without this we cannot conquer power. Thus the Communist Party of Peru calls for taking up the speech as a combat weapon, applying the all-powerful Gonzalo thought to resolve the new problems, third plenum, that is the guarantee of victory until communism, and defending the life and physical integrity of our great leadership with People's War. And we must celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Chinese Revolution with actions that shake up the rotten imperialist order, in order to enthrone our scientific, proletarian ideology among the masses. Long live Chairman Gonzalo, great leader of the party and the revolution. Long live the all-powerful Gonzalo thought. Long live the Communist Party of Peru. Long live the invincible People's War. People's War until communism. Long live Maoism, down with revisionism. Long live the triumph of the Chinese Revolution.